Preface. I am pleased that David Burns is making available to the general public an approach to mood modification which has stimulated much interest and excitement among mental health professionals. Dr. Burns has condensed years of research conducted at the University of Pennsylvania on the causes and treatments of depression, and lucidly presents the essential self-help component of the specialized treatment that has derived from that research. The book is an important contribution to those who wish to give themselves a top-flight education in understanding and mastering their moods. A few words about the evolution of cognitive therapy may interest readers of Feeling Good, the New Mood Therapy. Soon after I began my professional career as an enthusiastic student and practitioner of traditional psychoanalytic psychiatry, I began to investigate the empirical support for the Freudian theory and therapy of depression. While such support proved elusive, the data I obtained in my quest suggested a new testable theory about the causes of emotional disturbances. The research seemed to reveal that the depressed individual sees himself as a loser, as an inadequate person, doomed to frustration, deprivation, humiliation, and failure. Further experiments showed a marked difference between the depressed person's self-evaluation, expectations, the aspirations on the one hand, and his actual achievements, often very striking, on the other. My conclusion was that depression must involve a disturbance in thinking. The depressed person thinks in idiosyncratic and negative ways about himself, his environment, and his future. The pessimistic mental set affects his mood, his motivation, and his relationships with others, and leads to the full spectrum of psychological and physical symptoms typical of depression. We now have a large body of research data and clinical experience, which suggests that people can learn to control painful mood swings and self-defeating behavior through the application of a few relatively simple principles and techniques. The promising results of this investigation have triggered interest in cognitive theory among psychiatrists, psychologists, and other mental health professionals. Many writers have viewed our findings as a major development in the scientific study of psychotherapy and personal change. The developing theory of the emotional disorders that underlies this research has become the subject of intensive investigations at academic centers around the world. Dr. Burns clearly describes this advance in our understanding of depression. He presents in simple language innovative and effective methods for altering painful depressed moods and reducing debilitating anxiety. I expect that readers of this book will be able to apply to their own problems the principles and techniques evolved in our work with patients. While those individuals with more severe emotional disturbances will need the help of a mental health professional, individuals with more manageable problems can benefit by using the newly developed common sense coping skills which Dr. Burns delineates. Thus, Feeling Good should prove to be an immensely useful step-by-step guide for people who wish to help themselves. Finally, this book reflects the unique personal flair of its author, whose enthusiasm and creative energy have been his particular gifts to his patients and to his colleagues. Aaron T. Beck, M.D., Professor of Psychiatry, University of Pennsylvania, School of Medicine. Introduction, Revised Edition, 1999. I have been amazed by the interest in cognitive behavioral therapy that has developed since Feeling Good was first published in 1980. At that time, very few people had heard of cognitive therapy. Since that time, cognitive therapy has caught on in a big way among mental health professionals and the general public as well. In fact, cognitive therapy has become one of the most widely practiced and most intensely researched forms of psychotherapy in the world. Why such interest in this particular brand of psychotherapy? There are at least 3 reasons. First, the basic ideas are very down-to-earth and intuitively appealing. Second, many research studies have confirmed that cognitive therapy can be very helpful for individuals suffering depression and anxiety and a number of other common problems as well. In fact, cognitive therapy appears to be at least as helpful as the best antidepressant medications, such as Prozac. And third, many successful self-help books, including my own Feeling Good, have created a strong popular demand for cognitive therapy in the United States and throughout the world as well. Before I explain some of the exciting new developments, let me briefly explain what cognitive therapy is. A cognition is a thought or perception. In other words, your cognitions are the way you are thinking about things at any moment, including this very moment. These thoughts scroll across your mind automatically and often have a huge impact on how you feel. For example, right now you are probably having some thoughts and feelings about this book. If you picked this book up because you have been feeling depressed and discouraged, you may be thinking about things in a negative, self-critical way. I'm such a loser. What's wrong with me? I'll never get better. A stupid self-help book like this couldn't possibly help me. I don't have any problem with my thoughts. My problems are real. If you are feeling angry or annoyed, you may be thinking, this guy Burns is just a con artist and he's just trying to get rich. He probably doesn't even know what he's talking about. And if you are feeling optimistic and interested, you may be thinking, hey, this is interesting. I may learn something really exciting and helpful. In each case, your thoughts create your feelings. This example illustrates the powerful principle at the heart of cognitive therapy. Your feelings result from the messages you give yourself. In fact, your thoughts often have much more to do with how you feel than what is actually happening in your life. This isn't a new idea. Nearly 2,000 years ago, the Greek philosopher Epictetus stated that people are disturbed not by things, but by the views we take of them. In the book of Proverbs, chapter 23, verse 7, in the Old Testament, you can find this passage, "For as he thinks within himself, so he is." And even Shakespeare expressed a similar idea when he said, "For there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so." Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2. Although the idea has been around for ages, most depressed people do not really comprehend it. If you feel depressed, you may think it is because of bad things that have happened to you. You may think you are inferior and destined to be unhappy because you failed in your work or were rejected by someone you loved. You may think your feelings of inadequacy result from some personal defect. You may feel convinced you are not smart enough, successful enough, attractive enough, or talented enough to feel happy and fulfilled. You may think your negative feelings are the result of an unloving or traumatic childhood, or bad genes you inherited, or a chemical or hormonal imbalance of some type. Or you may blame others when you get upset. It's these lousy, stupid drivers that tick me off when I drive to work. If it weren't for these jerks, I'd be having a perfect day. And nearly all depressed people are convinced that they are facing some special awful truth about themselves and the world, and that their terrible feelings are absolutely realistic and inevitable. Certainly all these ideas contain an important germ of truth. Bad things do happen, and life beats up on most of us at times. Many people do experience catastrophic losses and confront devastating personal problems. Our genes, hormones, and childhood experiences probably do have an impact on how we think and feel. And other people can be annoying, cruel, or thoughtless. But all these theories about the causes of our bad moods have the tendency to make us victims, because we think the causes result from something beyond our control. After all, there is little we can do to change the way people drive at rush hour, or the way we are treated when we were young, or our genes, or body chemistry, save taking a pill. In contrast, you can learn to change the way you think about things, and you can also change your basic values and beliefs. And when you do, you will often experience profound and lasting changes in your mood, outlook, and productivity. That, in a nutshell, is what cognitive therapy is all about. The theory is straightforward and may even seem overly simple, but don't write it off as pop psychology. I think you will discover that cognitive therapy can be surprisingly helpful, even if you feel pretty skeptical, as I did, when you first learn about it. I have personally conducted more than 30,000 cognitive therapy sessions with hundreds of depressed and anxious individuals, and I'm always surprised about how helpful and powerful this method can be. The effectiveness of cognitive therapy has been confirmed by many outcome studies by researchers throughout the world during the past 2 decades. In a recent landmark article entitled Psychotherapy versus Medication for Depression, Challenging the Conventional Wisdom with Data, Drs. David O. Antonocchio and William G. Danton from the University of Nevada and Dr. Gerland Y. Danelsky from the Cleveland Clinic reviewed many of the most carefully conducted studies on depression that have been published in scientific journals throughout the world. The studies reviewed compared the antidepressant medications with psychotherapy in the treatment of depression and anxiety. Short-term studies as well as long-term follow-up studies were included in this review. The authors came to a number of startling conclusions that are at odds with the conventional wisdom. Although depression is conventionally viewed as a medical illness, research studies indicate that genetic influences appear to account for only about 16% of depression. For many individuals, life influences appear to be the most important causes. Drugs are the most common treatment for depression in the United States, and there is a widespread belief, popularized by the media, that drugs are the most effective treatment. However, this opinion is not consistent with the results of many carefully conducted outcome studies during the past 20 years. These studies show that the newer forms of psychotherapy, especially cognitive therapy, can be at least as effective as drugs, and for many patients appear to be more effective. This is good news for individuals who prefer to be treated without medications, due to personal preferences or health concerns. It is also good news for the millions of individuals who have not responded adequately to antidepressants after years and years of treatment, and who still struggle with depression and anxiety. Following recovery from depression, patients treated with psychotherapy are more likely to remain undepressed and are significantly less likely to relapse than patients treated with antidepressants alone. This is especially important because of the growing awareness that many people relapse following recovery from depression, especially if they are treated with antidepressant medications alone without any talking therapy. Based on these findings, Dr. Antonuccio and his co-authors concluded that psychotherapy should not be considered a second-rate treatment, but should usually be the initial treatment for depression. In addition, they emphasized that cognitive therapy appears to be one of the most effective psychotherapies for depression, if not the most effective. Of course, medications can be helpful for some individuals, even life-saving. Medications can be combined with psychotherapy for maximum effect as well, especially when the depression is severe. It is extremely important to know that we have powerful new weapons to fight depression, and that drug-free treatments such as cognitive therapy can be highly effective. Recent studies indicate that psychotherapy can be helpful not only for mild depressions but also for severe depressions as well. These findings are at odds with the popular belief that talking therapy can only help people with mild problems, and that if you have a serious depression, you need to be treated with drugs. Although we are taught that depression may result from an imbalance in brain chemistry, recent studies indicate that cognitive behavioral therapy may actually change brain chemistry. In these studies, Drs. Louis R. Baxter, Jr., Jeffrey M. Schwartz, Kenneth S. Bergman, and their colleagues at UCLA School of Medicine used positron emission tomography, PET scanning, to evaluate changes in brain metabolism in two groups of patients before and after treatment. One group received cognitive behavioral therapy and no drugs, and the other group received an antidepressant medication and no psychotherapy. As one might expect, there were changes in brain chemistry in the patients in the drug therapy group who improved. These changes indicated that their brain metabolism had slowed down. In other words, the nerves in a certain region of the brain appeared to become more relaxed. What came as quite a surprise was there were similar changes in the brains of the patients successfully treated with cognitive behavioral therapy. However, these patients received no medications. Further, there were no significant differences in the brain changes in the drug therapy and psychotherapy groups, or in the effectiveness of the two treatments. Because of these and other similar studies, investigators are starting for the first time to entertain the possibility that cognitive behavior therapy, the methods described in this book, may actually help people by changing the chemistry and architecture of the human brain. Although no one treatment will ever be a panacea, research studies indicate that cognitive therapy can be helpful for a variety of disorders in addition to depression. For example, in several studies, patients with panic attacks have responded so well to cognitive therapy without any medications that many experts now consider cognitive therapy alone to be the best treatment for this disorder. Cognitive therapy can also be helpful in many other forms of anxiety, such as chronic worrying, phobias, obsessive-compulsive disorder, and post-traumatic stress disorder, and is also being used with some success in the personality disorders, such as borderline personality disorder. Cognitive therapy is gaining popularity in the treatment of many other disorders as well. At the 1998 Stanford Psychopharmacology Conference, I was intrigued by the presentation by a colleague from Stanford, Dr. Stuart Agras. Dr. Agras is a renowned expert in eating disorders such as binge eating, anorexia nervosa, and bulimia. He presented the results of numerous recent studies on the treatment of eating disorders with antidepressant medications versus psychotherapy. These studies indicated that cognitive behavior therapy is the most effective treatment for eating disorders, better than any known drug or any other form of psychotherapy. We are also beginning to learn more about how cognitive therapy works. One important discovery is that self-help seems to be a key to recovery whether or not you receive treatment. In a series of 5 remarkable studies published in the prestigious Journal of Consulting in Clinical Psychology and in the Gerontologist, Dr. Forrest Scoggin and his colleagues at the University of Alabama study the effects of simply reading a good self-help book like Feeling Good without any other therapy. The name of this new type of treatment is bibliotherapy, reading therapy. They discovered that Feeling Good bibliotherapy may be as effective as a full course of psychotherapy or treatment with the best antidepressant drugs. Given the tremendous pressures to cut healthcare costs, this is of considerable interest, since a paperback copy of the Feeling Good book costs less than 2 Prozac pills and is presumably free of any troublesome side effects. In a recent study, Dr. Scoggin and his colleague, Dr. Christine Jamieson, randomly assigned 80 individuals seeking treatment for a major depressive episode to one of 2 groups. The researchers gave the patients in the first group a copy of my Feeling Good and encouraged them to read it within 4 weeks. This group was called the Immediate Bibliotherapy Group. These patients also received a booklet containing blank copies of the self-help forms in the book in case they decided to do some of the suggested exercises in the book. Patients in the second group were told they would be placed on a 4-week waiting list before beginning treatment. This group was called the Delayed Bibliotherapy Group because these patients were not given a copy of Feeling Good until the second 4 weeks of the study. The patients in the Delayed Bibliotherapy Group served as a control group to make sure that any improvement in the immediate bibliotherapy was not just due to the passage of time. At the initial evaluation, the researchers administered 2 depression tests to all the patients. One was the Beck Depression Inventory, BDI, a time-honored self-assessment test that patients fill out on their own, and the second was the Hamilton Rating Scale for Depression, HRSD, which is administered by trained depression researchers. As you can see in Figure 1, there was no difference in the depression levels in the 2 groups at the initial evaluation. You can also see that the average scores for the patients in the immediate bibliotherapy group and the delayed bibliotherapy group at the initial evaluation were both around 20 or above on the BDI and on the HRSD. These scores indicate that the depression levels in both groups were similar to the depression levels in most published studies of antidepressants or psychotherapy. In fact, the BDI score was nearly identical to the average BDI scores of approximately 500 patients seeking treatment at my clinic in Philadelphia during the late 1980s. Every week, a research assistant called the patients in both groups and administered the BDI by telephone. The assistant also answered any questions patients had about the study and encouraged the patients in the immediate bibliotherapy group to try to complete the book within 4 weeks. These calls were limited to 10 minutes and no counseling was offered. At the end of the 4 weeks, the 2 groups were compared. You can see in Figure 1 that the patients in the immediate bibliotherapy group improved considerably. In fact, the average scores on both the BDI and HRSD were around 10 or below, scores in the range considered normal. These changes in depression were very significant. You can also see that the patients maintained their gains at the 3-month evaluation and did not relapse. In fact, there was a tendency for continued improvement following the completion of the bibliotherapy treatment. The scores on both depression tests were actually lower at the 3-month evaluation. In contrast, you can see in Figure 1 that the patients in the delayed bibliotherapy group barely changed and were still around 20 at the 4-week evaluation. This showed that the improvement from Feeling Good was not just due to the passage of time. Then Drs. Jamieson and Scoggin gave the patients in the delayed bibliotherapy group a copy of Feeling Good and asked them to read it during the second 4 weeks of the study. Their improvement in the next 4 weeks was similar to the improvement in the immediate bibliotherapy group during the first 4 weeks of the study. You can also see in Figure 1 that the patients in both groups did not relapse but maintained their gains at the 3-month evaluation. The results of the study indicated that feeling good appeared to have substantial antidepressant effects. At the end of the first 4-week bibliotherapy period, 70% of the patients in the immediate bibliotherapy group no longer met the criteria for a major depressive episode, according to the diagnostic criteria for a major depressive episode that are outlined in the American Psychiatric Association's official Diagnostic and Statistic Manual, DSM. In fact, the improvement was so great most of these patients did not need any further treatment at the medical center. To the best of my knowledge, these are the first published scientific studies showing that a self-help book can actually have significant antidepressant effects in patients suffering from episodes of major depression. In contrast, only 3% of the patients in the delayed bibliotherapy group were covered during the first 4 weeks. In other words, the patients who did not read Feeling Good failed to improve. However, at the 3-month evaluation, when both groups had read Feeling Good, 75% of the patients in the immediate bibliotherapy group and 73% of the patients in the delayed bibliotherapy group no longer qualified for a diagnosis of major depressive episode, according to DSM criteria. The researchers compared the magnitude of the improvement in these groups with the amount of improvement in published outcome studies using antidepressant medications or psychotherapy or both. In the large National Institute of Mental Health Collaborative Depression Study, there was an average reduction of 11.6 points on the HRSD in patients who received cognitive therapy from highly trained therapists for 12 weeks. This was very similar to the 10.6-point change in the HRSD observed in the patients who read Feeling Good after just 4 weeks. However, the bibliotherapy treatment seemed to work significantly faster. My own clinical experience confirms this. In my private practice, very few patients have recovered during the first 4 weeks of treatment. The percentage of patients who dropped out of the bibliotherapy therapy was also very small, around 10%. This is less than most published outcome studies using drugs or psychotherapy, which typically have dropout rates from 15% to over 50%. Finally, the patients developed significantly more positive attitudes and thinking patterns after reading Feeling Good. This was consistent with the premise of the book, namely, that you can defeat depression by changing the negative thinking patterns that cause it. The researchers concluded that the bibliotherapy was effective for patients suffering from depression and might also have a significant role in public education and in depression prevention programs. They speculated that Feeling Good bibliotherapy might help prevent serious episodes of depression among individuals with a tendency toward negative thinking. Finally, the researchers addressed another important concern. Would the antidepressant effects of Feeling Good last? Skillful motivational speakers can get a crowd of people excited and optimistic for brief periods of time. But these brief mood-elevating effects often don't last. The same problem holds for the treatment of depression. Following successful treatment with drugs or psychotherapy, many patients feel tremendously improved, only to relapse back into depression after a period of time. These relapses can be devastating because patients feel so demoralized. In 1997, the investigators reported the results of a 3-year follow-up of the patients in the study I've just described. The authors were Drs. Nancy Smith, Mark Floyd, and Forrest Scoggin from the University of Alabama, and Dr. Christine Jameson from the Tuskegee Veterans Affairs Medical Center. The researchers contacted the patients 3 years after reading Feeling Good and administered the depression tests once again. They also asked the patients several questions about how they had been doing since the completion of the study. The researchers learned that the patients did not relapse but maintained their gains during this 3-year period. In fact, the scores on the 2 depression tests at the 3-year evaluation were actually slightly better than the scores at the completion of the bibliotherapy treatment. More than half of the patients said that their moods continued to improve following the completion of the initial study. The diagnostic findings at the 3-year evaluation confirmed this. 72% of the patients still did not meet the criteria for a major depressive episode, and 70% did not seek or receive any further treatment with medications or psychotherapy during the follow-up period. Although they experienced the normal ups and downs we all feel from time to time, approximately half indicated that when they were upset, they opened up feeling good and reread the most helpful sections. The researchers speculated that these self-administered booster sessions may have been important in maintaining a positive outlook following recovery. 40% of the patients said that the best part of the book was that it helped them change their negative thinking patterns, such as learning to be less perfectionistic and to give up all or nothing thinking. Of course, the study had limitations, like all studies. For one thing, not every patient was cured by reading Feeling Good. No treatment is a panacea. While it is encouraging that many patients seem to respond to reading Feeling Good, it is also clear that some patients with more severe or chronic depressions will need the help of a therapist and possibly an antidepressant medication as well. This is nothing to be ashamed of. Different individuals respond better to different approaches. It is good that we now have 3 types of effective treatment for depression: antidepressant medications, individual and group psychotherapy, and bibliotherapy. Remember that you can use the cognitive bibliotherapy between therapy sessions to speed your recovery even if you are in treatment. In fact, when I first wrote Feeling Good, this is how I imagined the book would be used. I intended it to be a tool my patients could use between therapy sessions to speed up the treatment, and never dreamed that it might someday be used alone as a treatment for depression. It appears that more and more therapists are beginning to assign bibliotherapy to their patients as psychotherapy homework between therapy sessions. In 1994, the results of a nationwide survey about the use of bibliotherapy by mental health professionals were published in the Authoritative Guide to Self-Help Books, published by Guilford Press, New York. Drs. John W. Santrock and Ann M. Minute from the University of Texas in Dallas and Barbara D. Campbell, a research associate at the university, conducted this study. These 3 researchers surveyed 500 American mental health professionals from all 50 states and asked whether they prescribed books for patients to read between sessions to speed recovery. 70% of the therapists polled indicated that they had recommended at least 3 self-help books to their patients during the previous year, and 86% reported that these books provided a positive benefit to their patients. The therapists were also asked which self-help books from a list of 1,000 they most frequently recommended for their patients. Feeling Good was the #1 rated book for depressed patients, and my Feeling Good Handbook, published as a Plume paperback in 1989, was rated #2. I was not aware this survey was being conducted and was thrilled to learn about the results of it. One of my goals when I wrote Feeling Good was to provide reading for my own patients to speed their learning and recovery between therapy sessions, but I never dreamed this idea would catch on in such a big way. Should you expect to improve or recover after reading Feeling Good? That would be unreasonable. The research clearly indicates that while many people who read Feeling Good improved, others needed the additional help of a mental health professional. I have received many letters, probably more than 10,000, from people who read Feeling Good. Many of them kindly described in glowing terms how Feeling Good had helped them, often after years and years of unsuccessful treatment with medications and even electroconvulsive therapy. Others indicated that they found the ideas in Feeling Good appealing, but needed a referral to a good local therapist to make these ideas work for them. This is understandable. We are all different, and it would be unrealistic to think that any one book or form of therapy would be the answer for everyone. Depression is one of the worst forms of suffering because of the immense feelings of shame, worthlessness, hopelessness, and demoralization. Depression can seem worse than terminal cancer because most cancer patients feel loved and they have hope and self-esteem. Many depressed patients have told me, in fact, that they yearned for death and prayed every night that they would get cancer so they could die in dignity without having to commit suicide. But no matter how terrible your depression and anxiety may feel, the prognosis for recovery is excellent. You may be convinced that your own case is so bad, so overwhelming and hopeless, that you are the one person who will never get well no matter what. But sooner or later the clouds have a way of blowing away, and the sky suddenly clears and the sun begins to shine again. When this happens, the feelings of relief and joy can be overwhelming. And if you are now struggling with depression and low self-esteem, I believe this transformation can happen for you as well, no matter how discouraged or depressed you may feel. Well, it's time to get on to Chapter 1 so we can start to work together. I want to wish you the very best as you read it, and hope you find these ideas and methods helpful. David D. Burns, M.D., Clinical Associate Professor of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences, Stanford University School of Medicine. Part 1. Theory and Research. Chapter 1. A Breakthrough in the Treatment of Mood Disorders. Depression has been called the world's #1 public health problem. In fact, depression is so widespread it is considered the common cold of psychiatric disturbances. But there is a grim difference between depression and a cold. Depression can kill you. The suicide rate, studies indicate, has been on a shocking increase in recent years, even among children and adolescents. This escalating death rate has occurred in spite of the billions of antidepressant drugs and tranquilizers that have been dispensed during the past several decades. This might sound fairly gloomy. Before you get even more depressed, let me tell you the good news. Depression is an illness and not a necessary part of healthy living. What's more important, you can overcome it by learning some simple methods for mood elevation. A group of psychiatrists and psychologists at the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine has reported a significant breakthrough in the treatment and prevention of mood disorders. Dissatisfied with traditional methods for treating depression because they found them to be slow and ineffective, these doctors developed and systematically tested an entirely new and remarkably successful approach to depression and other emotional disorders. A series of recent studies confirms that these techniques reduce the symptoms of depression much more rapidly than conventional psychotherapy or drug therapy. The name of this revolutionary treatment is cognitive therapy. I have been centrally involved in the development of cognitive therapy, and this book is the first to describe these methods to the general public. The systematic application and scientific evaluation of this approach in treating clinical depression traces its origins to the innovative work of Drs. Albert Ellis and Aaron T. Beck, who began to refine their unique approach to mood transformation in the mid-1950s and early 1960s. Their pioneering efforts began to emerge into prominence in the past decade because of the research that many mental health professionals have undertaken to refine and evaluate cognitive therapy methods at academic institutions in the United States and abroad. Cognitive therapy is a fast-acting technology of mood modification that you can learn to apply on your own. It can help you eliminate the symptoms and experience personal growth so you can minimize future upsets and cope with depression more effectively in the future. The simple, effective mood control techniques of cognitive therapy provide 1. Rapid symptomatic improvement. In milder depressions, relief from your symptoms can often be observed in as short a time as 12 weeks. 2. Understanding. A clear explanation of why you get moody and what you can do to change your moods. You will learn what causes your powerful feelings, how to distinguish normal from abnormal emotions, and how to diagnose and assess the severity of your upsets. 3. Self-control. You will learn how to apply safe and effective coping strategies that will make you feel better whenever you are upset. I will guide you as you develop a practical, realistic, step-by-step self-help plan. As you apply it, your moods can come under greater voluntary control. 4. Prevention and personal growth. Genuine and long-lasting prophylaxis, prevention, of future mood swings can effectively be based on a reassessment of some basic values and attitudes which lie at the core of your tendency toward painful depressions. I will show you how to challenge and reevaluate certain assumptions about the basis for human worth. The problem-solving and coping techniques you learn will encompass every crisis in modern life, from minor irritations to major emotional collapse. These will include realistic problems, such as divorce, death, or failure, as well as those vague chronic problems that seem to have no obvious external cause, such as low self-confidence, frustration, guilt, or apathy. The question may now occur to you, is this just another self-help, pop psychology? Actually, cognitive therapy is one of the first forms of psychotherapy, which has been shown to be effective through rigorous scientific research under the critical scrutiny of the academic community. This therapy is unique in having professional evaluation and validation at the highest academic levels. It is not just another self-help fad, but a major development that has become an important part of the mainstream of modern psychiatric research and practice. Cognitive therapy's academic foundation has enhanced its impact and should give it staying power for years to come. But don't be turned off by the professional status that cognitive therapy has acquired. Unlike much traditional psychotherapy, it is not occult and anti-intuitive. It is practical and based on common sense, and you can make it work for you. The first principle of cognitive therapy is that all your moods are created by your cognitions or thoughts. A cognition refers to the way you look at things, your perceptions, mental attitudes, and beliefs. It includes the way you interpret things, what you say about something or someone to yourself. You feel the way you do right now because of the thoughts you are thinking at this moment. Let me illustrate this. How have you been feeling as you read this? You might have been thinking, cognitive therapy sounds too good to be true. It would never work for me. If your thoughts run along these lines, you are feeling skeptical or even discouraged. What causes you to feel that way? Your thoughts. You create those feelings by the dialogue you are having with yourself about this book. Conversely, you may have felt a sudden uplift in mood because you thought, hey, this sounds like something which might finally help me. Your emotional reaction is generated not by the sentences you are reading, but by the way you are thinking. The moment you have a certain thought and believe it, you will experience an immediate emotional response. Your thought actually creates the emotion. The second principle is that when you are feeling depressed, your thoughts are dominated by a pervasive negativity. You perceive not only yourself, but the entire world in dark, gloomy terms. What is even worse, you'll come to believe things really are as bad as you imagine them to be. If you are substantially depressed, you will even begin to believe that things always have been and always will be negative. As you look into your past, you remember all the bad things that have happened to you. As you try to imagine the future, you see only emptiness or unending problems and anguish. This bleak vision creates a sense of hopelessness. This feeling is absolutely illogical, but it seems so real that you have convinced yourself that your inadequacy will go on forever. The third principle is of substantial philosophical and therapeutic importance. Our research has documented that the negative thoughts which cause your emotional turmoil nearly always contain gross distortions. Although these thoughts appear valid, you will learn that they are irrational or just plain wrong, and that twisted thinking is a major cause of your suffering. The implications are important. Your depression is probably not based on accurate perceptions of reality, but is often the product of mental slippage. Suppose you believe that what I've said has validity. What good will it do you? Now we come to the most important result of our clinical research. You can learn to deal with your moods more effectively if you master methods that will help you pinpoint and eliminate the mental distortions which cause you to feel upset. As you begin to think more objectively, you will begin to feel better. How effective is cognitive therapy compared with other established and accepted methods for treating depression? Can the new therapy enable severely depressed individuals to get better without drugs? How rapidly does cognitive therapy work? Do the results last? Several years ago, a group of investigators at the Center for Cognitive Therapy at the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine, including Drs. John Rush, Aaron Beck, Maria Kovacs, and Steve Holland, began a pilot study comparing cognitive therapy with one of the most widely used and effective antidepressant drugs on the market, tofranil, imipramine hydrochloride. Over 40 severely depressed patients were randomly assigned to two groups. One group was to receive individual cognitive therapy sessions and no drugs, while the other group would be treated with tofranil and no therapy. This either-or research design was chosen because it provided the maximum opportunity to see how the treatments compared. Up to that time, no form of psychotherapy has been shown to be as effective for depression as treatment with an antidepressant drug. This is why antidepressants have experienced such a wave of interest from the media and have come to be regarded by the professional community in the past 2 decades as the best treatment for most serious forms of depression. Both groups of patients were treated for a 12-week period. All patients were systematically evaluated with extensive psychological testing prior to therapy, as well as at several monthly intervals for 1 year after completion of treatment. The doctors who performed the psychological tests were not the therapists who administered the treatment. This ensured an objective assessment of the merits of each form of treatment. The patients were suffering from moderate to severe depressive episodes. The majority had failed to improve in spite of previous treatment with 2 or more therapists at other clinics. 3/4 were suicidal at the time of their referral. The average patient had been troubled by chronic or intermittent depression for 8 years. Many were absolutely convinced their problems were insoluble and felt their lives were hopeless. Your own mood problems may not seem as overwhelming as theirs. A tough patient population was chosen so that the treatment could be tested under the most difficult, challenging conditions. The outcome of the study was quite unexpected and encouraging. The cognitive therapy was at least as effective as, if not more effective than, the antidepressant drug therapy. As you can see on Table 1.1, shown on the enhanced portion of this audiobook, 15 of the 19 patients treated with cognitive therapy had shown a substantial reduction of symptoms after 12 weeks of active treatment. An additional 2 individuals had improved, but were still experiencing borderline to mild depression. Only 1 patient had dropped out of treatment, and 1 had not yet begun to improve at the end of this period. In contrast, only 5 of the 25 patients assigned to antidepressant drug therapy had shown complete recovery by the end of the 12-week period. 8 of these patients dropped out of therapy as a result of the adverse side effects of the medication, and 12 others showed no improvement or only partial improvement. Of particular importance was the discovery that many patients treated with cognitive therapy improved more rapidly than those successfully treated with drugs. Within the first week or 2, there was a pronounced reduction in suicidal thoughts among the cognitive therapy group. The effectiveness of cognitive therapy should be encouraging for individuals who prefer not to rely on drugs to raise their spirits, but prefer to develop an understanding of what is troubling them and to do something to cope with it. How about those patients who had not recovered by the end of 12 weeks? Like any form of treatment, this one is not a panacea. Clinical experience has shown that all individuals do not respond as rapidly, but most can nevertheless improve if they persist for a longer period of time. Sometimes this is hard work. One particularly encouraging development for individuals with refractory severe depressions is a recent study by Drs. Ivy Blackburn and her associates at the Medical Research Council at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. These investigators have shown that the combination of antidepressant drugs with cognitive therapy can be more effective than either modality above. In my experience, the most crucial predictor of recovery is a persistent willingness to exert some effort to help yourself. Given this attitude, you will succeed. Just how much improvement can you hope for? The average cognitively treated patient experienced a substantial elimination of symptoms by the end of treatment. Many reported they felt the happiest they had ever felt in their lives. They emphasized that the mood training brought about a sense of self-esteem and confidence. No matter how miserable, depressed, and pessimistic you now feel, I am convinced that you can experience beneficial effects if you are willing to apply the methods described in this book with persistence and consistency. How long do the effects last? The findings from follow-up studies during the year after completion of treatment are quite interesting. While many individuals from both groups had occasional mood swings at various times during the year, both groups continued on the whole to maintain the gains they had demonstrated by the end of 12 weeks of active treatment. Which group actually fared better during the follow-up period? The psychological tests, as well as the patient's own reports, confirmed that the cognitive therapy group continued to feel substantially better, and these differences were statistically significant. The relapse rate over the course of the year in the cognitive therapy group was less than half that observed in the drug patients. These were sizable differences that favored the patients treated with the new approach. Does this mean that I can guarantee you will never again have the blues after using cognitive methods to eliminate your current depression? Obviously not. That would be like saying that once you have achieved good physical condition through daily jogging, You will never again be short of breath. Part of being human means getting upset from time to time, so I can guarantee you will not achieve a state of never-ending bliss. This means you will have to reapply the techniques that help you if you want to continue to master your moods. There's a difference between feeling better, which can occur spontaneously, and getting better, which results from systematically applying and reapplying the methods that will lift your mood whenever the need arises. How has this work been received by the academic community? The impact of these findings on psychiatrists, psychologists, and other mental health professionals has been substantial. It has now been 20 years since this chapter was first written. During that time, numerous well-controlled studies of the effectiveness of cognitive therapy have been published in scientific journals. These studies have compared the effectiveness of cognitive therapy with the effectiveness of antidepressant medications, as well as other forms of psychotherapy in the treatment of depression, anxiety, and other disorders. The results of these studies have been quite encouraging. Researchers have confirmed our early impressions that cognitive therapy was at least as effective as medications, and often more effective, both in the short term and in the long term. What does this all add up to? We are experiencing a crucial development in modern psychiatry and psychology, a promising new approach to understanding human emotions based on a cogent, testable therapy. Large numbers of mental health professionals are now showing a great interest in this approach, and the groundswell seems to be just beginning. Since the first edition of Feeling Good in 1980, many thousands of depressed individuals have been successfully treated with cognitive therapy. Some have considered themselves hopelessly untreatable and came to us as a last-ditch effort before committing suicide. Many others were simply troubled by the nagging tensions of daily living and wanted a greater share of personal happiness. This book is a carefully thought-out, practical application of our work, and it is designed for you. Good luck. Chapter 2. How to Diagnose Your Moods. The First Step in the Cure. Perhaps you are wondering if you have in fact been suffering from depression. Let's go ahead and see where you stand. The Burns Depression Checklist, BDC, appears as Table 2.1 on the enhanced portion of this audiobook. It's a reliable mood-measuring device that detects the presence of depression and accurately rates its severity. This simple questionnaire will take only a few minutes to complete. After you have completed the BDC, I will show you how to make a simple interpretation of the results based on your total score. Then you will know immediately whether or not you are suffering from a true depression, and if so, how severe it is. I will also lay out some important guidelines to help you determine whether you can safely and effectively treat your own blue mood using this book as your guide, or whether you have a more serious emotional disorder and might benefit from professional intervention in addition to your own efforts to help yourself. As you fill out the questionnaire, read each item carefully and put a check in the box that indicates how you have been feeling during the past few days. Make sure you check one answer for each of the 25 items. If in doubt, make your best guess. Do not leave any questions unanswered. Regardless of the outcome, this can be your first step toward emotional improvement. Interpreting the Burns Depression Checklist. Now that you have completed the test, add up the score for each of the 25 items and obtain the total. Since the highest score you can get on each of the 25 symptoms is 4, the highest score for the whole test would be 100. This would indicate the most severe depression possible. Since the lowest score for each item is 0, the lowest score for the test would be 0. This would indicate no symptoms of depression at all. You can now evaluate your depression according to Table 2.2 found on the enhancement. As you can see, the higher the total score, the more severe your depression. In contrast, the lower the score, the better you are feeling. Although the BDC is not difficult or time-consuming to fill out and score, don't be deceived by its simplicity. You have just learned to use a highly sophisticated tool for detecting depression and measuring its severity. Research studies have demonstrated that the BDC is highly accurate and reliable. Studies in a variety of settings, such as psychiatric emergency rooms, have indicated that instruments of this type actually pick up the presence of depressive symptoms far more frequently than formal interviews by experienced clinicians. You can use the BDC with confidence to monitor your progress as well. In my clinical work, I have insisted that every patient must fill out the test on his or her own between all sessions and report the score to me at the beginning of the next session. Changes in the score show me whether the patient is getting better, worse, or staying the same. As you apply the various self-help techniques described in this book, take the BDC test at regular intervals to assess your progress objectively. I suggest a minimum of once a week. Compare it to weighing yourself regularly when you're on a diet. You will notice that various chapters in this book focus on different symptoms of depression. As you learn to overcome these symptoms, you will find that your total score will begin to fall. This will show that you are improving. When your score is under 10, you will be in the range considered normal. When it is under 5, you will be feeling especially good. Ideally, I'd like to see your score under 5 the majority of the time. This is one aim of your treatment. Is it safe for depressed individuals to try to help themselves using the principles and methods outlined in this book? The answer is definitely yes. This is because the crucial decision to try to help yourself is the key that will allow you to feel better as soon as possible, regardless of how severe your mood disturbance might seem to be. Under what conditions should you seek professional help? If your score is between 0 and 5, you are probably feeling good already. This is in the range of normal, and most people with scores this low feel pretty happily contented. If your score was between 6 and 10, it is still in the range of normal, but you are probably feeling a bit on the lumpy side. There's room for improvement, a little mental tune-up, if you will. The cognitive therapy techniques in this book can often be remarkably helpful in these instances. Problems in daily living bug all of us, and a change of perspective can often make a big difference in how you feel. If your score was between 11 and 25, your depression, at least at this time, is mild and should not be a cause for alarm. You will definitely want to correct this problem, and you may be able to make substantial progress on your own. Systematic self-help efforts along the lines proposed in this book, combined with frank communication on a number of occasions with a trusted friend, may help a great deal. But if your score remains in this range for more than a few weeks, you should consider professional treatment. The help of a therapist or an antidepressant medication may considerably speed your recovery. Some of the thorniest depressions I have treated were actually individuals whose scores were in the mild range. Often these individuals had been mildly depressed for years, sometimes for most of their entire life. A mild chronic depression that goes on is now called dysthymic disorder. Although that is a big fancy-sounding term, it has a simple meaning. All it means is this person is awfully gloomy and negative most of the time. You probably know someone who was like that, and you may have fallen into spells of pessimism yourself. Fortunately, the same methods in this book that have proven so helpful for severe depressions can also be very helpful for these mild chronic depressions. If you score between 26 and 50 on the BDC, it means you are moderately depressed. But don't be fooled by the term, moderate. A score in this range can indicate pretty intense suffering. Most of us can feel quite upset for brief periods, but we usually snap out of it. If your score remains in this range for more than 2 weeks, you should definitely seek professional treatment. If your score was above 50, it indicates your depression is severe or even extreme. This degree of suffering can be almost unbearable, especially when the score is increased above 75. Your moods are apt to be intensely uncomfortable and possibly dangerous because the feelings of despair and hopelessness may even trigger suicidal impulses. Fortunately, the prognosis for successful treatment is excellent. In fact, sometimes the most severe depressions respond the most rapidly. But it is not wise to try to treat a severe depression on your own. A professional consultation is a must. Seek out a trusted and competent counselor. Even if you receive psychotherapy or antidepressant medications, I am convinced you can still benefit greatly by applying what I teach you. My research studies have indicated that the spirit of self-help greatly speeds up recovery, even when patients receive professional treatment. In addition to evaluating your total score on the BDC, be sure you pay special attention to items 23, 24, and 25. These items ask about suicidal feelings, urges, and plans. If you had elevated scores on any of these items, I would strongly recommend that you obtain professional help right away. Many depressed individuals have elevated scores on item 23, but zeros on items 24 and 25. This usually means they have suicidal thoughts, such as, "I'd probably be better off dead," but no actual suicidal intentions or urges and no plans to commit suicide. This pattern is quite common. If your scores on item 24 or 25 are elevated, however, this is a cause for alarm. Seek treatment immediately. I have provided some effective methods for assessing and reversing suicidal impulses in a later chapter, but you must consult a professional when suicide begins to appear to be a desirable or necessary option. Your conviction that you are hopeless is the reason to seek treatment, not suicide. The majority of seriously depressed individuals believe they are hopeless beyond any shadow of a doubt. This destructive delusion is merely a symptom of the illness, not a fact. Your feeling that you are hopeless is powerful evidence that you are actually not. It is also important for you to look at item 22, which asks if you have been more worried about your health recently. Have you experienced any unexplained aches, pains, fever, weight loss, or other possible symptoms of medical illness? If so, it would be worthwhile to have a medical consultation, which would include a history, a complete physical examination, and laboratory tests. Your doctor will probably give you a clean bill of health. This will suggest that your uncomfortable physical symptoms are related to your emotional state. Depression can mimic a great number of medical disorders because your mood swings often create a wide variety of puzzling physical symptoms. These include, to name just a few, constipation, diarrhea, pain, insomnia, or the tendency to sleep too much, fatigue, loss of sexual interest, lightheadedness, trembling, and numbness. As your depression improves, these symptoms will in all likelihood vanish. However, keep in mind that many treatable illnesses may initially masquerade as depression, and a medical examination could reveal an early and life-saving diagnosis of a reversible organic disorder. There are a number of symptoms that indicate but do not prove the existence of a serious mental disturbance, and these require a consultation with and possible treatment by a mental health professional, in addition to the self-administered personal growth program in this book. Some of the major symptoms include the belief that people are plotting and conspiring against you in order to hurt you or take your life, a bizarre experience which the ordinary person cannot understand. The conviction that external forces are controlling your mind or body, the feeling that other people can hear your thoughts or read your mind, hearing voices from outside your head, seeing things that aren't there, and receiving personal messages broadcast from radio or television programs. These symptoms are not a part of depressive illness, but represent major mental disorders. Psychiatric treatment is a must. Quite often, people with these symptoms are convinced that nothing is wrong with them and may meet the suggestion to seek psychiatric therapy with suspicious resentment and resistance. In contrast, if you are harboring the deep fear that you are going insane and are experiencing episodes of panic in which you sense you are losing control or going over the deep end, it is a near certainty that you are not. These are typical symptoms of ordinary anxiety, a much less serious disorder. Mania is a special type of mood disorder with which you should be familiar. Mania is the opposite of depression and requires prompt intervention by a psychiatrist who can prescribe lithium. Lithium stabilizes extreme mood swings and allows the patient to lead a normal life. However, until therapy is initiated, the disease can be emotionally destructive. The symptoms include an abnormally elated or irritable mood that persists for at least 2 days and is not caused by drugs or alcohol. The manic patient's behavior is characterized by impulsive actions which reflect poor judgment, such as irresponsible excessive spending along with a grandiose sense of self-confidence. Mania is accompanied by increased sexual or aggressive activity, hyperactive continuous body movements, racing thoughts, non-stop excited talking, and a decreased need to sleep. Manic individuals have the delusion that they are extraordinarily powerful and brilliant, and often insist they are on the verge of some philosophical or scientific breakthrough or lucrative money-making scheme. Many famous creative individuals suffer from this illness and manage to control it with lithium. Because the disease feels so good, individuals who are having their first attack often cannot be convinced to seek treatment. The first symptoms are so intoxicating that the victim resists accepting the idea that his or her sudden acquisition of self-confidence and inner ecstasy is actually just a manifestation of a destructive illness. After a while, the euphoric state may escalate into uncontrollable delirium requiring involuntary hospitalization, or it may just as suddenly switch into an incapacitating depression with pronounced immobility and apathy. I want you to be familiar with the symptoms of mania because a significant percentage of individuals who experience a true major depressive episode will at some later time develop these symptoms. When this occurs, the personality of the afflicted individual undergoes a profound transformation over a period of days or weeks. While psychotherapy and a self-help program can be extremely helpful, concomitant treatment with lithium under medical supervision is a must for an optimal response. With such treatment, the prognosis for manic illness is excellent. Let's assume that you do not have a strong suicidal urge, hallucinations, or symptoms of mania. Instead of moping and feeling miserable, you can now proceed to get better using the methods outlined in this book. You can start enjoying life and work and use the energy spent in being depressed for vital and creative living. Chapter 3. Understanding your moods. You feel the way you think. As you read the previous chapter, you became aware of how extensive the effects of depression are. Your mood slumps, your self-image crumbles, your body doesn't function properly, your willpower becomes paralyzed, and your actions defeat you. That's why you feel so totally down in the dumps. What's the key to it all? Because depression has been viewed as an emotional disorder throughout the history of psychiatry, therapists from most schools of thought place a strong emphasis on getting in touch with your feelings. Our research reveals the unexpected. Depression is not an emotional disorder at all. The sudden change in the way you feel is of no more casual relevance than a runny nose is when you have a cold. Every bad feeling you have is the result of your distorted negative thinking. Illogical, pessimistic attitudes play the central role in the development and continuation of all your symptoms. Intense negative thinking always accompanies a depressive episode, or any painful emotion for that matter. Your moody thoughts are likely to be entirely different from those you have when you're not upset. A young woman about to receive her PhD expressed it this way. Every time I become depressed, I feel as if I have been hit with a sudden cosmic jolt and I begin to see things differently. The change can come within less than an hour. My thoughts become negative and pessimistic. As I look into the past, I become convinced that everything that I've ever done is worthless. Any happy period seems like an illusion. My accomplishments appear as genuine as the false facade for the set of a Western movie. I become convinced that the real me is worthless and inadequate. I can't move forward with my work because I become frozen with doubt. But I can't stand still because the misery is unbearable. You will learn, as she did, that the negative thoughts that flood your mind are the actual cause of your self-defeating emotions. These thoughts are what keep you lethargic and make you feel inadequate. Your negative thoughts, or cognitions, are the most frequently overlooked symptoms of your depression. These cognitions contain a key to relief and are therefore your most important symptoms. Every time you feel depressed about something, try to identify a corresponding negative thought you had just prior to and during the depression. Because these thoughts have actually created your bad mood, by learning to restructure them, you can change your mood. You're probably skeptical of all this because your negative thinking has become such a part of your life that it has become automatic. For this reason, I call negative thoughts automatic thoughts. They run through your mind automatically without the slightest effort on your part to put them there. They are as obvious and natural to you as the way you hold a fork. The relationship between the way you think and the way you feel is diagrammed in Figure 3.1. This illustrates the first major key to understanding your moods. Your emotions result entirely from the way you look at things. It is an obvious neurological fact that before you can experience an event, you must process it with your mind and give it meaning. You must understand what is happening to you before you can feel it. If your understanding of what is happening is accurate, your emotions will be normal. If your perception is twisted and distorted in some way, your emotional response will be abnormal. Depression falls into this category. It is always the result of mental static distortions. Your blue moods can be compared to the scratchy music coming from a radio that is not properly tuned to the station. The problem is not that the tubes or transistors are blown out or defective, or that the signal from the radio station is distorted as a result of bad weather. You just simply have to adjust the dials. When you learn to bring about this mental tuning, the music will come through clearly again and your depression will lift. Some readers, maybe you, will experience a pang of despair when they read that paragraph. Yet there is nothing upsetting about it. If anything, the paragraph should bring hope. Then what caused your mood to plunge as you were reading? It was your thought. For other people, a little tuning may suffice, but I'm the radio that is broken beyond repair. My tubes are blown out. I don't care if 10,000 other depressed patients all get well. I'm convinced beyond any shadow of a doubt that my problems are hopeless. I hear the statement 50 times a week. Nearly every depressed person seems convinced beyond all rhyme or reason that he or she is the special one who really is beyond hope. This delusion reflects the kind of mental processing that is at the very core of your illness. I have always been fascinated by the ability certain people have to create illusions. As a child, I used to spend hours at the local library reading books on magic. Saturdays, I would hang out in magic stores for hours, watching the man behind the counter produce remarkable effects with cards and silks and chromium spheres that floated through the air, defying all the laws of common sense. One of my happiest childhood memories is when I was 8 years old and saw Blackstone, world's greatest magician, perform in Denver, Colorado. I was invited with several other children from the audience to come up on stage. Blackstone instructed us to place our hands on a 2 feet by 2 feet birdcage filled with live white doves until the top, bottom, and all 4 sides were enclosed entirely by our hands. He stood nearby and said, "Stare at that cage." I did. My eyes were bulging and I refused to blink. He exclaimed, "Now I'll clap my hands." He did. In that instant, the cage of birds vanished. My hands were suspended in empty air. It was impossible. Yet it happened. I was stunned. Now I know that his ability as an illusionist was no greater than that of the average depressed patient. This includes you. When you are depressed, you possess the remarkable ability to believe and to get the people around you to believe things which have no basis in reality. As a therapist, it is my job to penetrate your illusion, to teach you how to look behind the mirrors so you can see how you have been fooling yourself. You might even say that I'm planning to disillusion you, but I don't think you're going to mind at all. Read over the following list of 10 cognitive distortions that form the basis of all your depressions. Get a feel for them. I have prepared this list with great care. It represents the distilled essence of many years of research and clinical experience. Refer to it over and over when you read the How to Do It section of the book. When you are feeling upset, the list will be invaluable in making you aware of how you are fooling yourself. Definitions of cognitive distortions. 1. All or nothing thinking. This refers to your tendency to evaluate your personal qualities in extreme black or white categories. For example, a prominent politician told me, "Because I lost the race for governor, I'm a 0. A straight-A student who received a B on an exam concluded, "Now I'm a total failure." All or nothing thinking forms the basis for perfectionism. It causes you to fear any mistake or imperfection because you will then see yourself as a complete loser, and you will feel inadequate and worthless. This way of evaluating things is unrealistic, because life is rarely completely either one way or the other. For example, no one is absolutely brilliant, or totally stupid. Similarly, no one is either completely attractive or totally ugly. Look at the floor of the room you are sitting in now. Is it perfectly clean? Is every inch piled high with dust and dirt, or is it partially clean? Absolutes do not exist in this universe. If you try to force your experiences into absolute categories, you will be constantly depressed because your perceptions will not conform to reality. You will set yourself up for discrediting yourself endlessly because whatever you do will never measure up to your exaggerated expectations. The technical name for this type of perceptual error is dichotomous thinking. You see everything as black or white. Shades of gray do not exist. 2. Overgeneralization. When I was 11 years old, I bought a deck of trick cards at the Arizona State Fair called the Svengali deck. You may have seen this simple but impressive illusion yourself. I show the deck to you. Every card is different. You choose a card at random. Let's assume you pick the Jack of Spades. Without telling me what card it is, you replace it in the deck. Now I exclaim, Svengali. As I turn the deck over, every card has turned into the Jack of Spades. When you overgeneralize, this is performing the mental equivalent of Svengali. You arbitrarily conclude that one thing that happened to you once will occur over and over again, will multiply like the Jack of Spades. Since what happened is invariably unpleasant, you feel upset. A depressed salesman noticed bird dung on his car window and thought, "That's just my luck. The birds are always crapping on my window." This is a perfect example of overgeneralization. When I asked him about this experience, he admitted that in 20 years of traveling, he could not remember another time when he found bird dung on his car window. The pain of rejection is generated almost entirely from overgeneralization. In its absence, a personal affront is temporarily disappointing but cannot be seriously disturbing. A shy young man mustered up his courage to ask a girl for a date. When she politely declined because of a previous engagement, he said to himself, "I'm never going to get a date. No girl would ever want a date with me. I'll be lonely and miserable all my life." In his distorted cognitions, he concluded that because she turned him down once, she would always do so, and that since all women have 100% identical tastes, he would be endlessly and repeatedly rejected by any eligible woman on the face of the earth. Svengali! Number 3. Mental filter. You pick out a negative detail in any situation and dwell on it exclusively, thus perceiving that the whole situation is negative. For example, a depressed college student heard some other students making fun of her best friend. She became furious because she was thinking, "That's what the human race is basically like, cruel and insensitive." She was overlooking the fact that in the previous months, few people, if any, had been cruel or insensitive to her. On another occasion, when she completed her first midterm exam, she felt certain she had missed approximately 17 questions out of 100. She thought exclusively about those 17 questions and concluded she would flunk out of college. When she got the paper back, there was a note attached that read, "You got 83 out of 100 correct. This was by far the highest grade of any student this year, A+. When you are depressed, you wear a pair of eyeglasses with special lenses that filter out anything positive. All that you allow to enter your conscious mind is negative. Because you are not aware of this filtering process, you conclude that everything is negative. The technical name for this process is selective abstraction. It is a bad habit that can cause you to suffer much needless anguish. Number 4. Disqualifying the positive. An even more spectacular mental illusion is the persistent tendency of some depressed individuals to transform neutral or even positive experiences into negative ones. You don't just ignore positive experiences, you cleverly and swiftly turn them into their nightmarish opposite. I call this reverse alchemy. The medieval alchemists dreamed of finding some method for transmuting the baser metals into gold. If you have been depressed, you may have developed the talent for doing the exact opposite. You can instantly transform golden joy into emotional lead. Not intentionally, however, you're probably not even aware of what you're doing to yourself. An everyday example of this would be the way most of us have been conditioned to respond to compliments. When someone praises your appearance or your work, you might automatically tell yourself they're just being nice. With one swift blow, you mentally disqualify their compliment. You do the same thing to them when you tell them, "Oh, it was nothing, really." If you constantly throw cold water on the good things that happen, no wonder life seems damp and chilly to you. Disqualifying the positive is one of the most destructive forms of cognitive distortion. You're like a scientist intent on finding evidence to support some pet hypothesis. The hypothesis that dominates your depressive thinking is usually some version of, I'm second rate. Whenever you have a negative experience, you dwell on it and conclude, that proves what I've known all along. In contrast, when you have a positive experience, you tell yourself, that was a fluke, it doesn't count. The price you pay for this tendency is intense misery and an inability to appreciate the good things that happen. While this type of cognitive distortion is commonplace, it can also form the basis for some of the most extreme and intractable forms of depression. For example, a young woman hospitalized during a severe depressive episode told me, "No one could possibly care about me because I'm such an awful person. I'm a complete loner. Not one person on earth gives a damn about me." When she was discharged from the hospital, many patients and staff members expressed great fondness for her. Can you guess how she negated all this? They don't count because they don't see me in the real world. A real person outside a hospital could never care about me. I then asked her how she reconciled this with the fact that she had numerous friends and family outside the hospital who did care about her. She replied, "They don't count because they don't know the real me. You see, Dr. Burns, inside I'm absolutely rotten. I'm the worst person in the world. It would be impossible for anyone to really like me for even one moment." By disqualifying positive experiences in this manner, she can maintain a negative belief which is clearly unrealistic and inconsistent with her everyday experiences. While your negative thinking is probably not as extreme as hers, there may be many times every day when you do inadvertently ignore genuinely positive things that have happened to you. This removes much of life's richness and makes things appear needlessly bleak. Number 5. Jumping to conclusions. You arbitrarily jump to a negative conclusion that is not justified by the facts of the situation. 2 examples of this are mind reading and the fortune teller error. Mind reading. You make the assumption that other people are looking down on you, and you're so convinced about this that you don't even bother to check it out. Suppose you are giving an excellent lecture, and you notice that a man in the front row is nodding off. He was up most of the night on a wild fling, but you, of course, don't know this. You might have the thought, this audience thinks I'm a bore. Suppose a friend passes you on the street and fails to say hello because he is so absorbed in his thoughts he doesn't notice you. You might erroneously conclude, he is ignoring me, so he must not like me anymore. Perhaps your spouse is unresponsive one evening because he or she was criticized at work and is too upset to want to talk about it. Your heart sinks because of the way you interpret the silence. He or she is mad at me. What did I do wrong? You may then respond to these imagined negative reactions by withdrawal or counterattack. This self-defeating behavior pattern may act as a self-fulfilling prophecy and set up a negative interaction in a relationship when none exists in the first place. The fortune teller error is as if you had a crystal ball that foretold only misery for you. You imagine that something bad is about to happen, and you take this prediction as a fact even though it is unrealistic. A high school librarian repeatedly told herself during anxiety attacks, "I'm going to pass out or go crazy." These predictions were unrealistic because she had never once passed out or gone crazy in her entire life. Nor did she have any serious symptoms to suggest impending insanity. During a therapy session, an acutely depressed physician explained to me why he was giving up his practice. "I realize I'll be depressed forever. My misery will go on, and I'm absolutely convinced that this or any treatment will be doomed to failure." This negative prediction about his prognosis caused him to feel hopeless. His symptomatic improvement soon after initiating therapy indicated just how off base his fortune-telling had been. Do you ever find yourself jumping to conclusions like these? Suppose you telephone a friend who fails to return your call after a reasonable time. You then feel depressed when you tell yourself that your friend probably got the message but wasn't interested enough to call you back. Your distortion, mind reading. You then feel bitter and decide not to call back and check this out because you say to yourself, he'll think I'm being obnoxious if I call him back again. I'll only make a fool of myself. Because of these negative predictions, the fortune teller error, you avoid your friend and feel put down. 3 weeks later, you learn that your friend never got your message. All that stewing, it turns out, was just a lot of self-imposed hokum. Another painful product of your mental magic. Number 6, magnification and minimization. Another thinking trap you might fall into is called magnification and minimization, but I like to think of it as the binocular trick, because you are either blowing things up out of proportion or shrinking them. Magnification commonly occurs when you look at your own errors, fears, or imperfections and exaggerate their importance. My God, I made a mistake. How terrible, how awful. The word will spread like wildfire. My reputation is ruined. You're looking at your faults through the end of the binoculars that make them appear gigantic and grotesque. This has also been called catastrophizing because you turn commonplace negative events into nightmarish monsters. When you think about your strengths, you may do the opposite. Look through the wrong end of the binoculars so that things look small and unimportant. If you magnify your imperfections and minimize your good points, you're guaranteed to feel inferior. But the problem isn't you, it's the crazy lenses you're wearing. Number 7, emotional reasoning. You take your emotions as evidence for the truth. Your logic. I feel like a dud, therefore I am a dud. This kind of reasoning is misleading because your feelings reflect your thoughts and beliefs. If they are distorted, as is quite often the case, your emotions will have no validity. Examples of emotional reasoning include, I feel guilty, therefore I must have done something bad. I feel overwhelmed and hopeless, therefore my problems must be impossible to solve. I feel inadequate, therefore I must be a worthless person. I'm not in the mood to do anything, therefore I might as well just lie in bed. Or, I'm mad at you. This proves that you've been acting rotten and trying to take advantage of me. Emotional reasoning plays a role in nearly all your depressions. Because things feel so negative to you, you assume they truly are. It doesn't occur to you to challenge the validity of the perceptions that create your feelings. One usual side effect of emotional reasoning is procrastination. You avoid cleaning up your desk because you tell yourself, I feel so lousy when I think about that messy desk. Cleaning it will be impossible. 6 months later, you finally give yourself a little push and do it. It turns out to be quite gratifying and not so tough at all. You were fooling yourself all along because you are in the habit of letting your negative feelings guide the way you act. Number 8, should statements. You try to motivate yourself by saying, I should do this or I must do that. These statements cause you to feel pressured and resentful. Paradoxically, you end up feeling apathetic and unmotivated. Albert Ellis calls this masturbation. I call it the shouldy approach to life. When you direct should statements toward others, you will usually feel frustrated. When an emergency caused me to be 5 minutes late for the first therapy session, the new patient thought, he shouldn't be so self-centered and thoughtless. He ought to be prompt. This thought caused her to feel sour and resentful. Should statements generate a lot of unnecessary emotional turmoil in your daily life. When the reality of your own behavior falls short of your standards, your shoulds and shouldn'ts create self-loathing, shame, and guilt. When the all-too-human performance of other people falls short of your expectations, as will inevitably happen from time to time, you'll feel bitter and self-righteous. You'll either have to change your expectations to approximate reality, or always feel let down by human behavior. If you recognize this bad should habit in yourself, I have outlined many effective should and shouldn't removal methods in later chapters on guilt and anger. Number 9, labeling and mislabeling. Personal labeling means creating a completely negative self-image based on your errors. It is an extreme form of overgeneralization. The philosophy behind it is, the measure of a man is the mistakes he makes. There's a good chance you are involved in a personal labeling whenever you describe your mistakes with sentences beginning with, I'm a, for example. When you miss your putt on the 18th hole, you might say, I'm a born loser, instead of, I goofed up on my putt. Similarly, when the stock you invested in goes down, instead of up, you might think, I'm a failure, instead of, I made a mistake. Labeling yourself is not only self-defeating, it is irrational. Yourself cannot be equated with any one thing you do. Your life is a complex and ever-changing flow of thoughts, emotions, and actions. To put it another way, you are more like a river than a statue. Stop trying to define yourself with negative labels. They are overly simplistic and wrong. Would you think of yourself exclusively as an eater just because you eat, or a breather just because you breathe? This is nonsense. But such nonsense becomes painful when you label yourself out of a sense of your own inadequacies. When you label other people, you will invariably generate hostility. A common example is the boss who sees his occasionally irritable secretary as an uncooperative bitch. Because of this label, he resents her and jumps at every chance to criticize her. She, in turn, labels him an insensitive chauvinist and complains about him at every opportunity. So, around and around they go at each other's throats, focusing on every weakness or imperfection as proof of the other's worthlessness. Mislabeling involves describing an event with words that are inaccurate and emotionally heavily loaded. For example, a woman on a diet ate a dish of ice cream and thought, "How disgusting and repulsive of me, I'm a pig." These thoughts made her so upset, she ate the whole quart of ice cream. Number 10. Personalization. This distortion is the mother of guilt. You assume responsibility for a negative even when there is no basis for doing so. You arbitrarily conclude that what happened was your fault or reflects your inadequacy, even when you were not responsible for it. For example, when a patient didn't do a self-help assignment I had suggested, I felt guilty because of my thought, I must be a lousy therapist. It's my fault that she isn't working harder to help herself. It's my responsibility to make sure she gets well. When a mother saw her child's report card, there was a note from the teacher indicating the child was not working well. She immediately decided, I must be a bad mother. This shows how I've failed. Personalization causes you to feel crippling guilt. You suffer from a paralyzing and burdensome sense of responsibility that forces you to carry the whole world on your shoulders. You have confused influence with control over others. In your role as a teacher, counselor, parent, physician, salesman, executive, you will certainly influence the people you interact with. But no one could reasonably expect you to control them. What the other person does is ultimately his or her responsibility, not yours. Methods to help you overcome your tendency to personalize and trim your sense of responsibility down to manageable, realistic proportions will be discussed later on in this book. The 10 forms of cognitive distortions cause many, if not all, of your depressed states. They are summarized in Table 3.1, found on the enhancement. Study this table and master these concepts. Try to become as familiar with them as with your phone number. Refer to Table 3.1 over and over again as you learn about the various methods for mood modification. When you become familiar with these 10 forms of distortion, you will benefit from this knowledge all your life. I have prepared a simple self-assessment quiz to help you test and strengthen your understanding of the 10 distortions. As you read each of the following brief vignettes, imagine you are the person who is being described. Circle one or more answers which indicate the distortions contained in the negative thoughts. I will explain the answer to the first question. The answer key to subsequent questions is given at the end of this chapter, but don't look ahead. I'm certain you will be able to identify at least one distortion in the first question, and that will be a start. 1. You are a housewife and your heart sinks when your husband has just complained disgruntledly that the roast beef was overdone. The following thought crosses your mind. I'm a total failure. I can't stand it. I never do anything right. I work like a slave, and this is all the thanks I get? The jerk. These thoughts cause you to feel sad and angry. Your distortions include one or more of the following. A. All or nothing thinking. B. Overgeneralization. C. Magnification. D. Labeling. E. All of the above. Now I will discuss the correct answers to this question so you can get some immediate feedback. Any answer you might have circled were correct, so if you circled anything, you were right. Here's why. When you tell yourself, I'm a total failure, you engage in all or nothing thinking. Cut it out. The meat was a little dry, but that doesn't make your entire life a total failure. When you think, I never do anything right, you are overgeneralizing. Never? Come on now. Not anything? When you tell yourself, I can't stand it, you are magnifying the pain you are feeling. You're blowing it way out of proportion because you are standing it. And if you are, you can. Your husband's grumbling is not exactly what you like to hear, but it's not a reflection of your worth. Finally, when you proclaim, I work like a slave and this is all the thanks I get, the jerk, you are labeling both of you. He's not a jerk, he's just being irritable and insensitive. Jerky behavior exists, but jerks do not. Similarly, it's silly to label yourself a slave. You're just letting his moodiness sour your evening. Okay, now let's continue with the quiz. Number 2. You have just read the sentence in which I informed you that you would have to take this self-assessment quiz. Your heart suddenly sinks and you think, oh no, not another test. I always do lousy on tests. I'll have to skip this section of the book. It makes me nervous, so it wouldn't help anyway. Your distortions include A. Jumping to conclusions, fortune teller error. B. Overgeneralization. C. All or nothing thinking. D. Personalization. E. Emotional reasoning. 3. You are a psychiatrist at the University of Pennsylvania. You are attempting to revise your manuscript on depression after meeting with your editor in New York. Although your editor seemed extremely enthusiastic, you notice you are feeling nervous and inadequate due to your thoughts. They made a terrible mistake when they chose my book. I won't be able to do a good job. I'll never be able to make the book fresh, lively, and punchy. My writing is too drab and my ideas aren't good enough. Your cognitive distortions include A. All or nothing thinking. B. Jumping to conclusions. Negative prediction. C. Mental filter. D. Disqualifying the positive. E. Magnification. Number 4. You are lonely and you decide to attend a social affair for singles. Soon after you get there, you have the urge to leave because you feel anxious and defensive. The following thoughts run through your mind. They probably aren't very interesting people. Why torture myself? They're just a bunch of losers. I can tell because I feel so bored. This party will be a drag. Your errors involve A. Labeling. B. Magnification. C. Jumping to conclusions, fortune teller error, and mind reading. D. Emotional reasoning. E. Personalization. Number 5. You receive a layoff notice from your employer. You feel mad and frustrated. You think, this proves the world is no damn good. I never get a break. Your distortions include A. All or nothing thinking. B. Disqualifying the positive. C. Mental filter. D. Personalization. E. Should statement. Number 6. You're about to give a lecture and you notice that your heart is pounding. You feel tense and nervous because you think, my God, I'll probably forget what I'm supposed to say. My speech isn't any good anyway. My mind will blank out. I'll make a fool of myself. Your thinking errors involve A. All or nothing thinking. B. Disqualifying the positive. C. Jumping to conclusions, fortune teller error. D. Minimization. E. Labeling. Number 7. Your date calls you at the last minute to cancel out because of illness. You feel angry and disappointed because you think, I'm getting jilted. What did I do to foul things up? Your thinking errors include A. All or nothing thinking. B. Should statements. C. Jumping to conclusions, mind reading. D. Personalization. E. Overgeneralization. Number 8. You have put off writing a report for work. Every night when you try to get down to it, the whole project seems so difficult that you watch TV instead. You begin to feel overwhelmed and guilty. You are thinking the following. I'm so lazy, I'll never get this done. I just can't do the darn thing. It would take forever. It won't turn out right anyway. Your thinking errors include A. Jumping to conclusions, fortune teller error. B. Overgeneralization. C. Labeling. D. Magnification. E. Emotional reasoning. Number 9. You've read this entire book, and after applying the methods for several weeks, you begin to feel better. Your BDC score went down from 26, moderately depressed, to 11, borderline depression. Then you suddenly begin to feel worse, and in 3 days your score has gone back up to 28. You feel disillusioned, hopeless, bitter, and desperate due to thinking, I'm not getting anywhere. These methods won't help me after all. I should be well by now. That improvement was a fluke. I was fooling myself and I thought I was feeling better. I'll never get well. Your cognitive distortions include A. Disqualifying the positive. B. Should statement. C. Emotional reasoning. D. All or nothing thinking. E. Jumping to conclusions. Negative prediction. Number 10. You've been trying to diet. This weekend you've been nervous, and since you didn't have anything to do, you've been nibbling. After your fourth piece of candy, you tell yourself, I just can't control myself. My dieting and jogging all week have gone down the drain. I must look like a balloon. I shouldn't have eaten that. I can't stand this. I'm going to pig out all weekend. You begin to feel so guilty you push another handful of candy into your mouth in an abortive effort to feel better. Your distortions include A. All or nothing thinking. B. Mislabeling. C. Negative prediction. D. Should statement. E. Disqualifying the positive. Feelings aren't facts. At this point, you may be asking yourself, okay, I understand that my depression results from my negative thoughts because my outlook on life changes enormously when my moods go up or down. But if my negative thoughts are so distorted, how do I continually get fooled? I can think as clearly and realistically as the next person. So if what I'm telling myself is irrational, why does it seem so right? Even though your depressing thoughts may be distorted, they nevertheless create a powerful illusion of truth. Let me expose the basis for the deception in blunt terms. Your feelings are not facts. In fact, your feelings, per se, don't even count, except as a mirror of the way you are thinking. If your perceptions make no sense, the feelings they create will be as absurd as the images reflected in the trick mirrors at an amusement park. But these abnormal emotions feel just as valid and realistic as the genuine feelings created by undistorted thoughts, so you automatically attribute truth to them. This is why depression is such a powerful form of mental black magic. Once you invite depression through an automatic series of cognitive distortions, your feelings and actions will reinforce each other in a self-perpetuating vicious cycle. Because you believe whatever your depressed brain tells you, you find yourself feeling negative about almost everything. This reaction occurs in milliseconds, too quickly for you even to be aware of it. The negative emotion feels realistic and in turn lends an aura of credibility to the distorted thought which created it. The cycle goes on, and you are eventually trapped. The mental prison is an illusion, a hoax you have inadvertently created. But it seems real because it feels real. What is the key to releasing yourself from your emotional prison? Simply this: your thoughts create your emotions. Therefore, your emotions cannot prove that your thoughts are accurate. Unpleasant feelings merely indicate that you are thinking something negative and believing it. Your emotions follow your thoughts just as surely as baby ducks follow their mother. But the fact that the baby ducks follow faithfully along doesn't prove that the mother knows where she is going. Let's examine your equation. I feel, therefore I am. This attitude that emotions reflect a kind of self-evident ultimate truth is not unique to depressed people. Most psychotherapists today share the conviction that becoming more aware of your feelings and expressing them more openly represent emotional maturity. The implication is that your feelings represent a higher reality, a personal integrity, a truth beyond question. My position is quite different. Your feelings, per se, are not necessarily special at all. In fact, to the extent that your negative emotions are based on mental distortions, as is all too often the case, they can hardly be viewed as desirable. Do I mean you should get rid of all emotions? Do I want you to turn into a robot? No. I want to teach you to avoid painful feelings based on mental distortions because they are neither valid nor desirable. I believe that once you have learned how to perceive life more realistically, you will experience an enhanced emotional life with a greater appreciation for genuine sadness, which lacks distortion, as well as joy. As you go on to the next sections of this book, you can learn to correct the distortions that fool you when you are upset. At the same time, you will have the opportunity to reevaluate some of the basic values and assumptions that create your vulnerability to destructive mood swings. I have outlined the necessary steps in detail. The modifications in illogical thinking patterns will have a profound effect on your moods and increase your capacity for productive living. Now let's go ahead and see how we can turn your problems around. Part 2. Practical Applications. Chapter 4. Start by building self-esteem. When you are depressed, you invariably believe that you are worthless. The worse the depression, the more you feel this way. You are not alone. A survey by Dr. Aaron Beck revealed that over 80% of depressed patients expressed self-dislike. Furthermore, Dr. Beck found that depressed patients see themselves as deficient in the very qualities they value most highly: intelligence, achievement, popularity, attractiveness, health, and strength. He said a depressed self-image can be characterized by the 4 Ds. You feel defeated, defective, deserted, and deprived. Almost all negative emotional reactions inflict their damage only as a result of low self-esteem. A poor self-image is the magnifying glass that can transform a trivial mistake or an imperfection into an overwhelming symbol of personal defeat. For example, Eric, a first-year law student, feels a sense of panic in class. When the professor calls on me, I'll probably goof up. Although Eric's fear of goofing up was foremost on his mind, my dialogue with him revealed that a sense of personal inadequacy was the real cause of the problem. David, suppose you did goof up in class. Why would that be particularly upsetting to you? Why is that so tragic? Eric, then I would make a fool of myself. Suppose you did make a fool of yourself. Why would that be upsetting? Because then everyone would look down on me. Suppose people did look down on you. What then? Then I would feel miserable. Why? Why is it that you would have to feel miserable if people were looking down on you? Well, that would mean I wouldn't be a worthwhile person. Furthermore, it might ruin my career. I'd get bad grades and maybe I could never be an attorney. Suppose you didn't become an attorney. Let's assume, for the purposes of discussion, that you did flunk out. Why would that be particularly upsetting to you? That would mean that I had failed at something I've wanted all my life. And what would that mean to you? Life would be empty. It would mean I was a failure. It would mean I was worthless. In this brief dialogue, Eric showed that he believed it would be terrible to be disapproved of, or to make a mistake, or to fail. He seemed convinced that if one person looked down on him, then everyone would. It was as if the word reject would suddenly be stamped on his forehead for everyone to see. He seemed to have no sense of self-esteem that was not contingent upon approval and/or success. He measured himself by the way others looked at him and by what he had achieved. If his cravings for approval and accomplishment were not satisfied, Eric sensed he would be nothing because there would be no true support from within. If you feel that Eric's perfectionist drive for achievement and approval is self-defeating and unrealistic, you are right. But to Eric, this drive was realistic and reasonable. If you are now depressed or have ever been depressed, you may find it much harder to recognize the illogical thinking patterns which cause you to look down on yourself. In fact, you are probably convinced that you really are inferior or worthless, and any suggestion to the contrary is likely to sound foolish and dishonest. Unfortunately, when you are depressed, you may not be alone in your conviction about your personal inadequacy. In many cases, you will be so persuasive and persistent in your maladaptive belief that you are defective and no good, you may lead your friends, family, and even your therapist into accepting this idea of yourself. For many years, psychiatrists have tended to buy into the negative self-evaluation system of depressed individuals without probing the validity of what the patients are saying about themselves. This is illustrated in the writings of such a keen observer as Sigmund Freud in his treatise Mourning and Melancholia, which forms the basis for the orthodox psychoanalytic approach to treating depression. In this classic study, Freud said that when the patient says he is worthless, unable to achieve, and morally despicable, he must be right. Consequently, it was fruitless for the therapist to disagree with the patient. Freud believed the therapist should agree that the patient is, in fact, uninteresting, unlovable, petty, self-centered, and dishonest. These qualities describe a human being's true self, according to Freud, and the disease process simply makes the truth more obvious. The patient represents his ego to us as worthless, incapable of any achievement, and morally despicable. He reproaches himself, vilifies himself, and expects to be cast out and punished. It would be equally fruitless from a scientific and therapeutic point of view to contradict a patient who brings these accusations against his ego. He must surely be right in some way, emphasis mine, and be describing something that is as it seems to him to be. Indeed, we must at once confirm some of his statements without reservation. He really is as lacking in interest and incapable of love and achievement as he says. Emphasis mine. He also seems to us justified in certain other self-accusations. It is merely that he has a keener eye for the truth than other people who are not melancholic. Emphasis mine. When in his heightened self-criticism he describes himself as petty, egoistic, dishonest, lacking in independence, one whose sole aim has been to hide the weaknesses of his own nature. It may be, so far as we know, that he has come pretty near to understanding himself. Emphasis mine. We only wonder why a man has to be ill before he can be accessible to truth of this kind. Sigmund Freud, Mourning and Melancholia. The way a therapist handles your feelings of inadequacy is crucial to the cure, as your sense of worthlessness is a key to depression. The question also has considerable philosophical relevance. Is human nature inherently defective? Are depressed patients actually facing the ultimate truth about themselves? And what, in the final analysis, is the source of genuine self-esteem? This, in my opinion, is the most important question you will ever confront. First, you cannot earn worth through what you do. Achievements can bring you satisfaction, but not happiness. Self-worth based on accomplishments is a pseudo-esteem, not the genuine thing. My many successful but depressed patients would all agree. Nor can you base a valid sense of self-worth on your looks, talent, fame, or fortune. Marilyn Monroe, Martha Rothko, Freddie Prinze, and a multitude of famous suicide victims attest to this grim truth. Nor can love, approval, friendship, or a capacity for close, caring human relationships add one iota to your inherent worth. The great majority of depressed individuals are in fact very much loved, but it doesn't help one bit because self-love and self-esteem are missing. At the bottom line, only your own sense of self-worth determines how you feel. So, you may now be asking with some exasperation, how do I get a sense of self-worth? The fact is, I feel damn inadequate, and I'm convinced I'm really not as good as other people. I don't believe there's anything I can do to change those rotten feelings because that's the way I basically am. One of the cardinal features of cognitive therapy is that it stubbornly refuses to buy into your sense of worthlessness. In my practice, I lead my patients through a systemic reevaluation of their negative self-image. I raise the same question over and over again. Are you really right when you insist that somewhere inside you are essentially a loser? The first step is to take a close look at what you say about yourself when you insist you are no good. The evidence you present in defense of your worthlessness will usually, if not always, make no sense. This opinion is based on a recent study by Drs. Aaron Beck and David Braff, which indicated that there is actually a formal thinking disturbance in depressed patients. Depressed individuals were compared with schizophrenic patients and with undepressed persons in their ability to interpret the meaning of a number of proverbs, such as, "A stitch in time saves 9." Both the schizophrenic and depressed patients made many logical errors and had difficulty in extracting the meaning of the proverbs. They were overly concrete and couldn't make accurate generalizations, although the severity of the defect was obviously less profound and bizarre in the depressed patients than in the schizophrenic group. The depressed individuals were clearly abnormal as compared with the normal subjects. In practical terms, the study indicated that during periods of depression, you lose some of your capacity for clear thinking. You have trouble putting things into proper perspective. Negative events grow in importance until they dominate your entire reality, and you can't really tell that what is happening is distorted. It all seems very real to you. The illusion of hell you create is very convincing. The more depressed and miserable you feel, the more twisted your thinking becomes, and conversely, in the absence of mental distortion, you cannot experience low self-worth or depression. What types of mental errors do you make most generally when you look down on yourself? A good place to begin is with the list of distortions you began to master in Chapter 3. The most usual mental distortion to look out for when you are feeling worthless is all or nothing thinking. If you see life only in such extreme categories, you will believe your performance will be either great or terrible. Nothing else will exist. As a salesman told me, achieving 95% or better of my goal for monthly sales is acceptable. 94% or below is the equivalent of total failure. Not only is this all-or-nothing system of self-evaluation highly unrealistic and self-defeating, it creates overwhelming anxiety and frequent disappointment. A depressed psychiatrist who was referred to me noticed a lack of sexual drive and a difficulty in maintaining erections during a 2-week period when he was feeling blue. His perfectionistic tendencies had dominated not only his illustrious professional career but also his sexual life. Consequently, he had intercourse regularly with his wife every other day, precisely on schedule for the 20 years of their married life. In spite of his decreased sex drive, which is a common symptom of depression, he told himself, "I must continue to perform intercourse on schedule." This thought created such anxiety that he became increasingly unable to achieve a satisfactory erection. Because his perfect intercourse track record was broken, he now began clubbing himself with the nothing side of his all-or-nothing system and concluded, "I'm not a full marriage partner anymore. I'm a failure as a husband. I'm not even a man. I'm a worthless nothing." Although he was a competent and some might even say brilliant psychiatrist, he confided to me tearfully, "Dr. Burns, you and I both know it is an undeniable fact that I will never be able to have intercourse again." In spite of his years of medical training, he could actually convince himself of such a thought. Overcoming the sense of worthlessness. By now you might be saying, "Okay, I can see that there is a certain illogic which lurks behind the sense of worthlessness. At least for some people. But they are basically winners. They're not like me. You seem to be treating famous physicians and successful businessmen. Anyone could have told you that their lack of self-esteem was illogical. But I really am a mediocre nothing. Others are in fact better looking and more popular and successful than I am. So what can I do about it? Nothing, that's what. My feeling of worthlessness is very valid. It's based on reality. So there is little consolation in being told to think logically. I don't think there's any way to make these awful feelings go away unless I try to fool myself, and you and I both know that won't work. Let me first show you a couple of popular approaches used by many therapists, which I feel do not represent satisfactory solutions to your problem of worthlessness. Then I'll show you some approaches that will make sense and help you. In keeping with the belief that there is some deep truth in your conviction you are basically worthless, some psychotherapists may allow you to ventilate these feelings of inadequacy during a therapy session. There is undoubtedly some benefit to getting such feelings off your chest. The cathartic release may sometimes, but not always, result in a temporary mood elevation. However, if the therapist does not provide objective feedback about the validity of your self-evaluation, you may conclude that he agrees with you. And you may be right. You may in fact have fooled him as well as yourself. As a result, you probably will feel even more inadequate. Prolonged silences during therapy sessions may cause you to become more upset and preoccupied with your critical internal voice, much like a sensory deprivation experiment. This kind of non-directive therapy, in which the therapist adopts a passive role, frequently produces greater anxiety and depression for the patient. And even when you do feel better as a result of achieving emotional release with an empathetic and caring therapist, the sense of improvement is likely to be short-lived if you haven't significantly transformed the way you evaluate yourself and your life. Unless you substantially reverse your self-defeating thinking and behavior patterns, you are likely to slip back again into depression. Just as emotional ventilation for its own sake is usually not enough to overcome the sense of worthlessness, insight and psychological interpretation generally don't help either. For example, Jennifer was a writer who came for treatment for panic she experienced before publication of her novel. In the first session she told me, "I have been to several therapists, They have told me that my problem is perfectionism and impossible expectations and demands on myself. I also have learned that I probably picked up this trait from my mother, who is compulsive and perfectionistic. She can find 19 things wrong with an incredibly clean room. I always tried to please her, but rarely felt I succeeded, no matter how well I did. Therapists have told me, stop seeing everyone as your mother. Stop being so perfectionistic. But how do I do this? I'd like to, I want to, but no one ever was able to tell me how to go about it. Jennifer's complaint is one I hear nearly every day in my practice. Pinpointing the nature or origin of your problem may give you insight, but usually fails to change the way you act. That is not surprising. You have been practicing for years and years the bad mental habits that helped create your low self-esteem. It will take systematic and ongoing effort to turn the problem around. Does a stutterer stop stuttering because of his insight into the fact that he doesn't vocalize properly? Does a tennis player's game improve just because the coach tells him he hits the ball into the net too often? Since ventilation of emotions and insight, the two staples of the standard psychotherapeutic diet, won't help, what will? As a cognitive therapist, I have 3 aims in dealing with your sense of worthlessness. A rapid and decisive transformation in the way you think, feel, and behave. These results will be brought about in a systematic training program that employs simple, concrete methods you can apply on a daily basis. If you are willing to commit some regular time and effort to this program, you can expect success proportionate to the effort you put in. Are you willing? If so, we've come to the beginning. You're about to take the first crucial step toward an improved mood and self-image. I have developed many specific and easily applied techniques that can help you develop your sense of worth. As you read the following sections, keep in mind that simply reading them is not guaranteed to bolster your self-esteem, at least not for long. You will have to work at it and practice the various exercises. In fact, I recommend that you set some time aside each day to work at improving your self-image, because only in this way can you experience the fastest and most enduring personal growth. Specific methods for boosting self-esteem. Talk back to that internal critic. A sense of worthlessness is created by your internal self-critical dialogue. It is self-degrading statements such as, I'm no damn good, I'm a shit, I'm inferior to other people, and so on that create and feed your feelings of despair and poor self-esteem. In order to overcome this bad mental habit, 3 steps are necessary. A. Train yourself to recognize and write down the self-critical thoughts as they go through your mind. B. Learn why these thoughts are distorted. And C. Practice talking back to them so as to develop a more realistic self-evaluation system. One effective method for accompanying this is the triple column technique. Simply draw 2 lines down the center of a piece of paper to divide it into thirds. You'll find an example of what I mean by seeing figure 4.1 on the enhanced portion of this audiobook. Label the left-hand column Automatic Thoughts, Self-Criticism, the middle column Cognitive Distortion, and the right-hand column Rational Response, Self-Defense. In the left-hand column, write down all those hurtful self-criticisms you make when you are feeling worthless and down on yourself. Suppose, for example, you suddenly realize you're late for an important meeting. Your heart sinks, and you're gripped with panic. Now ask yourself, what thoughts are going through my mind right now? What am I saying to myself? Why is this upsetting me? Then write these thoughts down in the left-hand column. You might have been thinking, I never do anything right, and I'm always late. Write these thoughts down in the left-hand column and number them. See figure 4.1. You might also have thought, everyone will look down at me. This shows what a jerk I am. Just as fast as these thoughts cross your mind, jot them down. Why? Because they are the very cause of your emotional upset. They rip away at you like knives tearing into your flesh. I'm sure you know what I mean because you felt it. What's the second step? You already began to prepare for this when you read Chapter 3. Using the list of 10 cognitive distortions, page 42, see if you can identify the thinking errors in each of your negative automatic thoughts. For instance, I never do anything right is an example of overgeneralization. Write this down in the middle column. Continue to pinpoint the distortions in your other automatic thoughts as shown in Figure 4.1. You are now ready for the crucial step in mood transformation, substituting a more rational, less upsetting thought in the right-hand column. You do not try to cheer yourself up by rationalizing or saying things you do not believe are objectively valid. Instead, try to recognize the truth. If what you write down in the rational response column is not convincing and realistic, it won't help you one bit. Make sure you believe in your rebuttal to self-criticism. This rational response can take into account what was illogical and erroneous about your self-critical automatic thought. For example, in answer to, "I never do anything right," you could write, "Forget that, I do some things right and some wrong, just like everyone else. I fouled up on my appointment, but let's not blow this up out of proportion." Suppose you cannot think of a rational response to a particular negative thought. Then just forget about it for a few days and come back to it later. You will usually be able to see the other side of the coin. As you work at the triple column technique for 15 minutes every day over a period of a month or two, you will find it gets easier and easier. Don't be afraid to ask other people how they would answer an upsetting thought if you can't figure out the appropriate, rational response on your own. One note of caution. Do not use words describing your emotional reactions in the automatic thought column. Just write the thoughts that created the emotion. For example, suppose you notice your car has a flat tire. Don't write, "I feel crappy," because you can't disprove that with a rational response. The fact is you do feel crappy. Instead, write down the thoughts that automatically flashed through your mind the moment you saw the tire. For example, "I'm so stupid, I should have gotten a new tire this last month." Or, "Oh hell, this is just my rotten luck." Then you can substitute rational responses such as, "It might have been better to get a new tire, but I'm not stupid and no one can predict the future with certainty." This process won't put air in the tire, but at least you won't have to change it with a deflated ego. While it's best not to describe your emotions in the automatic thought column, it can be quite helpful to do some emotional accounting before and after you use the triple column technique to determine how much your feelings actually improve. You can do this very easily if you record how upset you are between 0 and 100% before you pinpoint and answer your automatic thoughts. In the previous example, you might note that you were 80% frustrated and angry at the moment you saw the flat tire. Then, once you complete the written exercise, you can record how much relief you experienced, say to 40% or so. If there's a decrease, you'll know that the method has worked for you. A slightly more elaborate form developed by Dr. Aaron Beck, called the Daily Record of Dysfunctional Thoughts, allows you to record not only your upsetting thoughts, but also your feelings and the negative event that triggered them. There's a sample in Figure 4.2 on the enhanced portion of this audiobook. For example, suppose you're selling insurance and a potential customer insults you without provocation and hangs up on you. Describe the actual event in the situation column, but not in the automatic thoughts column. Then write down your feelings and the negative distorted thoughts that created them in the appropriate column. Finally, talk back to these thoughts and do your emotional accounting. Some individuals prefer to use the Daily Record of Dysfunctional Thoughts because it allows them to analyze negative events, thoughts, and feelings in a systematic way. Be sure to use the technique that feels most comfortable to you. Writing down your negative thoughts and rational responses may strike you as simplistic, ineffective, or even gimmicky. You might even share the feelings of some patients who initially refused to do this, saying, "What's the point? It won't work. It couldn't work because I really am hopeless and worthless." This attitude can only serve as a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you are unwilling to pick up the tool and use it, you won't be able to do the job. Start by writing down your automatic thoughts and rational responses for 15 minutes every day for 2 weeks, and see the effect this has on your mood, as measured by the Burns Depression Checklist. You may be surprised to note the beginning of a period of personal growth and a healthy change in your self-image. This was the experience of Gail, a young secretary whose sense of self-esteem was so low that she felt in constant danger of being criticized by friends. She was so sensitive to her roommate's request to help clean up their apartment after a party that she felt rejected and worthless. She was initially so pessimistic about her chances for feeling better that I could barely persuade her to give the triple column technique a try. When she reluctantly decided to try it, she was surprised to see how her self-esteem and mood began to undergo a rapid transformation. She reported that writing down the many negative thoughts that flowed through her mind during the day helped her gain objectivity. She stopped taking these thoughts so seriously. As a result of Gail's daily written exercises, she began to feel better, and her interpersonal relationships improved by a quantum leap. An excerpt from her written homework is included in Figure 4.3 on the enhancement. Gail's experience is not unusual. The simple exercise of answering your negative thoughts with rational responses on a daily basis is at the heart of the cognitive method. It is one of the most important approaches to changing your thinking. It is crucial to write down your automatic thoughts and rational responses. Do not try to do the exercise in your head. Writing them down forces you to develop much more objectivity than you could ever achieve by letting responses swirl through your mind. It also helps you locate the mental errors that depress you. The triple column technique is not limited to problems of personal inadequacy, but can be applied to a great range of emotional difficulties in which distorted thinking plays a central role. You can take the major sting out of problems you would ordinarily assume are entirely realistic, such as bankruptcy, divorce, or severe mental illness. Finally, in this section on prophylaxis and personal growth, you will learn how to apply a slight variation on the automatic thought method to penetrate the part of your psyche where the causes of mood swings lurk. You will be able to expose and transform those pressure points in your mind that cause you to be vulnerable to depression in the first place. 2. Mental biofeedback. A second method, which can be very useful, involves monitoring your negative thoughts with a wrist counter. You can buy one at a sporting goods store or a golf shop. It looks like a wristwatch, is inexpensive, and every time you push the button, the number changes on the dial. Click the button each time a negative thought about yourself crosses your mind. Be on the constant alert for such thoughts. At the end of the day, note your daily total score and write it down in a logbook. At first, you will notice that the number increases. This will continue for several days as you get better and better at identifying your critical thoughts. Soon you will begin to notice that the daily total reaches a plateau for a week to 10 days, and then it will begin to go down. This indicates that your harmful thoughts are diminishing and that you are getting better. This approach usually requires 3 weeks. It is not known with certainty why such a simple technique works so well, but systematic self-monitoring frequently helps develop increased self-control. As you learn to stop haranguing yourself, you will begin to feel much better. In case you decide to use a wrist counter, I want to emphasize it is not intended to be a substitute for setting aside 10 to 15 minutes each day to write down your distorted negative thoughts and answering them as outlined in the previous pages. The written method cannot be bypassed because it exposes to the light of day the illogical nature of the thoughts that trouble you. Once you are doing this regularly, you can then use your wrist counter to nip your painful cognitions in the bud at other times. 3. Cope, don't mope. The woman who thought she was a bad mother. As you read the previous sections, the following objection may have occurred to you. All this deals with is my thoughts. But what if my problems are realistic? What good will it do to me to think differently? I have some real inadequacies that need to be dealt with. Nancy is a 34-year-old mother of 2 who felt this way. 6 years ago, she divorced her first husband and has just recently remarried. She is completing her college degree on a part-time basis. Nancy is usually animated and enthusiastic and quite committed to her family. However, she has experienced episodic depressions for many years. During those low periods, she becomes extremely critical of herself and others, and expresses self-doubt and insecurity. She was referred to me during such a period of depression. I was struck by the vehemence of her self-reproach. She had received a note from her son's teacher stating that he was having some difficulty in school. Her immediate reaction was to mope and blame herself. The following is an excerpt from our therapy session. Nancy: I should have worked with Bobby on his homework because now he is disorganized and not ready for school. I spoke to Bobby's teacher, who said Bobby lacks self-confidence and doesn't follow directions adequately. Consequently, his schoolwork has been deteriorating. I had a number of self-critical thoughts after the call, and I felt suddenly dejected. I began to tell myself that a good mother spends time with her kids on some activity every night. I'm responsible for his poor behavior, lying, not doing well in school. I just can't figure out how to handle him. I'm really a bad mother. I began to think he was stupid and about to flunk and how it was all my fault. My first strategy was to teach her how to attack the statement, "I am a bad mother," because I felt this self-criticism was hurtful and unrealistic, creating a paralyzing internal anguish which could not help her in her efforts to guide Bobby through his crisis. David: Okay, what's wrong with this statement? I am a bad mother. Nancy: Well, is there any such thing as a bad mother? Of course. What is your definition of a bad mother? A bad mother is one who does a bad job of raising her kids. She isn't as effective as other mothers, so her kids turn out bad. It seems obvious. So you would say a bad mother is one who is low on mothering skills? That's your definition? Some mothers lack mothering skills, but all mothers lack mothering skills to some extent. They do? There is no mother in this world who is perfect in all mothering skills, so they all lack mothering skills in some part. According to your definition, it would seem that all mothers are bad mothers. I feel that I'm a bad mother, but not everybody is. Well, define it again. What is a bad mother? A bad mother is someone who does not understand her children or is constantly making damaging errors that are detrimental. According to this new definition, you're not a bad mother, and there are no bad mothers because no one constantly makes damaging errors. No one? You said that a bad mother constantly makes damaging errors. There is no such person who constantly makes damaging errors 24 hours a day. Every mother is capable of doing some things right. Well, there can be abusive parents who are always punishing, hitting. You read about them in the papers. Their children end up battered. That could certainly be a bad mother. There are parents who resort to abusive behavior, that's true, and these individuals could improve their behavior, which might make them feel better about themselves and their children. But it is not realistic to say that such parents are constantly doing abusing or damaging things, and it's not going to help matters by attaching the label bad to them. Such individuals do have a problem with aggression and need training in self-control, but it would only make matters worse if you tried to convince them that their problem was badness. They usually already believe they are rotten human beings, and that is part of their problem. Labeling them as bad mothers would be inaccurate, and it would also be irresponsible, like trying to put out a fire by throwing gasoline on it. At this point, I was trying to show Nancy that she was just defeating herself by labeling herself as a bad mother. I hoped to show her that no matter how she defined bad mother, the definition would be unrealistic. Once she gave up the destructive tendency to mope and label herself as worthless, we could then go on to coping strategies for helping her son with his problems at school. Nancy: But I still have the feeling I'm a bad mother. David: Well, once again, what is your definition? Someone who doesn't give her child enough attention, positive attention. I'm so busy in school, and when I do pay attention, I'm afraid it may be all negative attention. Who knows? That's what I'm saying. A bad mother is one who doesn't give her child enough attention, you say. Enough for what? For her child to do well in life. Do well in everything or in some things? In some things, no one can do well at everything. Does Bobby do well at some things? Does he have any redeeming virtues? Oh yes, there are many things he enjoys and does well at. Then you can't be a bad mother according to your definition because your son does well at many things. Then why do I feel like a bad mother? It seems that you're labeling yourself as a bad mother because you'd like to spend more time with your son, and because you sometimes feel inadequate, and because there is a clear-cut need to improve your communication with Bobby. But it won't help you solve these problems if you conclude automatically you are a bad mother. Does that make sense to you? If I paid more attention to him and gave him more help, he could do better at school and he could be a whole lot happier. I feel it's my fault when he doesn't do well. So you are willing to take the blame for his mistakes. Yes, it's my fault, so I'm a bad mother. And you also take the credit for his achievements and for his happiness? No, he should get the credit for that, not me. Does that make sense? That you're responsible for his faults, but not his strengths? No. Do you understand the point I'm trying to make? Yep. Bad mother is an abstraction. There is no such thing as a bad mother in this universe. Right, But mothers can do bad things. They're just people, and people do a whole variety of things, good, bad, and neutral. Bad mother is just a fantasy. There's no such thing. The chair is a thing. A bad mother is an abstraction. Do you understand that? I got it, but some mothers are more experienced and more effective than others. Yes, there are degrees of effectiveness at parenting skills, and most everyone has plenty of room for improvement. The meaningful question is not, am I a good or bad mother, but rather, what are my relative skills and weaknesses, and what can I do to improve? I understand. That approach makes more sense, and it feels much better. When I label myself bad mother, I just feel inadequate and depressed, and I don't do anything productive. Now I see what you've been driving at. Once I give up criticizing myself, I'll feel better, and maybe I can be more helpful to Bobby. Right. So when you look at it that way, you're talking about coping strategies. For example, what are your parenting skills? How can you begin to improve on those skills? Now that's the type of thing I would suggest with regard to Bobby. Seeing yourself as a bad mother eats up emotional energy and distracts you from the task of improving your mothering skills. It's irresponsible. Right. If I can stop punishing myself with that statement, I'll be much better off, and I can start working toward helping Bobby. The moment I stop calling myself a bad mother, I'll start feeling better. Yes. Now, what can you say to yourself when you have the urge to say, I'm a bad mother? I can say I don't have to hate my whole self if there is a particular thing I find I dislike about Bobby, or if he has a problem at school. I can try to define that problem and attack that problem and work toward solving it. Right, now that's a positive approach. I like it. You refute the negative statement and then add a positive statement. I like that. We then worked on answering several automatic thoughts she had written down after the call from Bobby's teacher. You can see them illustrated in Figure 4.4 on the enhancement. As Nancy learned to refute her self-critical thoughts, she experienced much-needed emotional relief. She was then able to develop some specific coping strategies designed to help Bobby with his difficulties. The first step of her coping plan was to talk to Bobby about the difficulties he had been having so as to find out what the real problem was. Was he having difficulties as his teacher had suggested? What was his understanding of the problem? Was it true that he was feeling tense and low in confidence? Had his homework been particularly hard for him recently? Once Nancy had obtained this information and defined the real problem, she realized she would then be in a position to work toward an appropriate solution. For example, if Bobby said he found some of his courses particularly difficult, she could develop a reward system at home to encourage him to do extra homework. She also decided to read several books on parenting skills. Her relationship with Bobby improved, and his grades and behavior at school underwent a rapid turnabout. Nancy's mistake had been to view herself in a global way, making the moralistic judgment that she was a bad mother. This type of criticism incapacitated her because it created the impression that she had a personal problem so big and bad that no one could do anything about it. The emotional upset this labeling caused prevented her from defining the real problem, breaking it down into its specific parts, and applying appropriate solutions. If she had continued to mope, there was the distinct possibility that Bobby would have continued to do poorly, and she would have become increasingly ineffectual. How can you apply what Nancy learned to your own situation? When you are down on yourself, you might find it helpful to ask what you actually mean when you try to define your true identity with the negative labels such as a fool, a sham, a stupid dope, etc. Once you begin to pick these destructive labels apart, you will find they are arbitrary and meaningless. They actually cloud the issue, creating confusion and despair. Once rid of them, you can define and cope with any real problems that exist. Summary. When you are experiencing a blue mood, the chances are that you are telling yourself you are inherently inadequate or just plain no good. You will become convinced that you have had a bad core or are essentially worthless. To the extent that you believe such thoughts, you will experience a severe emotional reaction of despair and self-hatred. You may even feel that you'd be better off dead because you are so unbearably uncomfortable and self-denigrating. You may become inactive and paralyzed, afraid and unwilling to participate in the normal flow of life. Because of the negative emotional and behavioral consequences of your harsh thinking, the first step is to stop telling yourself you are worthless. However, you probably won't be able to do this until you become absolutely convinced that these statements are incorrect and unrealistic. How can this be accomplished? You must first consider that a human life is an ongoing process that involves a constantly changing physical body, as well as an enormous number of rapidly changing thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. Your life, therefore, is an evolving experience, a continual flow. You are not a thing. That's why any label is constricting, highly inaccurate, and global. Abstract labels such as worthless or inferior communicate nothing and mean nothing. But you may still be convinced you are second-rate. What is your evidence? You may reason, I feel inadequate, therefore I must be inadequate. Otherwise, why would I be filled with such unbearable emotions? Your error is in emotional reasoning. Your feelings do not determine your worth, simply your relative state of comfort or discomfort. Rotten, miserable internal states do not prove that you are a rotten, worthless person, merely that you think you are. Because you are in a temporarily depressed mood, you are thinking illogically and unreasonably about yourself. Would you say that states of mood elevation and happiness prove you are great or especially worthy? Or do they simply mean that you are feeling good? Just as your feelings do not determine your worth, neither do your thoughts or behaviors. Some may be positive, creative, and enhancing. The great majority are neutral. Others may be irrational, self-defeating, and maladaptive. These can be modified if you are willing to exert the effort, but they certainly do not and cannot mean that you are no good. There is no such thing in this universe as a worthless human being. Then how can I develop a sense of self-esteem? You may ask. The answer is, you don't have to. You don't have to do anything especially worthy to create or deserve self-esteem. All you have to do is turn off that critical, haranguing inner voice. Why? Because that critical inner voice is wrong. Your internal self-abuse springs from illogical, distorted thinking. Your sense of worthlessness is not based on truth. It's just the abscess which lies at the core of depressive illness. So remember 3 crucial steps when you're upset. 1. Zero in on those automatic negative thoughts and write them down. Don't let them buzz around in your head. Snare them on paper. 2. Read over the list of 10 cognitive distortions. Learn precisely how you are twisting things and blowing them out of proportion. 3. Substitute a more objective thought that puts the lie to the one which made you look down on yourself. As you do this, you'll begin to feel better. You'll be boosting your self-esteem, and your sense of worthlessness, and of course your depression, will disappear. Chapter 5. Do-nothingism. How to beat it. In the last chapter, you learned that you can change your mood by changing how you think. There is a second major approach to mood elevation that is enormously effective. People are not only thinkers, they are doers. So it is not surprising that you can substantially change the way you feel by changing the way you act. There's only one hitch. When you're depressed, you don't feel like doing much. One of the most destructive aspects of depression is the way it paralyzes your willpower. In its mildest form, you may simply procrastinate about doing a few odious chores. As your lack of motivation intensifies, virtually any activity appears so difficult that you become overwhelmed by the urge to do nothing. Because you accomplish very little, you feel worse and worse. Not only do you cut yourself off from your normal sources of stimulation and pleasure, but your lack of productivity aggravates your self-hatred, resulting in further isolation and incapacitation. If you don't recognize the emotional prison in which you are trapped, this situation can go on for weeks, months, or even years. Your inactivity will be all the more frustrating if you once took pride in the energy you had for life. Your do-nothingism can also affect your family and friends who, like yourself, cannot understand your behavior. They may say that you must want to be depressed or else you'd get off your behind. Such a comment only worsens your anguish and paralysis. Do-nothingism represents one of the great paradoxes of human nature. Some people naturally throw themselves into life with great zest, while others always hang back, defeating themselves at every turn as if they were involved in a plot against themselves. Do you ever wonder why? If a person were condemned to spend months in isolation, cut off from all normal activities and interpersonal relationships, a substantial depression would result. Even young monkeys slip into a retarded, withdrawn state if they are separated from their peers and confined to a small cage. Why do you voluntarily impose a similar punishment on yourself? Do you want to suffer? Using cognitive techniques, you can discover the precise reasons for your difficulties in motivating yourself. In my practice, I find that the great majority of the depressed patients referred to me improve substantially if they try to help themselves. Sometimes it hardly seems to matter what you do, as long as you do something with the attitude of self-help. I know of 2 presumably hopeless cases who were helped enormously simply by putting a mark on a piece of paper. One patient was an artist who had been convinced for years that he couldn't even draw a straight line. Consequently, he didn't even try to draw. When his therapist suggested he test his conviction by actually attempting to draw a line, it came out so straight he began drawing again and soon was symptom-free. And yet many depressed individuals will go through a phase in which they stubbornly refuse to do anything to help themselves. The moment this crucial motivational problem has been solved, the depression typically begins to diminish. You can therefore understand why much of our research has been directed to locating the causes of this paralysis of the will. Using this knowledge, we have developed some specific methods to help you deal with procrastination. Let me describe 2 perplexing patients I treated recently. You might think their do-nothingism is extreme and wrongly conclude they must be crazies with whom you would have little in common. In fact, I believe their problems are caused by attitudes similar to yours, so don't write them off. Patient A, a 28-year-old woman, has done an experiment to see how her mood would respond to a variety of activities. It turns out that she feels substantially better when she does nearly anything. The list of things that will reliably give her a mood lift includes cleaning the house, playing tennis, going to work, practicing her guitar, shopping for dinner, etc. Only one thing makes her feel reliably worse. This single activity nearly always makes her intensely miserable. Can you guess what it is? Do-nothingism, lying around in bed all day long, staring at the ceiling and courting negative thoughts. And guess what she does weekends? Right, she crawls right into bed on Saturday morning and begins her descent into inner hell. Do you think she really wants to suffer? Patient B, a physician, gives me a clear, definite message early in her therapy. She says she understands that the speed of improvement is dependent on her willingness to work between sessions, and insists she wants to get well more than anything else in the world, having been racked by depression for over 16 years. She emphasizes she'll be happy to come to therapy sessions, but I must not ask her to lift one finger to help herself. She says that if I push her to spend 5 minutes on self-help assignments, she'll kill herself. As she describes in detail the lethal, gruesome method of self-destruction she had carefully planned in her hospital's operating room, it becomes obvious that she is deadly serious. Why is she so determined not to help herself? I know your procrastination is probably less severe and only deals with minor things like paying bills, a trip to the dentist, etc. Or maybe you've had trouble finishing a relatively straightforward report that is crucial to your career. But the perplexing question is the same. Why do we frequently behave in ways that are not in our self-interest? Procrastinating and self-defeating behavior can seem funny, frustrating, puzzling, infuriating, or pathetic depending on your perspective. I find it a very human trait, so widespread that we all bump into it nearly every day. Writers, philosophers, and students of human nature throughout history have tried to formulate some explanation for self-defeating behavior, including such popular theories as 1. You're basically lazy, it's just your nature. 2. You want to hurt yourself and suffer. You either like feeling depressed or you have a self-destructive drive, a death wish. 3. You're passive-aggressive and you want to frustrate the people around you by doing nothing. 4. You must be getting some payoff from your procrastination and do-nothingism. For example, you enjoy getting all that attention when you are depressed. Each of these famous explanations represents a different psychological theory, and each is inaccurate. The first is a trait model. Your inactivity is seen as a fixed personality trait and stems from your lazy streak. The problem with this theory is that it just labels the problem without explaining it. Labeling yourself as lazy is useless and self-defeating because it creates the false impression that your lack of motivation is an irreversible, innate part of your makeup. This kind of thinking does not represent a valid scientific theory, but is an example of a cognitive distortion, labeling. The second model implies you want to hurt yourself and suffer because there is something enjoyable or desirable about procrastination. This theory is so ludicrous I hesitate to include it, except that it is widespread and vigorously supported by a substantial percentage of psychotherapists. If you have the hunch that you or someone else likes being depressed and doing nothing, then remind yourself that depression is the most agonizing form of human suffering. Tell me, what is so great about it? I haven't yet met a patient who really enjoys the misery. If you aren't convinced, but think you really do enjoy pain and suffering, then give yourself the paperclip test. Straighten out one end of a paperclip and push it under your fingernail. As you push harder and harder, you may notice how the pain becomes more and more excruciating. Now, ask yourself, is this really enjoyable? Do I really like to suffer? The third hypothesis, your passive-aggressive, represents the thinking of many therapists who believe that depressive behavior can be explained on the basis of internalized anger. Your procrastination could be seen as an expression of that pent-up hostility because your inaction often annoys the people around you. One problem with this theory is that most depressed or procrastinating individuals simply do not feel particularly angry. Resentment can sometimes contribute to your lack of motivation, but is usually not central to the problem. Although your family may feel frustrated about your depression, you probably do not intend them to react this way. In fact, it is more often the case that you fear displeasing them. The implication that you are intentionally doing nothing in order to frustrate them is insulting and untrue. Such a suggestion will only make you feel worse. The last theory, you must be getting some payoff from procrastination, reflects more recent behaviorally oriented psychology. Your moods and actions are seen as the result of rewards and punishments from your environment. If you are feeling depressed and doing nothing about it, it follows that your behavior is being rewarded in some way. There is a grain of truth in this. Depressed people do sometimes receive substantial support and reassurance from others who try to help them. However, the depressed person rarely enjoys all the attention he receives because of his profound tendency to disqualify it. If you are depressed and someone tells you they like you, you will probably think, he doesn't know how rotten I am. I don't deserve this praise. Depression and lethargy have no real rewards. Theory number 4 bites the dust with the others. How can you find the real cause of motivational paralysis? The study of mood disorders gives us the unique opportunity to observe extraordinary transformations in levels of personal motivation within short periods of time. The same individual who ordinarily bursts with creative energy and optimism may be reduced during an episode of depression to pathetic, bedridden immobility. By tracing dramatic mood swings, we can gather valuable clues that unlock many of the mysteries of human motivation. Simply ask yourself, when I think about that undone task, what thoughts immediately come to mind? Then write those thoughts down on a piece of paper. What you write will reflect a number of maladaptive attitudes, misconceptions, and faulty assumptions. You will learn that the feelings that impede your motivation, such as apathy, anxiety, or the sense of being overwhelmed, are the result of distortions in your thinking. Figure 5.1 on the enhanced portion of this audiobook shows a typical lethargy cycle. The thoughts on this patient's mind are negative. He says to himself, "There's no point in doing anything because I am a born loser and so I'm bound to fail." Such a thought sounds very convincing when you are depressed, immobilizing you and making you feel inadequate, overwhelmed, self-hating, and helpless. You then take these negative emotions as proof that your pessimistic attitudes are valid, and you begin to change your approach to life. Because you are convinced you will botch up anything, you don't even try. You stay in bed instead. You lie back passively and stare at the ceiling, hoping to drift into sleep, painfully aware that you are letting your career go down the drain while your business dwindles into bankruptcy. You may refuse to answer the phone for fear of hearing bad news. Life becomes a treadmill of boredom, apprehension, and misery. This vicious cycle can go on indefinitely unless you know how to beat it. As indicated in Figure 5.1, the relationship between your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors is reciprocal. All your emotions and actions are the results of your thoughts and attitudes. Similarly, your feelings and behavior patterns influence your perceptions in a wide variety of ways. It follows from this model that all emotional change is ultimately brought about by cognitions. Changing your behavior will help you feel better about yourself if it exerts a positive influence on the way you are thinking. Thus, you can modify your self-defeating mental set if you change your behavior in such a way that you are simultaneously putting the lie to the self-defeating attitudes that represent the core of your motivational problem. Similarly, as you change the way you think, you will feel more in the mood to do things, and this will have an even stronger positive effect on your thinking patterns. Thus, you can transform your lethargy cycle into a productivity cycle. The following are the types of mindsets most commonly associated with procrastination and do-nothingism. You may see yourself in one or more of them. 1. Hopelessness. When you are depressed, you get so frozen in the pain of the present moment that you forget entirely that you ever felt better in the past and find it inconceivable that you might feel more positive in the future. Therefore, any activity will seem pointless because you are absolutely certain your lack of motivation and sense of oppression are unending and irreversible. From this perspective, the suggestion that you do something to help yourself might sound as ludicrous and insensitive as telling a dying man to cheer up. 2. Helplessness. You can't possibly do anything that will make yourself feel better because you are convinced that your moods are caused by factors beyond your control, such as fate, hormone cycles, dietary factors, luck, and other people's evaluations of you. 3. Overwhelming yourself. There are several ways you may overwhelm yourself into doing nothing. You may magnify a task to the degree that it seems impossible to tackle. You may assume you must do everything at once instead of breaking each job down into small, discrete, manageable units, which you can complete one step at a time. You might also inadvertently distract yourself from the task at hand by obsessing about endless other things you haven't gotten around to doing yet. To illustrate how irrational this is, imagine that every time you sat down to eat, you thought about all the food you would have to eat during your lifetime. Just imagine for a moment that all piled up in front of you are tons of meat, vegetables, ice cream, and thousands of gallons of fluids. And you would have to eat every bit of this food before you die. Now suppose that before every meal you said to yourself, "This meal is just a drop in the bucket. How can I ever get all that food eaten? There's just no point in eating one pitiful hamburger tonight." You'd feel so nauseated and overwhelmed your appetite would vanish, and your stomach would turn into a knot. When you think about all the things you were putting off, you do this very same thing without being aware of it. 4. Jumping to conclusions. You sense that it's not within your power to take effective action that will result in satisfaction because you are in the habit of saying, "I can't," or "I would, but..." Thus, when I suggested that a depressed woman bake an apple pie, she responded, "I can't cook anymore." What she really meant to say was, "I have the feeling I wouldn't enjoy cooking and it seems like it would be awfully difficult." When she tested these assumptions by attempting to bake a pie, she found it surprisingly satisfying and not at all difficult. 5. Self-labeling. The more you procrastinate, the more you condemn yourself as inferior. This saps your self-confidence further. The problem is compounded when you label yourself a procrastinator or a lazy person. This causes you to see your lack of effective action as the real you, so that you automatically expect little or nothing from yourself. 6. Undervaluing the rewards. When you are depressed, you may fail to initiate any meaningful activity not only because you conceive of any task as terribly difficult, but also because you feel the reward simply wouldn't be worth the effort. Anhedonia is the technical name for a diminished ability to experience satisfaction and pleasure. A common thinking error, your tendency to disqualify the positive, may be at the root of this problem. Do you recall what this thinking error consists of? A businessman complained to me that nothing he did all day was satisfying. He explained that in the morning he had attempted to return a call from a client, but found the line was busy. As he hung up, he told himself, "That was a waste of time." Later in the morning, he successfully completed an important business negotiation. This time he told himself, "Anyone in our firm could have handled it just as well or better. It was an easy problem, and so my role wasn't really important." His lack of satisfaction results from the fact that he always finds a way to discredit his efforts. His bad habit of saying, "It doesn't count," successfully torpedoes any sense of fulfillment. 7. Perfectionism. You defeat yourself with inappropriate goals and standards. You will settle for nothing short of a magnificent performance in anything you do, so you frequently end up having to settle for just that. Nothing. 8. Fear of failure. Another mindset which paralyzes you is the fear of failure, because you imagine that putting in the effort and not succeeding would be an overwhelming personal defeat. You refuse to try at all. Several thinking errors are involved in the fear of failure. One of the most common is overgeneralization. You reason, "If I fail at this, it means I will fail at anything." This, of course, is impossible. Nobody can fail at everything. We all have our share of victories and defeats. While it is true that victory tastes sweet and defeat is often bitter, failing at any task need not be a fatal poison, and the bad taste will not linger forever. A second mindset that contributes to the fear of defeat is when you evaluate your performance exclusively on the outcome regardless of your individual effort. This is illogical and reflects a product orientation rather than a process orientation. Let me explain this with a personal example. As a psychotherapist, I can control only what I say and how I interact with each patient. I cannot control how any particular patient will respond to my efforts during a given therapy session. What I say and how I interact is the process. How each individual reacts is the product. In any given day, several patients will report that they have benefited greatly from that day's session, while a couple of others will tell me that their session was not particularly helpful. If I evaluated my work exclusively on the outcome or product, I would experience a sense of exhilaration whenever a patient did well, and feel defeated and defective whenever a patient reacted negatively. This would make my emotional life a roller coaster, and my self-esteem would go up and down in an exhausting and unpredictable manner all day long. But if I admit to myself that all I can control is the input I provide in the therapeutic process, I can pride myself on good, consistent work regardless of the outcome of any particular session. It was a great personal victory when I learned to evaluate my work based on the process rather than on the product. If a patient gives me a negative report, I try to learn from it. If I did make an error, I attempt to correct it, but I don't need to jump out the window. 9. Fear of success. Because of your lack of confidence, success may seem even more risky than failure because you are certain it is based on chance. Therefore, you are convinced you couldn't keep it up, and you feel your accomplishments will falsely raise the expectations of others. Then when the awful truth that you are basically a loser ultimately comes out, the disappointment, rejection, and pain will be all the more bitter. Since you feel sure you will eventually fall off the cliff, it seems safer not to go mountain climbing at all. You may also fear success because you anticipate that people will make even greater demands on you, because you are convinced you must and can't meet their expectations. Success would put you into a dangerous and impossible situation. Therefore, you try to maintain control by avoiding any commitment or involvement. 10. Fear of disapproval or criticism. You imagine that if you try something new, any mistake or flub will be met with strong disapproval and criticism because the people you care about won't accept you if you are human and imperfect. The risk of rejection seems so dangerous that to protect yourself, you adopt as low a profile as possible. If you don't make any effort, you can't goof up. 11. Coercion and resentment. A deadly enemy of motivation is a sense of coercion. You feel under intense pressure to perform, generated from within and without. This happens when you try to motivate yourself with moralistic shoulds and oughts. You tell yourself, "I should do this," and "I have to do that." Then you feel obliged, burdened, tense, resentful, and guilty. You feel like a delinquent child under the discipline of a tyrannical probation officer. Every task becomes colored with such unpleasantness that you can't stand to face it. Then as you procrastinate, you condemn yourself as a lazy, no-good bum. This further drains your energies. 12. Low frustration tolerance. You assume that you should be able to solve your problems and reach your goals rapidly and easily, so you go into a frenzied state of panic and rage when life presents you with obstacles. Rather than persist patiently over a period of time, you may retaliate against the unfairness of it all when things get tough, so you give up completely. I also call this the entitlement syndrome, because you feel and act as if you were entitled to success, love, approval, perfect health, happiness, etc. Your frustration results from your habit of comparing reality with an ideal in your head. When the two don't match, you condemn reality. It doesn't occur to you that it might be infinitely easier simply to change your expectations than to bend and twist reality. This frustration is frequently generated by should statements. While jogging, you might complain, "For all the miles I've gone, I should be in better shape by now." Indeed, why should you? You may have the illusion that such punishing, demanding statements will help you by driving you on to try harder and to put out more effort. It rarely works this way. The frustration just adds to your sense of futility and increases your urge to give up and do nothing. 13. Guilt and self-blame. If you are frozen in the conviction you are bad or have let others down, you will naturally feel unmotivated to pursue your daily life. I recently treated a lonely elderly woman who spent her days in bed in spite of the fact that she felt better when she shopped, cooked, and socialized with her friends. Why? This sweet woman was holding herself responsible for her daughter's divorce 5 years earlier. She explained, "When I visited them, I should have sat down and talked things over with my son-in-law. I should have asked him how things were going. Maybe I could have helped. I wanted to, and yet I didn't take the opportunity. Now I feel I failed them." After we reviewed the illogic in her thinking, she felt better immediately and became active again. Because she was human and not God, she could not have been expected to predict the future or to know precisely how to intervene. By now you may be thinking, so what? I know that my do-nothingism is, in a way, illogical and self-defeating. I can see myself in several of the mental sets you've described. But I feel like I'm trying to wade through a pool of molasses. I just can't get myself going. You may say all this oppression just results from my attitudes, but it feels like a ton of bricks. So what can I do about it? Do you know why virtually any meaningful activity has a decent chance of brightening your mood? If you do nothing, you will become preoccupied with the flood of negative, destructive thoughts. If you do something, you will be temporarily distracted from that internal dialogue of self-denigration. What is even more important? The sense of mastery you will experience will disprove many of the distorted thoughts that slowed you down in the first place. As you review the following self-activation techniques, choose a couple that appeal most to you and work at them for a week or two. Remember, you don't have to master them all. One man's salvation can be another's curse. Use the methods that seem the most tailored to your particular brand of procrastination. The Daily Activity Schedule. The Daily Activity Schedule, reproduced in Figure 5.2 on the enhancement, is simple but effective and can help you get organized in your fight against lethargy and apathy. The schedule consists of 2 parts. In the perspective column, write out an hour-by-hour plan for what you would like to accomplish each day. Even though you may actually carry out only a portion of your plan, the simple act of creating a method of action every day can be immensely helpful. Your plans need not be elaborate. Just put 1 or 2 words in each time slot to indicate what you'd like to do, such as dress, eat lunch, prepare resume, etc. It should not require more than 5 minutes to do this. At the end of the day, fill out the retrospective column. Record in each time slot what you actually did during the day. This may be the same as or different from what you actually planned. Nevertheless, even if it was just staring at the wall, write it down. In addition, label each activity with the letter M for mastery or the letter P for pleasure. Mastery activities are those which represent some accomplishment, such as brushing your teeth, cooking dinner, driving to work, etc. Pleasure might include reading a book, eating, going to a movie, etc. After you have written M or P for each activity, estimate the actual amount of pleasure or the degree of difficulty in the task by using a 0 to 5 rating. For example, you could give yourself a score of M1 for particularly easy tasks like getting dressed, while M4 or M5 would indicate you did something more difficult and challenging, such as not eating too much or applying for a job. You can rate the pleasure activities in a similar manner. If any activity was pleasurable in the past when you were not depressed, but today it was nearly or totally devoid of pleasure, put a P minus 1/2 or a P0. Some activities, such as cooking dinner, can be labeled M and P. Why is this simple activity schedule likely to be helpful? First, it will undercut your tendency to obsess endlessly about the value of various activities and to debate counterproductively about whether or not to do something. Accomplishing even a part of your scheduled activities will in all probability give you some satisfaction and will combat your depression. As you plan your day, develop a balanced program that provides for enjoyable leisure activities as well as work. If you are feeling blue, you may want to put a special emphasis on fun, even if you doubt you can enjoy things as much as usual. You may be depleted from having asked too much of yourself, causing an imbalance in your give and get system. If so, take a few days of vacation and schedule only those things you want to do. If you adhere to the schedule, you will find your motivation increasing. As you start doing things, you will begin to disprove your belief that you are incapable of functioning effectively. As one procrastinator reported, "By scheduling my day and comparing the results, I have become aware of how I spend my time. This has helped me take charge of my life once again. I realize that I can be in control if I want to." Keep this daily activity schedule for at least a week. As you review the activities in which you participated during the previous week, you will see that some have given you a greater sense of mastery and pleasure. As indicated by higher scores, as you continue planning each upcoming day, use this information to schedule more of those activities and avoid others which are associated with lower satisfaction levels. The daily activity schedule can be especially helpful for a common syndrome I call the weekend holiday blues. This is a pattern of depression most often reflected in people who are single and have their greatest emotional difficulties when alone. If you fit this description, you probably assume these periods are bound to be unbearable, so you do very little to care for yourself creatively. You stare at the walls and mope, or lie in bed all day, Saturday and Sunday, or for good times, you watch a boring TV show and eat a meager dinner of a peanut butter sandwich and a cup of instant coffee. No wonder your weekends are tough. Not only are you depressed and alone, but you treat yourself in a way that can only inflict pain. Would you treat someone else in such a sadistic manner? These weekend blues can be overcome by using the daily activity schedule. On Friday night, schedule some plans for Saturday on an hourly basis. You may resist this, saying, "What's the point? I'm all alone." The fact that you are all alone is the very reason for using the schedule. Why assume you're bound to be miserable? This prediction can function only as a self-fulfilling prophecy. Put it to the test by adopting a productive approach. Your plans need not be elaborate in order to be helpful. You can schedule going to the hairdresser, shopping, visiting an art museum, reading a book, or walking through the park. You will discover that laying out and adhering to a simple plan for the day can go a long way toward lifting your mood. And who knows, if you're willing to care for yourself, you may suddenly notice that others will act more interested in you as well. At the end of the day, before you go to bed, write down what you actually did each hour and rate each activity for mastery and pleasure. Then, make out a new schedule for the following day. This simple procedure may be the first step toward a sense of self-respect and genuine self-reliance. The Anti-Procrastination Sheet. In Figure 5.3 is a form I have found effective in breaking the habit of procrastination. You may be avoiding a particular activity because you predict it will be too difficult and unrewarding. Using the Anti-Procrastination Sheet, you can train yourself to test these negative predictions. Each day, write down in the appropriate column one or more tasks you have been putting off. If the task requires substantial time and effort, it is best to break it down into a series of small steps so that each one can be completed in 15 minutes or less. Now write down in the next column how difficult you predict each step of the task will be, using a 0 to 100% scale. If you imagine the task will be easy, you can write down a low estimate such as 10 to 20%. For harder tasks, use 80 to 90%. In the next column, write down your prediction of how satisfying and rewarding it will be to complete each phase of the task, again using the percentage system. Once you've recorded these predictions, go ahead and complete the first step of the task. After you've completed each step, take note of how difficult it actually turned out to be, as well as the amount of pleasure you gained from doing it. Record this information in the last two columns, again using the percentage system. Take a look at Figure 5.3 on the enhancement. It shows how a college professor used this form to overcome several months of putting off writing a letter, applying for a teaching position opening up at another university. As you can see, he anticipated that writing the letter would be difficult and unrewarding. After he recorded his pessimistic predictions, he became curious to outline the letter and prepare a rough draft to see if it would be as tedious and unrewarding as he thought. He found to his great surprise that it turned out to be easy and satisfying, and he felt sufficiently motivated that he went on to complete the letter. He recorded this data in the last two columns. The information gained from this experiment so greatly astonished him that he used the anti-procrastination sheet in many other areas in his life. Consequently, his productivity and self-confidence underwent a dramatic increase, and his depression disappeared. Daily Record of Dysfunctional Thoughts. This record, introduced in Chapter 4, can be used to great advantage when you are overwhelmed by the urge to do nothing. Simply write down the thoughts that run through your mind when you think about a particular task. This will immediately show you what your problem is. Then write down appropriate rational responses that show these thoughts are unrealistic. This will help you mobilize enough energy to take that first difficult step. Once you've done that, you will gain momentum and be on your way. An example of this approach is indicated in Figure 5.4. Annette is an attractive young single woman who owns and operates a successful boutique. She is patient A, described previously. She does well during the week because of all the bustle at her store. On weekends, she tends to hide away in bed unless she has social activities lined up. The moment she gets into bed, she becomes despondent, yet claims it is beyond her control to get out of bed. As Annette recorded her automatic thoughts one Sunday evening, as seen in Figure 5.4 on the enhancement, it became obvious what her problems were. She was waiting around until she felt the desire, interest, and energy to do something. She was assuming that there was no point in doing anything since she was alone, and she was persecuting and insulting herself because of her inactivity. When she talked back to her thoughts, she reported that the clouds lifted just a bit so that she was able to get up, take a shower, and get dressed. She then felt even better and arranged to meet a friend for dinner and a movie. As she predicted in the Rational Responses column, the more she did, the better she felt. If you decide to use this method, be sure you actually write down upsetting thoughts. If you try to figure them out in your head, you will in all probability get nowhere because the thoughts that stymie you are slippery and complex. When you try to talk back to them, they'll come at you even harder from all angles with such speed that you won't even know what hit you. But when you write them down, they become exposed to the light of reason. This way you can reflect on them, pinpoint the distortions, and come up with some helpful answers. The Pleasure Predicting Sheet. One of Annette's self-defeating attitudes is her assumption that there is no point in doing anything productive if she is alone. Because of this belief, she does nothing and feels miserable, which just confirms her attitude that it's terrible to be alone. Solution: test your belief that there is no point in doing anything by using the pleasure predicting sheet shown in Figure 5.5 on the enhancement. Over a period of weeks, schedule a number of activities that contain a potential for personal growth or satisfaction. Do some of them by yourself and some with others. Record who you did each activity with on the appropriate column and predict how satisfying each will be, between 0 and 100%. Then, go and do them. In the actual satisfaction column, write down how enjoyable each activity really turned out to be. You may be surprised to learn that things you do on your own are more gratifying than you thought. Make sure that the things you do by yourself are of equal quality as those you do with others so that your comparisons will be valid. If you choose to eat a TV dinner alone, for example, don't compare it with the fancy French restaurant dinner you share with a friend. Figure 5.5 shows the activities of a young man who learned that his girlfriend, who lived 200 miles away, had a new boyfriend and didn't want to see him. Instead of moping in self-pity, he became involved with life. You will notice in the last column that the satisfaction levels he experienced by himself ranged from 60 to 90%, while those with other people ranged from 30 to 90%. This knowledge strengthened his self-reliance because he realized that he wasn't condemned to misery because he lost his girl, and that he didn't need to depend on others to enjoy himself. You can use the pleasure predicting sheet to test a number of assumptions you might make that lead to procrastination. These include 1. I can't enjoy anything when I'm alone. 2. There's no point in doing anything because I failed at something important to me. In effect, I didn't get the job or promotion I had my heart set on. 3. Since I'm not rich, successful, or famous, I can't really enjoy things to the hilt. 4. I can't enjoy things unless I'm the center of attention. 5. Things won't be particularly satisfying unless I can do them perfectly or successfully. 6. I wouldn't feel very fulfilled if I did just a part of my work. I've got to get it all done today. All of these attitudes will produce a round of self-fulfilling prophecies if you don't put them to the test. If, however, you check them out using the pleasure predicting sheet, you may be amazed to learn that life can offer you enormous fulfillment. Help yourself. A question that commonly comes up about the pleasure predicting sheet is, suppose I do schedule a number of activities, and I find out they are just as unpleasant as I had anticipated. This might happen. If so, try noting your negative thoughts and write them down, answering them with a daily record of dysfunctional thoughts. For example, suppose you go to a restaurant on your own and feel tense. You might be thinking, these people probably think I'm a loser because I'm here all alone. How would you answer this? You might remind yourself that other people's thoughts do not affect your mood one iota. I have demonstrated this to patients by telling them I will think 2 thoughts about them for 15 seconds each. One thought will be extremely positive, and the other will be intensely negative and insulting. They are to tell me how each of my thoughts affects them. I close my eyes and think, Jack here is a fine person and I like him. Then I think, Jack is the worst person in Pennsylvania. Since Jack doesn't know which thought is which, they have no effect on him. Does that brief experiment strike you as trivial? It's not, because only your thoughts can ever affect you. For example, if you are in a restaurant feeling miserable because you are alone, you really have no idea what people are thinking. It's your thoughts, and only yours, that are making you feel terrible. You're the only person in the world who can effectively persecute yourself. Why do you label yourself a loser because you're in a restaurant alone? Would you be so cruel to someone else? Stop insulting yourself like that. Talk back to that automatic thought with a rational response. Going to a restaurant alone doesn't make me a loser. I have just as much right to be here as anyone else. If someone doesn't like it, so what? As long as I respect myself, I don't need to be concerned with others' opinions. How to get off your butt, the butt rebuttal. Your butt may represent the greatest obstacle to effective action. The moment you think of doing something productive, you give yourself excuses in the form of buts. For example, I could go out and jog today, but 1, I'm really too tired to. 2, I'm just too lazy. 3, I'm not particularly in the mood, etc. Here's another example. I could cut down on my smoking, but 1, I don't have that kind of self-discipline. 2, I don't really feel like going cold turkey, and cutting down gradually would be slow torture. 3, I've been too nervous lately. If you really want to motivate yourself, you'll have to learn how to get off your butt. One way to do this is with the butt rebuttal method, shown in Figure 5.6 on the enhanced portion of this audiobook. Suppose it's Saturday and you've scheduled mowing the lawn. You procrastinated for 3 weeks and it looks like a jungle. You tell yourself, I really should, but I'm just not in the mood. Record this in the but column. Now fight back by writing a but rebuttal. I'll feel more like it once I get started. When I'm done, I'll feel terrific. Your next impulse will probably be to dream up a new objection, but it's so long it will take forever. Now fight back with a new rebuttal as shown in Figure 5-6 and continue this process until you've run out of excuses. Learn to endorse yourself. Do you frequently convince yourself that what you do doesn't count? If you have this bad habit, you will naturally feel that you never do anything worthwhile. It won't make any difference if you're a Nobel laureate or a gardener. Life will seem empty because your sour attitude will take the joy out of all your endeavors and defeat you before you even begin. No wonder you feel unmotivated. To reverse this destructive tendency, a good first step would be to pinpoint the self-downing thoughts that cause you to feel this way in the first place. Talk back to these thoughts and replace them with ones that are more objective and self-endorsing. Some examples of this are shown in Figure 5-7 on the enhancement. Once you get the knack of it, practice consciously endorsing yourself all day long for the things you do, even if they seem trivial. You may not feel a pleasant emotional lift in the beginning, but keep practicing, even if it seems mechanical. After a few days, you will begin to experience some mood lift, and you will feel more pride about what you're doing. You may object, "Why should I have to pat myself on the back for everything I do? My family, friends, and business associates should be more appreciative of me." There are several problems here. In the first place, even if people are overlooking your efforts, you are guilty of the same crime if you also neglect yourself, and pouting won't improve the situation. Even when someone does stroke you, you can't absorb the praise unless you decide to believe and therefore validate what is being said. How many genuine compliments fall on your deaf ears because you mentally discredit them? When you do this, other people feel frustrated because you don't respond positively to what they are saying. Naturally, they give up trying to combat your self-downing habit. Ultimately, only what you think about what you do will affect your mood. It can be helpful simply to make a written or mental list of the things you do each day. Then give yourself a mental credit for each of them, however small. This will help you focus on what you have done instead of what you haven't gotten around to doing. It may sound simplistic, but it works. Tick-tock technique. If you are procrastinating about getting down to a specific task, take note of the way you are thinking about it. These tics, or task-interfering cognitions, will lose much of their power over you if you simply write them down and substitute more adaptive TOCs, or task-oriented cognitions, using the double-column technique. A number of examples are shown in Figure 5-8 on the enhanced portion of this audiobook. When you record your tick-tocks, be sure to pinpoint the distortion in the tick that defeats you. You may find, for example, that your worst enemy is all-or-nothing thinking or disqualifying the positive, or you may be in the bad habit of making arbitrary negative predictions. Once you become aware of the type of distortion that most commonly thwarts you, you will be able to correct it. Your procrastination and time wasting will give way to action and creativity. You can also apply this principle to mental images and daydreams as well as to thoughts. When you avoid a task, you probably automatically fantasize about it in a negative, defeatist fashion. This creates unnecessary tension and apprehension, which impairs your performance and increases the likelihood that your dreaded fear will actually come true. For example, if you have to give a speech to a group of associates, you may fret and worry for weeks ahead of time because in your mind's eye, you see yourself forgetting what you have to say or reacting defensively to a pushy question from the audience. By the time you give the speech, you have effectively programmed yourself to behave just this way, and you're such a nervous wreck it turns out just as badly as you had imagined. If you dare to give it a try, here's a solution. For 10 minutes every night before you go to sleep, practice fantasizing that you deliver the speech in a positive way. Imagine that you appear confident, that you present your material in an energetic manner, and that you handle all questions from the audience warmly and capably. You may be surprised that this simple exercise can go a long way to improving how you feel about what you do. Obviously, there is no guarantee things will always come out exactly as you imagine, but there's no doubt that your expectations and mood will profoundly influence what actually does happen. Little steps for little feet. A simple and obvious self-activation method involves learning to break any proposed task down into its tiny component parts. This will combat your tendency to overwhelm yourself by dwelling on all the things you have to do. Suppose your job involves attending lots of meetings, but you find it difficult to concentrate due to anxiety, depression, or daydreaming. You can't concentrate effectively because you think, I don't understand this as I should. Gosh, this is boring. I'd really prefer to be making love or fishing right now. Here's how you can beat the boredom, defeat the distraction, and increase your ability to concentrate. Break the task down into its smallest component parts. For example, decide to listen for only 3 minutes, and then take a 1-minute break to daydream intensively. At the end of this mental vacation, listen for another 3 minutes and do not entertain any distracting thoughts for this brief period. Then give yourself another 1-minute break to daydream. This technique will enable you to maintain a more effective level of overall concentration. Giving yourself permission to dwell on distracting thoughts for short periods will diminish their power over you. After a while, they will seem ludicrous. An extremely useful way to divide a task into manageable units is through time limitation. Decide how much time you will devote to a particular task, and then stop at the end of the allotted time and go on to something more enjoyable, whether or not you're finished. As simple as this sounds, it can work wonders. For example, the wife of a political VIP spent years harboring resentment toward her husband for his successful, glamorous life. She felt her life consisted of an oppressive load of child-rearing and house-cleaning. Because she was compulsive, she never felt she had enough time to complete her dreary chores. Life was a treadmill. She was straddled by depression and had been unsuccessfully treated by a long string of famous therapists for over a decade as she looked in vain for the elusive key to personal happiness. After consulting twice with one of my colleagues, Dr. Aaron T. Beck, she experienced a rapid mood swing out of her depression. His therapeutic wizardry never ceases to astonish me. How did he perform this seeming miracle? Easy. He suggested to her that her depression was due in part to the fact that she wasn't pursuing goals that were meaningful to her because she didn't believe in herself. Instead of acknowledging and confronting her fear of taking risks, she blamed her lack of direction on her husband and complained about all the undone housework. The first step was to decide how much time she felt she wanted to spend on the housework each day. She was to spend no more than this amount, even if the house wasn't perfect, and she was to budget the rest of the day to pursue activities that interested her. She decided that 1 hour of housework would be fair, and enrolled in a graduate program so she could develop her own career. This gave her a feeling of liberation. Like magic, the depression vanished along with the anger she harbored toward her husband. I don't want to give you the idea that depression is usually so easy to eliminate. Even in the above case, this patient will probably have to fight off a number of depressive recurrences. She may at times fall back temporarily into the same trap of trying to do too much, blaming others, and feeling overwhelmed. Then she will have to apply the same solution again. The important thing is she has found a method that works for her. The same approach might work for you. Do you tend to bite off bigger pieces than you can comfortably chew? Dare to put modest time limits on what you do. Have the courage to walk away from an unfinished task. You may be amazed that you will experience a substantial increase in your productivity and mood, and your procrastination may become a thing of the past. Motivation without coercion. A possible source of your procrastination is an inappropriate system for self-motivation. You may inadvertently undermine what you attempt by flagellating yourself with so many oughts, shoulds, and musts that you end up drained of any desire to get moving. You are defeating yourself by the way you kill yourself to get moving. Dr. Albert Ellis describes this mental trap as masturbation. Reformulate the way you tell yourself to do things by eliminating those coercive words from your vocabulary. An alternative to pushing yourself to get up in the morning would be to say, "It will make me feel better to get out of bed," even though it will be hard at first. Although I'm not obliged to, I might end up being glad I did. If, on the other hand, I'm really benefiting from the rest and relaxation, I may as well go ahead and enjoy it. If you translate shoulds into wants, you will be treating yourself with a sense of respect. This will produce a feeling of freedom of choice and personal dignity. You will find that a reward system works better and lasts longer than a whip. Ask yourself, what do I want to do? What course of action would be to my best advantage? I think you will find that this way of looking at things will enhance your motivation. If you still have the desire to lie in bed, mope, and feel doubtful that getting up is really what you want to do, make a list of the advantages and disadvantages of staying in bed for another day. For example, an accountant who was far behind in his work around tax time found it hard to get up each day. His customers began to complain about the undone work, and in order to avoid these embarrassing confrontations, he'd lay in bed for weeks trying to escape, not even answering the phone. Many customers fired him, and his business began to fail. His mistake was in telling himself, I know I should go to work, but I don't want to, and I don't have to either, so I won't. Essentially, the word should created the illusion that the only reason for him to get out of bed was to please a bunch of angry, demanding customers. This was so unpleasant that he resisted. The absurdity of what he was doing to himself became apparent when he made a list of the advantages and disadvantages of staying in bed. You can take a look at the accountant's list in Figure 5.9 on the enhancement. After preparing this list, he realized it was to his advantage to get out of bed. As he subsequently became more involved with his work, his mood rapidly improved in spite of the fact that he had lost many accounts during the period of inactivity. Disarming technique. Your sense of paralysis will be intensified if your family and friends are in the habit of pushing and cajoling you. Their nagging should statements reinforce the insulting thoughts already echoing through your head. Why is their pushy approach doomed to failure? It's a basic law of physics that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Anytime you feel shoved, whether by someone's hand actually on your chest or by someone trying to boss you around, you will naturally tighten up and resist so as to maintain your equilibrium and balance. You will attempt to exert your self-control and preserve your dignity by refusing to do the thing that you are being pushed to do. The paradox is that you often end up hurting yourself. It can be very confusing when someone obnoxiously insists that you do something that actually would be to your advantage. This puts you in a can't-win situation because if you refuse to do what the person tells you, you end up defeating yourself just in order to spite him or her. In contrast, if you do what the person tells you to do, you feel had. Because you gave in to those pushy demands, you get the feeling the individual controlled you, and this robs you of self-respect. No one likes to be coerced. For example, Mary is a woman in her late teens who was referred to us by her parents after many years of depression. Mary was a real hibernator and had the capacity to sit alone in her room watching TV soap operas for months at a time. This was due in part to her irrational belief that she looked peculiar and that people would stare at her if she went out in public, and also by her feeling of being coerced by her domineering mother. Mary admitted that doing things might help her feel better, but this would mean giving in to her mother, who kept telling her to get off her duff and do something. The harder Mom pushed, the more stubbornly Mary resisted. It is an unfortunate fact of human nature that it can be extremely difficult to do something when you sense you are being forced into it. Fortunately, it's very easy to learn how to handle people who nag and harangue you and try to run your life. Suppose you are Mary, and after thinking things over, you decide you would be better off if you got involved in doing a number of things. You've just made this decision when your mother comes into your bedroom and announces, "Don't you lie around any longer. Your life is going down the drain. Get moving. Get involved in things the way the other girls your age do." At that moment, in spite of the fact that you already have decided to do just that, you develop a tremendous aversion to it. The disarming technique is an assertive method that will solve this problem for you. Other applications of this verbal maneuver will be described in the next chapter. The essence of the disarming technique is to agree with your mother, but to do so in a way that you remind her you are agreeing with her based on your own decision and not because she was telling you what to do. So you might answer this way: "Yes, Mom, I just thought the situation over myself and decided it would be to my advantage to get moving on things. Because of my own decision, I'm going to do it." Now you can start doing things and not feel had. Or if you wish to put more of a barb in your comments, you can always say, "Yes, Mom, I have, in fact, decided to get out of bed in spite of the fact that you've been telling me to." Visualize success. A powerful self-motivation method involves making a list of the advantages of a productive action you've been avoiding because it requires more self-discipline than you have been able to muster. Such a list will train you to look at the positive consequences of doing it. It's only human to go after what you want. Furthermore, clubbing yourself into effective action doesn't usually work nearly as well as a fat, fresh carrot. Suppose, for example, you want to quit smoking. You may be reminding yourself about cancer and all the other dangers of smoking. These fear tactics make you so nervous that you immediately reach for another cigarette. They don't work. Here's a 3-step method that does work. The first step is to make a list of all the positive consequences that will result when you become a non-smoker. List as many as you can think of, including 1. Improved health. 2. I'll respect myself. 3. I'll have greater self-discipline. With my new self-confidence, I may be able to do a whole lot of other things I've been putting off. 4. I will be able to run and dance actively and still feel good about my body. I'll have lots of stamina and extra energy. 5. My lungs and heart will become strong. My blood pressure will go down. 6. My breath will be fresh. 7. I'll have extra spending money. 8. I'll live longer. 9. The air around me will be clean. 10. I'll be able to tell people that I've become a non-smoker. Once you prepare the list, you're ready for the second step. Every night before you go to sleep, fantasize you are in your favorite spot, walking through the woods and the mountains on a crisp autumn day, or maybe lying on a quiet beach near a crystal blue ocean, with the sun warming your skin. Whatever fantasy you choose, visualize every enjoyable detail as vividly as possible and let your body relax and let go. Allow every muscle to unwind. Let the tension flow out of your arms and legs and leave your body. Notice how your muscles begin to feel limp and loose. Notice how peaceful you feel. Now you are ready for the third step. Fantasize that you are still in that scene, and you have become a non-smoker. Go through your list of benefits and repeat each one to yourself in the following way. Now I have improved health, and I like it. I can run along the beach, and I want this. The air around me is clean and fresh, and I feel good about myself. I respect myself. Now I have greater self-discipline, and I can take on other challenges if I want to. I have extra spending money, etc. This method of habit management through the power of positive suggestion works amazingly well. It enabled me and many of my patients to quit smoking after a single treatment session. You can do it easily, and you'll find it's well worth your efforts. It can be used for self-improvement in losing weight, lawn mowing, getting up on time in the morning, adhering to a jogging routine, or for any other habit you'd like to modify. Count what counts. A 3-year-old boy named Stevie stood by the edge of the children's pool, afraid to jump in. His mother sat in the water in front of him, urging him to take the leap. He held back. She cajoled. The power struggle went on for 30 minutes. Finally, he jumped. The water felt fine. It wasn't so difficult, and there was actually nothing to fear. But his mother's efforts backfired. The unfortunate message imprinted on Stevie's mind was, I have to be pushed before I can do anything risky. I don't have the gumption to jump in on my own like the other kids. His mother and father got the same idea. They began to think, left to his own devices, Stevie would never dare go into the water at all. If he isn't constantly pushed, he'll do nothing by himself. Raising him is going to be a long, hard struggle. Sure enough, as Stevie grew up, the drama was repeated over and over. He had to be persuaded and pushed to go to school, to join the baseball team, to go to parties, and so on. He rarely initiated any action on his own. By the time he was referred to me at age 21, he was chronically depressed, living with his parents, and not doing much with his life. He was still waiting around for people to tell him what to do and how to do it. But by now his parents were fed up trying to motivate him. After each therapy session, he would leave the office charged with my enthusiasm to follow through on whatever self-help assignment we had discussed. For example, one week he decided to smile or say hello to 3 people he didn't know as a small first step in breaking his isolation. But the next week, he would come into my office with a drooping head and a sheepish look that let me know he had forgotten to say hello to anyone. Another week, his assignment was to read a 3-page article I had written for a singles magazine on how an unmarried man learned to overcome his loneliness. Steve came back the next week and said he had lost the manuscript before having a chance to read it. Each week as he left, he would feel a great surge of eagerness to help himself. But by the time he was in the elevator, he would know in his heart of hearts that the week's assignment, however simple, would just be too hard to do. What was Stevie's problem? The explanation goes back to that day at the swimming pool. He still carries in his mind the powerfully imprinted idea that I really can't do anything on my own. I'm the kind of guy who's got to be pushed. Because it never occurred to him to challenge this belief, it continued to function as a self-fulfilling prophecy. And he had over 15 years of procrastination to back up his belief that he really was like that. What was the solution? First, Stevie had to become aware of the two mental errors that were the key to his problem: mental filter and labeling. His mind was dominated by thoughts about the various things he put off doing, and he ignored the hundreds of things he did each week that did not involve his being pushed by someone else. "All of that is well and good," Stevie said after we discussed this. "You seem to have explained my problem, and I think that's correct. But how can I change the situation?" The solution turned out to be simpler than he anticipated. I suggested he obtain a wrist counter, as discussed in the last chapter, so that each day he could count the things he did on his own without prodding or encouragement from anyone. At the end of the day, he was to write down the total number of clicks he scored and keep a daily log. Over a several-week period, he began to notice that his daily score increased. Every time he clicked the counter, he reminded himself that he was in control of his life, and in this way he trained himself to notice what he did do. Stevie began to feel increased self-confidence and to view himself as a more capable human being. Does it sound simple? It is. Will it work for you? You probably don't think so, but why not put it to the test? If you have a negative reaction and are convinced the wrist counter won't work for you, why not evaluate your pessimistic prediction with an experiment? Learn to count what counts. You may be surprised at the results. Test your can'ts. An important key to successful self-activation involves learning to adopt a scientific attitude toward the self-defeating predictions you make about your performance and abilities. If you put these pessimistic thoughts to the test, you can discover what the truth is. One common self-defeating thought pattern when you are depressed or procrastinating is to can't yourself every time you think of something productive to do. Perhaps this stems from your fear of being blamed for your do-nothingism. You try to save face by creating the illusion that you are just too inadequate and incompetent to do a single thing. The problem with defending your lethargy in this manner is that you may really start believing what you are telling yourself. If you say, "I can't," over and over often enough, it becomes like a hypnotic suggestion, and after a while you become genuinely convinced you really are a paralytic invalid who can't do anything. Typical can't thoughts include, "I can't cook, I can't function, I can't work, I can't concentrate, I can't read, I can't get out of bed, and I can't clean my apartment." Not only do such thoughts defeat you, they will sour your relationships with those you love because they will see all your "I can't" statements as annoying whining. They won't perceive that it really looks and seems impossible for you to do anything. They will nag you and set up frustrating power struggles with you. An extremely successful cognitive technique involves testing your negative predictions with actual experiments. Suppose, for example, you've been telling yourself, "I'm so upset I can't concentrate well enough to read anything at all." As a way of testing this hypothesis, sit down with today's newspaper and read one sentence, and then see if you can summarize the sentence out loud. You might then predict, "But I could never read and understand a whole paragraph." Again, put this to the test. Read a paragraph and summarize. Many severe chronic depressions have been cracked open with this powerful method. The can't lose system. You may feel hesitant to put your can'ts to the test because you don't want to run the risk of failure. If you don't run any risks, at least you can maintain the secret belief that you're basically a terrific person who's decided, for the time being, not to get involved. Behind your aloofness and lack of commitment lurks a powerful sense of inadequacy and the fear of failure. The can't lose system will help you combat this fear. Make a list of the negative consequences you might have to deal with if you took a risk and actually did fail. Then expose the distortions in your fears and show how you could cope productively even if you did experience a disappointment. The venture that you have been avoiding may involve a financial, personal, or scholastic risk. Remember that even if you do fail, some good can come from it. After all, this is how you learned how to walk. You didn't just jump up from your crib one day and waltz gracefully across the room. You stumbled and fell on your face and got up and tried again. At what age are you suddenly expected to know everything and never make any more mistakes? If you can love and respect yourself in failure, worlds of adventure and new experiences will open up before you, and your fears will vanish. An example of a written can't-lose system is shown in Figure 510 on the enhanced portion of this audiobook. Don't put the cart before the horse. I'll bet you still may not know for sure where motivation comes from. What, in your opinion, comes first, motivation or action? If you said motivation, you made an excellent, logical choice. Unfortunately, you're wrong. Motivation does not come first. Action does. You have to prime the pump. Then you will begin to get motivated, and the fluids will flow spontaneously. Individuals who procrastinate frequently confuse motivation and action. You foolishly wait until you feel in the mood to do something. Since you don't feel like doing it, you automatically put it off. Your error is your belief that motivation comes first, and then leads to activation and success. But it is usually the other way around. Action must come first, and the motivation comes later on. Take this chapter, for example. The first draft of this chapter was overwritten, clumsy, and stale. It was so long and boring that a true procrastinator would never even have the fortitude to read it. The task of revising it seemed to me like trying to go swimming with concrete shoes. When the day I had scheduled for revising it came, I had to push myself to sit down and get started. My motivation was about 1%. And my urge to avoid the task was 99%. What a hideous chore. After I got involved in the task, I became highly motivated, and the job seems easy now. Writing became fun after all. It works like this. First, action. Second, motivation. Third, more action. If you are a procrastinator, you probably aren't aware of this, so you lie around in bed waiting for inspiration to strike. When someone suggests you do something, you whine, "I don't feel like it." Well, who said you were supposed to feel like it? If you wait until you're in the mood, you may wait forever. On the enhancement, Table 5.1 will help you review the various activation techniques and select what's most helpful to you. Chapter 6. Verbal Judo. Learn to talk back when you're under the fire of criticism. You are learning that the cause of your sense of worthlessness is your ongoing self-criticism. This takes the form of an upsetting internal conversation in which you constantly harangue and persecute yourself in a harsh, unrealistic manner. Frequently, your inner criticism will be triggered by someone else's sharp remark. You may dread criticism simply because you have never learned effective techniques for handling it. Because it is relatively easy to do, I want to emphasize the importance of mastering the art of handling verbal abuse and disapproval non-defensively and without a loss of self-esteem. Many depressive episodes are set in motion by external criticism. Even psychiatrists, who are supposedly professional abuse takers, can react adversely to criticism. A psychiatric resident called Art received negative feedback intended to be helpful from his supervisor. A patient had complained that several comments Art made during a therapy session were abrasive. The resident reacted with a wave of panic and depression when he heard this, due to his thought, "Oh God, the truth is out about me. Even my parents can see what a worthless, insensitive person I am. They'll probably kick me out of the residency program and drum me out of the state." Why is criticism so hurtful to some people, while others can remain unperturbed in the face of the most abusive attack? In this chapter, you will learn the secrets of people who face disapproval fearlessly, and you will be shown specific, concrete steps to overcome and eliminate your own exquisite vulnerability to criticism. As you read the following sections, keep this in mind. Overcoming your fear of criticism will require a moderate amount of practice. But it is not difficult to develop and master this skill, and the positive impact on your self-esteem will be tremendous. Before I show you the way out of the trap of crumbling inwardly when criticized, Let me show you why criticism is more upsetting to some people than to others. In the first place, you must realize that it is not other people or the critical comments they make that upset you. To repeat, there has never been a single time in your life when the critical comments of some other person upset you, even to a small extent. No matter how vicious, heartless, or cruel those comments may be, they have no power to disturb you or to create even a little bit of discomfort. After reading that paragraph, you may get the impression that I am cracking up, mistaken, highly unrealistic, or some combination thereof. But I assure you, I am not when I say only one person in this world has the power to put you down, and you are that person, no one else. Here's how it works. When another person criticizes you, certain negative thoughts are automatically triggered in your head. Your emotional reaction will be created by these thoughts and not by what the other person says. The thoughts which upset you will invariably contain the same types of mental errors described in Chapter 3. Overgeneralization, all-or-nothing thinking, the mental filter, labeling, etc. For example, let's take a look at Art's thoughts. His panic was the result of his catastrophic interpretation. This criticism shows how worthless I am. What mental errors is he making? In the first place, Art is jumping to conclusions when he arbitrarily concludes the patient's criticism is valid and reasonable. This may or may not be the case. Furthermore, he is exaggerating the importance of whatever he actually said to the patient that may have been undiplomatic, magnification, and he is assuming he could do nothing to correct any errors in his behavior, the fortune-teller error. He unrealistically predicted he would be rejected and ruined professionally because he would repeat endlessly whatever error he made with this one patient, overgeneralization. He focused exclusively on his error, the mental filter, and overlooked his numerous other therapeutic successes, disqualifying or overlooking the positive. He identified with his erroneous behavior and concluded he was a worthless and insensitive human being. Labeling. The first step in overcoming your fear of criticism concerns your own mental processes. Learn to identify the negative thoughts you have when you're being criticized. It will be most helpful to write them down using the double-column technique described in the 2 previous chapters. This will enable you to analyze your thoughts and recognize where your thinking is illogical or wrong. Finally, write down rational responses that are more reasonable and less upsetting. An excerpt from Art's written homework using the double-column technique is included in Figure 6.1 on the enhancement. As he learned to think about the situation in a more realistic manner, he stopped wasting mental and emotional effort and catastrophizing, and was able to channel his energy into creative, goal-oriented problem-solving. After evaluating precisely what he had said that was offensive or hurtful, he was able to take steps to modify his clinical style with patients so as to minimize future similar mistakes. As a result, he learned from the situation, and his clinical skills and maturity increased. This gave his self-confidence a boost and helped him overcome his fear of being imperfect. To put it succinctly, if people criticize you, the comments they make will be right or wrong. If the comments are wrong, there is really nothing for you to be upset about. Think about that for a minute. Many patients have come to me in tears, angry and upset because a loved one made a critical comment to them that was thoughtless and inaccurate. Such a reaction is unnecessary. Why should you be disturbed if someone else makes the mistake of criticizing you in an unjust manner? That's the other guy's error, not yours. Why upset yourself? Did you expect that other people would be perfect? On the other hand, if the criticism is accurate, there is still no reason for you to feel overwhelmed. You're not expected to be perfect. Just acknowledge your error and take whatever steps you can to correct it. It sounds simple, and it is, but it may take some effort to transform this insight into an emotional reality. Of course, you may fear criticism because you feel you need the love and approval of other people in order to be worthwhile and happy. The problem with this point of view is that you'll have to devote all your energies to trying to please people, and you won't have much left for creative, productive living. Paradoxically, many people may find you less interesting and desirable than your more self-assured friends. Thus far, what I have told you is a review of the cognitive techniques introduced in the previous chapter. The crux of the matter is that only your thoughts can upset you, and if you learn to think more realistically, you will feel less upset. Right now, write down the negative thoughts that ordinarily go through your head when someone criticizes you. Then identify the distortions and substitute more objective, rational responses. This will help you feel less angry and threatened. Now, I would like to teach you some simple verbal techniques which may have considerable practical relevance. What can you say when someone is attacking you? How can you handle these difficult situations in a way that will enhance your sense of mastery and self-confidence? Step 1. Empathy. When someone is criticizing or attacking you, his or her motives may be to help you or to hurt you. What the critic says may be right or wrong, or somewhere in between. But it is not wise to focus on these issues initially. Instead, ask the person a series of specific questions designed to find out exactly what he or she means. Try to avoid being judgmental or defensive as you ask the questions. Constantly ask for more and more specific information. Attempt to see the world through the critic's eyes. If the person attacks you with vague, insulting labels, ask him or her to be more specific and to point out exactly what it is about you the person dislikes. This initial maneuver can itself go a long way to getting the critic off your back and will help transform an attack-defense interaction into one of collaboration and mutual respect. I often illustrate how to do this in a therapy session by role-playing an imaginary situation with the patient so that I can model this particular skill. I'll show you how to role-play. It's a useful skill to develop. In the dialogue that follows, I want you to imagine you are an angry critic. Say the most brutal and upsetting thing to me you can think of. What you say can be true, false, or partly both. I will respond to each of your assaults with the empathy technique. You, playing the role of angry critic. Dr. Burns, you are a no-good shit. David. What about me is shitty? Everything you say and do, you're insensitive, self-centered, and incompetent. Let's take each of these. I want you to try to be specific. Apparently I've done or said a number of things that upset you. Just what did I say that sounded insensitive? What gave you the impression I was self-centered? What did I do that seemed incompetent? When I called you to change my appointment the other day, you sounded rushed and irritable, as if you were in a big hurry and didn't give a damn about me. Okay, I came across in a rushed, uncaring way on the phone. What else have I done that irritated you? You always seem to hurry me out at the end of the session, just like this was a big production line to make money. Okay. I've been too rushed during sessions as well. I may have given you the impression I'm more interested in your money than in you. What else have I done? Can you think of other ways I might have goofed up or offended you? What I'm doing is simple. By asking you specific questions, I minimize the possibility that you will reject me completely. You and I become aware of some specific concrete problems that we can deal with. Furthermore, I am giving you your day in court by listening to you so as to understand the situation as you see it. This tends to diffuse any anger and hostility and introduces a problem-solving orientation in the place of blame-casting or debate. Remember the first rule. Even if you feel the criticism is totally unjust, respond with empathy by asking specific questions. Find out precisely what your critic means. If the person is very hot under the collar, he or she may be hurling labels at you, perhaps even obscenities. Nevertheless, ask for more information. What do those words mean? Why does the person call you a no-good shit? How did you offend this individual? What did you do? When did you do it? How often have you done it? What else does the person dislike about you? Find out what your action means to him or her. Try to see the world through your critic's eyes. This approach will frequently calm the roaring lion and lay the groundwork for a more sensible discussion. Step 2. Disarming the critic. If someone is shooting at you, you have 3 choices. You can stand and shoot back. This usually leads to warfare and mutual destruction. You can run away or try to dodge the bullets. This often results in humiliation and a loss of self-esteem. Or you can stay put and skillfully disarm your opponent. I have found that this third solution is by far the most satisfying. When you take the wind out of the other person's sails, you end up the winner, and your opponent more often than not will also feel like a winner. How is this accomplished? It's simple. Whether your critic is right or wrong, initially find some way to agree with him or her. Let me illustrate the easiest situation first. Let's assume the critic is primarily correct. In the previous example, when you angrily accused me of sounding rushed and indifferent on several occasions, I might go on to say, "You're absolutely right. I was rushed when you called, and I probably did sound impersonal. Other people have also pointed this out to me at times. I want to emphasize that I didn't intend to hurt your feelings. You're also right that we have been rushed during several of our sessions. You might recall that sessions can be any length you like, as long as we decide this ahead of time so that the scheduling can be appropriately adjusted. Perhaps you'd like to schedule sessions that are 15 or 30 minutes longer and see if that's more comfortable. Now, suppose the person who's attacking you is making criticisms you feel are unfair and not valid. What if it would be unrealistic for you to change? How can you agree with someone when you feel certain that what is being said is utter nonsense? It's easy. You can agree in principle with the criticism, or you can find some grain of truth in the statement and agree with that. Or you can acknowledge that the person's upset is understandable because it is based on how he or she views the situation. I can best illustrate this by continuing the role-playing. You attack me, but this time say things that are primarily false. According to the rules of the game, I must 1. Find some way to agree with whatever you say, 2. Avoid sarcasm or defensiveness, 3. Always speak the truth. Your statements can be as bizarre and as ruthless as you like, and I guarantee I will stick by these rules. Let's go. You, continuing to play the role of angry critic. Dr. Burns, you're a shit. David. I feel that way at times. I often goof up at things. You. This cognitive therapy is no damn good. There's certainly plenty of room for improvement. And you're stupid. There are lots of people who are brighter than I am. I'm sure not the smartest person in the world. You have no real feelings for your patients. Your approach to therapy is superficial and gimmicky. I'm not always as warm and open as I'd like to be. Some of my methods might seem gimmicky at first. You're not a real psychiatrist. This book is pure trash. You're not trustworthy or competent to manage my case. I'm terribly sorry I seem incompetent to you. It must be quite disturbing to you. You seem to find it difficult to trust me, and you are genuinely skeptical about whether we can work together effectively. You're absolutely right. We can't work together successfully unless we have a sense of mutual respect and teamwork. By this time or sooner, the angry critic will usually lose steam. Because I do not fight back but instead find a way to agree with my opponent, the person quickly seems to run out of ammunition, having been successfully disarmed. You might think of this as winning by avoiding battle. As the critic begins to calm down, he or she will be in a better mood to communicate. Once I have demonstrated these first 2 steps to a patient in my office, I usually propose we reverse roles to give the patient the chance to master the method. Let's do this. I will criticize and attack you, and you will practice the empathy and make up your own answers. Then see how closely they are accurate or nonsensical. To make the following dialogue a more useful exercise, cover up the responses called you and make up your own answers. Then see how closely they correspond with what I have written. Remember to ask questions using the empathy method and find valid ways to agree with me using the disarming technique. David, playing the role of angry critic. You're not here to get better, you're just looking for sympathy. You, playing the role of one under attack. What gives you the impression I'm just looking for sympathy? David. You don't do anything to help yourself between sessions. All you want to do is come here and complain. It's true that I haven't been doing some of the written homework you suggested. Do you feel I shouldn't complain during sessions? You can do whatever you want, just admit you don't give a damn. You mean you think I don't want to get better or what? You're no good, you're just a piece of garbage. I've been feeling that way for years. Do you have some ideas about what I can do to feel differently? I give up. You win. You're right, I did win. I strongly suggest you practice this with a friend. The role-playing format will help you master the necessary skills needed when a real situation arises. If there is no one you feel comfortable with who could role-play with you effectively, a good alternative would be to write out imaginary dialogues between you and a hostile critic, similar to the ones you've been reading. After each harangue, write down how you might answer using the empathy and disarming technique. It may seem difficult at first, but I think you'll catch on quite readily. It's really quite easy once you get the gist of it. You will notice you have a profound, almost irresistible tendency to defend yourself when you are unjustly accused. This is a major mistake. If you give in to this tendency, you will find that the intensity of your opponent's attack increases. You will paradoxically be adding bullets to that person's arsenal every time you defend yourself. For example, you be the critic again, and this time I'll defend myself against your absurd accusations. You'll see how quickly our interaction will escalate to full-scale warfare. You, in the role of critic again. Dr. Burns, you don't care about your patients. David, responding in a defensive manner. That's untrue and unfair. You don't know what you're talking about. My patients respect all the hard work I put in. Well, here's one who doesn't. Goodbye. You exit, having decided to fire me. My defensiveness leads to a total loss. In contrast, if I respond with empathy and disarm your hostility, more often than not you will feel I am listening to you and respecting you. As a result, you lose your ardor to do battle and quiet down. This paves the way for step 3, feedback and negotiation. You may find initially that in spite of your determination to apply these techniques, when a real situation arises in which you are criticized, you will be caught up by your emotions and your old behavior patterns. You may find yourself sulking, arguing, defending yourself vehemently, etc. This is understandable. You're not expected to learn it all overnight, and you don't have to win every battle. It is important, however, to analyze your mistakes afterward so that you can review how you might have handled the situation differently along the lines suggested. It can be immensely helpful to find a friend to role-play the difficult situation with you afterward so that you can practice a variety of responses until you have mastered an approach you are comfortable with. Step 3. Feedback and negotiation. Once you have listened to your critic using the empathy method and disarmed him by finding some way to agree with him, you will then be in a position to explain your position and emotions tactfully but assertively and to negotiate any real differences. Let's assume that the critic is just plain wrong. How can you express this in a non-destructive manner? This is simple. You can express your point of view objectively with an acknowledgement you might be wrong. Make the conflict one based on fact rather than personality or pride. Avoid directing destructive labels at your critic. Remember, his error does not make him stupid, worthless, or inferior. For example, a patient recently claimed that I sent a bill for a session for which she had already paid. She assaulted me with, "Why don't you get your bookkeeping straight?" Knowing she was in error, I responded, "My records may indeed be wrong. I seem to recall that you forgot your checkbook that day, but I might be confused on this point. I hope you'll allow for the possibility that you or I will make errors at times. Then we can be more relaxed with each other. Why not see if you have a canceled check? That way we can find out the truth and make appropriate adjustments." In this case, my non-polarizing response allowed her to save face and avoided a confrontation in which her self-respect was at risk. Although it turned out she was wrong, she later expressed relief that I acknowledged I do make mistakes. This helped her feel better about me, as she was afraid I would be as perfectionistic and demanding with her as she was with herself. Sometimes you and the critic will differ not on a matter of fact, but of taste. Once again, you will be a winner if you present your point of view with diplomacy. For example, I have found that no matter how I dress, some patients respond favorably and some negatively. I feel most comfortable in a suit and tie or in a sports coat and tie. Suppose a patient criticizes me because my clothes are too formal, and this is irritating because it makes me appear to be part of the establishment. After eliciting further specific information about other things this person might dislike about me, I could then respond, "I can certainly agree with you that suits are a bit formal. You would be more comfortable with me if I dressed more casually. I'm sure you'll understand that after dressing in a variety of ways, I have found that a nice suit or sports coat is most acceptable to the majority of the people I work with, and that's why I've decided to stick with this style of dressing. I'm hopeful you won't let this interfere with our continued work together." You have a number of options when you negotiate with the critic. If he or she continues to harangue you, making the same point again and again, you can simply repeat your assertive response politely, but firmly, over and over until the person tires out. For example, if my critic continued to insist I stop wearing suits, I might continue to say each time, "I understand your point entirely, and there is some truth to it. Nevertheless, I've decided to stick with more formal attire at this time." Sometimes the solution will be in between. In this case, negotiation and compromise are indicated. You may have to settle for part of what you want. But if you have conscientiously applied the empathy and disarming techniques first, you will probably get more of what you want. In many cases, you will be just plain wrong and the critic will be right. In such a situation, your critic's respect for you will probably increase by an orbital jump if you assertively agree with the criticism, thank the person for providing you with the information, and apologize for any hurt you might have caused. It sounds like old-fashioned common sense, and it is, but it can be amazingly effective. By now you may be saying, "But don't I have a right to defend myself when someone criticizes me?" Why should I always have to empathize with the other person? After all, he may be the ninny, not I. Isn't it human just to get angry and blow your stack? Why should I always have to smooth things out? Well, there is considerable truth in what you say. You do have the right to defend yourself vigorously from criticism and to get angry at anyone you choose whenever you like. And you are right on target when you point out that it is often your critic and not you whose thinking is fouled up. And there is more than a grain of truth behind the slogan, better mad than sad. After all, if you're going to conclude that someone is no damn good, why not let it be the other fellow? And furthermore, sometimes it does feel so much better to be mad at the other person. Many psychotherapists would agree with you on this point. Freud felt that depression was anger turned inward. In other words, he believed depressed individuals direct their rage against themselves. In keeping with this view, many therapists urge their patients to get in touch with their anger and to express it more frequently to others. They might even say that some of the methods described in this section amount to a repressive cop-out. This is a false issue. The crucial point is not whether or not you express your feelings, but the manner in which you do it. If your message is, I'm angry because you're criticizing me and you're no damn good, you will poison your relationship with that person. If you defend yourself from negative feedback in a defensive and vengeful way, you will reduce the prospect for productive interaction in the future. Thus, while your angry outburst momentarily feels good, you may defeat yourself in the long run by burning your bridges. You have polarized the situation prematurely and unnecessarily, and eliminated your chance to learn what the critic was trying to convey. And what is worse, you may experience a depressive backlash and punish yourself inordinately for your burst of temper. Anti-heckler technique. A specialized application of the techniques discussed in this chapter might be particularly helpful for those of you who are involved in lecturing or teaching. I developed the anti-heckler technique when I began lecturing to university and professional groups on current depression research. Although my lectures are usually well received, I occasionally find there is a single heckler in the audience. The heckler's comments usually have several characteristics. One, they are intensely critical, but seem inaccurate or irrelevant to the material presented. Two, they often come from a person who is not well accepted or regarded among his or her local peers. And three, they are expressed in a haranguing, abusive style. I therefore had to develop an anti-heckler technique which I could use to silence such a person in an inoffensive manner so that the rest of the audience could have an equal opportunity to ask questions. I find that the following method is highly effective. 1. I immediately thank the person for his or her comments. 2. Acknowledge that the points brought up are indeed important. And 3. I emphasize that there is a need for more knowledge about the points raised, and I encourage my critic to pursue meaningful research and investigation on the topic. Finally, I invite the heckler to share his or her views with me further after the close of the session. Although no verbal technique is guaranteed to bring a particular result, I have rarely failed to achieve a favorable effect when using this upbeat approach. In fact, these heckling individuals have frequently approached me after the lecture to compliment and thank me for my kind comments. It is sometimes the heckler who turns out to be the most demonstrative and appreciative of my lecture. Summary. The various cognitive and verbal principles for coping with criticism are summarized in Figure 6.2 on the enhancement. As a general rule, when someone insults you, you will immediately go down one of three pathways: the sad route, the mad route, or the glad route. Whichever option you choose will be a total experience and will involve your thinking, your feelings, your behavior, and even the way your body functions. Most people with a tendency to depression choose the sad route. You automatically conclude the critic is right. Without any systematic investigation, you jump to the conclusion that you were in the wrong and made a mistake. You then magnify the importance of the criticism with a series of thinking errors. You might overgeneralize and wrongly conclude that your whole life consists of nothing but a string of errors. Or you might label yourself a total goof-up. And because of your perfectionistic expectation that you are supposed to be flawless, you will probably feel convinced that your presumed error indicates you are worthless. As a result of these mental errors, you will experience depression and a loss of self-esteem. Your verbal responses will be ineffectual and passive, characterized by avoidance and withdrawal. In contrast, you may choose the mad route. You will defend yourself from the horrors of being imperfect by trying to convince the critic that he or she is a monster. You will stubbornly refuse to admit any error because, according to your perfectionistic standards, this would be tantamount to admitting you are a worthless worm. So you hurl accusations back on the assumption that the best defense is a good offense. Your heart beats rapidly and hormones pour into your bloodstream as you prepare for battle. Every muscle tightens and your jaws are clenched. You may feel a temporary exhilaration as you tell your critic off in self-righteous indignation. You'll show him what a no-good piece of crap he is. Unfortunately, he doesn't agree, and in the long run, your outburst is self-defeating because you poisoned the relationship. The third option requires that you either have a self-esteem or at least act as if you did. It is based on the premise that you are a worthwhile human being and have no need to be perfect. When you are criticized, your initial response is investigative. Does the criticism contain a grain of truth? Just what did you do that was objectionable? Did you in fact goof up? Having defined the problem by asking a series of non-judgmental questions, you are in a position to propose a solution. If a compromise is indicated, you can negotiate. If you were clearly in the wrong, you can admit it. If the critic was mistaken, you can point this out in a tactful manner. But whether your behavior was right or wrong, you will know that you were right as a human being because you have finally perceived that your self-esteem was never at issue in the first place. Chapter 7. Feeling angry? What's your IQ? What's your IQ? I'm not interested in knowing how smart you are because your intelligence has little, if anything, to do with your capacity for happiness. What I want to know is what your irritability quotient is. This refers to the amount of anger and annoyance you tend to absorb and harbor in your daily life. If you have a particularly high IQ, it puts you at a great disadvantage because you overreact to frustrations and disappointments by creating feelings of resentment that blacken your disposition and make your life a joyless hassle. Here's how to measure your IQ. On the enhancement, you'll find the Novico Anger Scale, a list of 25 potentially upsetting situations. In the space provided on the questionnaire after each incident, estimate the degree it would ordinarily anger or provoke you, using the simple rating scale provided. Once you have completed the anger inventory, you are in a position to calculate your IQ, your irritability quotient. Now that you have completed the anger inventory, you are in a position to calculate your IQ, your irritability quotient. Make sure that you have not skipped any items. Add up your score for each of the 25 incidents. The lowest possible total score on the test would be 0. This would mean you put down a 0 on each item. This indicates you're either a liar or a guru. The highest score would be 100. This would mean you recorded a 4 on each of the 25 items, and you're constantly at or beyond the boiling point. You can now interpret your total score according to the following scale. 0 to 45. The amount of anger and annoyance you generally experience is remarkably low. Only a few % of the population will score this low on the test. You are one of the select few. 46 to 55. You are substantially more peaceful than the average person. 56 to 75. You respond to life's annoyances with an average amount of anger. 76 to 85. You frequently react in an angry way to life's many annoyances. You are substantially more irritable than the average person. 86 to 100. You are a true anger champion, and you are plagued by frequent, intense, furious reactions that do not quickly disappear. You probably harbor negative feelings long after the initial insult has passed. You may have the reputation of a firecracker or a hothead among people you know. You may experience frequent tension headaches and elevated blood pressure. Your anger may often get out of control and lead to impulsive hostile outbursts, which at times get you into trouble. Only a few % of the adult population react as intensely as you do. Now that you know how much anger you have, let's see what you can do about it. Traditionally, psychotherapists and the general public have conceptualized 2 primary ways to deal with anger. A, anger turned inward, or B, anger turned outward. The former solution is felt to be the sick one. You internalize your aggression and absorb resentment like a sponge. Ultimately, it corrodes you and leads to guilt and depression. Early psychoanalysts such as Freud felt that internalized anger was the cause of depression. Unfortunately, there is no convincing evidence in support of this notion. The second solution is said to be the healthy one. You express your anger, and as you ventilate your feelings, you presumably feel better. The problem with this simplistic approach is that it doesn't work very well. If you go around ventilating all your anger, people will soon regard you as loony, and at the same time, you aren't learning how to deal with people in society without getting angry. The cognitive solution transcends both of these. You have a third option. Stop creating your anger. You don't have to choose between holding it in or letting it out because it won't exist. In this chapter, I provide guidelines to help you assess the pros and cons of experiencing anger in a variety of situations, so you can decide when anger is and isn't in your best self-interest. If you choose, you can develop control over your feelings. You will gradually cease to be plagued by excessive irritability and frustration that sour your life for no good reason. Just who is making you angry? People? Shit. I'm fed up with them. I need a vacation from people. The woman who recorded this thought at 2 a.m. couldn't sleep. How could the dogs and noisy neighbors in her apartment building be so thoughtless? Like her, I'll bet you're convinced it's other people's stupid, self-centered actions that make you angry. It's natural to believe that external events upset you. When you're mad at someone, you automatically make them the cause of all your bad feelings. You say, "You're annoying me. You're getting on my nerves." When you think like this, you're actually fooling yourself because other people really cannot make you angry. Yes, you heard me right. A pushy teenager might crowd in front of you in line at the movie theater. A con artist might sell you a fake ancient coin at an antique shop. A friend might screw you out of your share of a profitable business deal. Your boyfriend might always show up late for dates, in spite of his knowing how important promptness is to you. No matter how outrageous or unfair others might appear to you, they do not, never did, and never will upset you. The bitter truth is that you're the one who's creating every last ounce of the outrage you experience. Does that sound like heresy or stupidity to you? If you think I'm contradicting the obvious, you may feel like burning this book or throwing it down in disgust. If so, I dare you to read on, because anger, like all emotions, is created by your cognitions. The relationship between your thoughts and your anger is shown in Figure 7.1 on the enhanced portion of this audiobook. As you will note, before you can feel irritated by any event, you must first become aware of what is occurring and come to your own interpretation of it. Your feelings result from the meaning you give to the event, not from the event itself. For example, suppose that after a hectic day you put your 2-year-old child asleep in his crib for the night. You close his bedroom door and sit down to relax and watch television. 20 minutes later, he suddenly opens the door to his room and walks out, giggling. You might react to this in a variety of ways depending on the meaning you attach to it. If you feel irritated, you're probably thinking, "Damn it, he's always a bother. Why can't he stay in bed and behave like he should? He never gives me a minute's rest." On the other hand, you could be delighted to see him pop out of his room because you're thinking, "Great, he just crawled out of his crib on his own for the first time. He's growing up and getting more independent." The event is the same in both cases. Your emotional reaction is determined entirely by the way you are thinking about the situation. I'll bet I know what you're thinking now. That example with the baby is not applicable. When I get angry, there's a justifiable provocation. There's plenty of genuine unfairness and cruelty in this world. There's no valid way I can think about all the crap I have to put up with each day without getting uptight. Do you want to perform a lobotomy and turn me into an unfeeling zombie? No thanks. You are certainly right that plenty of genuinely negative events do go on every day. But your feelings about them are still created by the interpretations you place on them. Take a careful look at these interpretations, because anger can be a two-edged sword. The consequences of an impulsive outburst will frequently defeat you in the long run. Even if you are being genuinely wronged, it may not be to your advantage to feel angry about it. The pain and suffering you inflict on yourself by feeling outraged may far exceed the impact of the original insult. As a woman who runs a restaurant put it, "Sure, I have the right to fly off the handle. The other day I realized the chefs forgot to order ham again even though I had specifically reminded them. So I exploded and threw a cauldron of hot soup across the kitchen floor in disgust. 2 minutes later I knew I'd acted like the biggest asshole in the world, but I didn't want to admit it. So I had to spend all my energy for the next 48 hours trying to convince myself I had the right to make a jackass of myself in front of 20 employees. It wasn't worth it. In many cases, your anger is created by subtle cognitive distortions. As with depression, many of your perceptions are twisted, one-sided, or just plain wrong. As you learn to replace these distorted thoughts with others that are more realistic and functional, you will feel less irritable and gain greater self-control. What kinds of distortion occur most often when you are angry? One of the greatest offenders is labeling. When you describe the person you're mad at as a jerk or a bum or a piece of shit, you see him in a totally negative way. You could call this extreme form of overgeneralization globalizing or monsterizing. Someone may in fact have betrayed your trust, and it is absolutely right to resent what the person did. In contrast, when you label someone, you create the impression that he or she has a bad essence. You are directing your anger toward what that person is. When you write people off this way, you catalog in your mind's eye every single thing about them you don't like, the mental filter, and ignore or discount their good points, disqualifying the positive. This is how you set up a false target for your anger. In reality, every human being is a complex mix of positive, negative, and neutral attributes. Labeling is a distorted thinking process that causes you to feel inappropriately indignant and morally superior. It's destructive to build your self-image this way. Your labeling will inevitably give way to your need to blame the other person. Your thirst for retaliation intensifies the conflict and brings out similar attitudes and feelings in the person you're mad at. Labeling inevitably functions as a self-fulfilling prophecy. You polarize the other person and bring about a state of interpersonal warfare. What's the battle really all about? Often you're involved in a defense of your self-esteem. The other person may have threatened you by insulting or criticizing you, or by not loving or liking you, or by not agreeing with your ideas. Consequently, you may perceive yourself in a duel of honor to the death. The problem with this is that the other person is not a totally worthless shit, no matter how much you insist. And furthermore, you cannot enhance your own esteem by denigrating someone else, even if it does feel good temporarily. Ultimately, only your own negative, distorted thoughts can take away your self-respect, as pointed out in Chapter 4. There is one and only one person in this world who has the power to threaten your self-esteem, and that is you. Your sense of worth can go down only if you put yourself down. The real solution is to put an end to your absurd inner harangue. Another distortion characteristic of anger-generating thoughts is mind-reading. You invent motives that explains to your satisfaction why the other person did what he or she did. These hypotheses are frequently erroneous because they will not describe the actual thoughts and perceptions that motivated the other person. Due to your indignation, it may not occur to you to check out what you are saying to yourself. Common explanations you might offer for the other person's objectionable behavior would be, he has a mean streak. She's unfair. He's just like that. She's stupid. They're bad kids, and so forth. The problem with these so-called explanations is that they are just additional labels that don't really provide any valid information. In fact, they are downright misleading. Here's an example. Joan got hot under the collar when her husband told her he'd prefer to watch the Sunday football game on TV rather than go with her to a concert. She felt miffed because she told herself, he doesn't love me. He always has to get his own way. It's unfair. The problem with Joan's interpretation is that it is not valid. He does love her. He doesn't always get his way, and he isn't intentionally being unfair. On this particular Sunday, the Dallas Cowboys are locking spurs with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he really wants to see that game. There's no way he's going to want to get dressed and go to a concert. When Joan thinks about her husband's motivations in such an illogical fashion, she creates two problems for the price of one. She has to put up with the self-created illusion that she's unloved, in addition to missing out on his company at the concert. The third form of distortion that leads to anger is magnification. If you exaggerate the importance of the negative event, the intensity and duration of your emotional reaction may get blown up out of all proportion. For example, if you are waiting for a late bus and you have an important appointment, you might tell yourself, I can't take this. Isn't that a slight exaggeration? Since you are taking it, you can take it, so why tell yourself you can't? The inconvenience of waiting for the bus is bad enough without creating additional discomfort and self-pity in this way. Do you really want to fume like that? Inappropriate should and shouldn't statements represent the fourth type of distortion that feeds your anger. When you find that some people's actions are not to your liking, you tell yourself they shouldn't have done what they did, or they should have done something they failed to do. For example, suppose you register at a hotel and discover they lost the record of your reservation, and now there are no rooms available. You furiously insist, "This shouldn't have happened. Those stupid goddamn clerks." Does the actual deprivation cause your anger? No. The deprivation can only create a sense of loss, disappointment, or inconvenience. Before you can feel anger, you must necessarily make the interpretation you are entitled to get what you want in this situation. Consequently, you see the goof-up on your reservation as an injustice. This perception leads to your feeling angry. So what's wrong with that? When you say the clerks shouldn't have made a mistake, you are creating unnecessary frustration for yourself. It's unfortunate your reservation was lost, but it's highly unlikely anyone intended to treat you unjustly, or that the clerks are especially stupid. But they did make an error. When you insist on perfection from others, you will simply make yourself miserable and become immobilized. Here's the rub. Your anger probably won't cause a room to appear magically, and the inconvenience of going to another hotel will be far less than the misery you inflict on yourself by brooding for hours or days about the lost reservation. Irrational should statements rest on your assumption that you are entitled to instant gratification at all times. So on those occasions when you don't get what you want, you go into panic or rage because of your attitude that unless you get X, you will either die or be tragically deprived of joy forever. X can represent love, affection, status, respect, promptness, perfection, niceness, etc. This insistence that your wants be gratified at all times is the basis for much self-defeating anger. People who are anger-prone often formulate their desires in moralistic terms, such as this: if I'm nice to someone, they should be appreciative. Other people have free will and often think and act in ways that aren't to your liking. All of your insistence that they must fall in line with your desires and wishes will not produce this result. The opposite is more often true. Your attempts to coerce and manipulate people with angry demands most often will alienate and polarize them and make them much less likely to want to please you. This is because other people don't like being controlled or dominated any more than you do. Your anger will simply limit the creative possibilities for problem solving. The perception of unfairness or injustice is the ultimate cause of most, if not all, anger. In fact, we could define anger as the emotion which corresponds in a one-to-one manner to your belief that you are being treated unfairly. Now we come to a truth you may see either as a bitter pill or an enlightening revelation. There is no such thing as a universally accepted concept of fairness and justice. There is an undeniable relativity of fairness, just as Einstein showed the relativity of time and space. Einstein postulated, and it has since been experimentally validated, there is no absolute time that is standard throughout the universe. Time can appear to speed up and slow down, and is relative to the frame of reference of the observer. Similarly, absolute fairness does not exist. Fairness is relative to the observer, and what is fair to one person can appear quite unfair to another. Even social rules and moral strictures, which are accepted within one culture, can vary substantially in another. You can protest that this is not the case and insist that your own personal moral system is universal, but it just ain't so. Here's proof. When a lion devours a sheep, is this unfair? From the point of view of the sheep, it is unfair. He's being viciously and intentionally murdered with no provocation. From the point of view of the lion, it is fair. He's hungry, and this is the daily bread he feels entitled to. Who is right? There is no ultimate or universal answer to this question because there's no absolute fairness floating around to resolve the issue. In fact, fairness is simply a perceptual interpretation, an abstraction, a self-created concept. How about when you eat a hamburger? Is this unfair? To you it's not. From the point of view of the cow, it certainly is, or was. Who's right? There is no ultimate true answer. In spite of the fact that absolute fairness does not exist, personal and social moral codes are important and useful. I am not recommending anarchy. I am saying that moral statements and judgments about fairness are stipulations, not objective facts. Social moral systems, such as the Ten Commandments, are essentially sets of rules that groups decide to abide by. One basis for such systems is the enlightened self-interest of each member of the group. If you fail to act in a manner that takes into account the feelings and interests of others, you are likely to end up less happy because sooner or later they will retaliate when they notice you are taking advantage of them. A system which defines fairness varies in its generality depending on how many people accept it. When a rule of behavior is unique to one person, other people may see it as eccentric. An example of this would be my patient who washes her hands ritualistically over 50 times a day to set things right and to avoid extreme feelings of guilt and anxiety. When a rule is nearly universally accepted, it becomes part of a general moral code and may become a part of the body of law. The prohibition against murder is an example. Nevertheless, no amount of general acceptance can make such systems absolute or ultimately valid for everyone under all circumstances. Much everyday anger results when we confuse our own personal wants with general moral codes. When you get mad at someone and you claim that they are acting unfairly, more often than not, what is really going on is they are acting fairly relative to a set of standards and frame of reference that differs from yours. Your assumption that they are being unfair implies that your way of looking at things is universally accepted. For this to be the case, everyone would have to be the same, but we aren't. We all think differently. When you overlook this and blame the other person for being unfair, you are unnecessarily polarizing the interaction because the other person will feel insulted and defensive. Then the two of you will argue fruitlessly about who is right. The whole dispute is based on the illusion of absolute fairness. Because of your relativity of fairness, there is a logical fallacy that is inherent in your anger. Although you feel convinced the other guy is acting unfairly, you must realize he is only acting unfairly relative to your value system. But he is operating from his value system, not yours. More often than not, his objectionable action will seem quite fair and reasonable to him. Therefore, from his point of view, which is his only possible basis for action, what he does is fair. Do you want people to act fairly? Then you should want him to act as he does, even though you dislike what he does, since he is acting fairly within his system. You can work to try to convince him to change his attitudes and ultimately modify his standards and his actions. And in the meantime, you can take steps to make certain you won't suffer as a result of what he does. But when you tell yourself he's acting unfairly, you are fooling yourself and you are chasing a mirage. Does this mean that all anger is inappropriate and that the concepts of fairness and morality are useless because they are relative? Some popular writers do give this impression. Dr. Wayne Dyer writes, "We are conditioned to look for justice in life, and when it doesn't appear, we tend to feel anger, anxiety, or frustration. Actually, it would be equally productive to search for the fountain of youth, or some such myth. Justice does not exist. It never has, and it never will. The world is simply not put together that way. Robins eat worms. That's not fair to the worms. You have only to look at nature to realize there is no justice in the world. Tornadoes, floods, tidal waves, droughts are all unfair." This position represents the opposite extreme and is an example of all-or-nothing thinking. It's like saying, throw your watches and clocks away because Einstein showed that absolute time does not exist. The concepts of time and fairness are socially useful, even though they do not exist in an absolute sense. In addition to this contention that the concept of fairness is an illusion, Dr. Dyer seems to suggest that anger is useless. You may accept anger as a part of your life, but do you realize it serves no utilitarian purpose? You do not have to possess it, and it serves no purpose that has anything to do with being a happy, fulfilled person. The irony of anger is that it never works in changing others. Again, his arguments seem to be based on cognitive distortion. To say anger serves no purpose is just more all-or-nothing thinking, and to say it never works is an overgeneralization. Actually, anger can be adaptive and productive in certain situations. So the real question is not, should I or should I not feel anger, but rather, where will I draw the line? The following 2 guidelines will help you to determine when your anger is productive and when it is not. These 2 criteria can help you synthesize what you are learning and to evolve a meaningful personal philosophy about anger. 1. Is my anger directed towards someone who has knowingly, intentionally, and unnecessarily acted in a hurtful manner? 2. Is my anger useful? Does it help me achieve a desired goal, or does it simply defeat me? Example, you're playing basketball and a fellow on the other team elbows you in the stomach intentionally so as to upset you and get you off your game. You may be able to channel your anger productively so you will play harder and win. So far, your anger is adaptive. Once the game is over, you may no longer want that anger. Now it's maladaptive. Suppose your 3-year-old son runs mindlessly into the street and risks his life. In this case, he is not intentionally inflicting harm. Nevertheless, the angry mode in which you express yourself may be adaptive. The emotional arousal in your voice conveys a message of alarm and importance that might not come across if you were to deal with him in a calm, totally objective manner. In both these examples, you chose to be angry, and the magnitude and expression of the emotion were under your control. The adaptive and positive effects of your anger differentiate it from hostility, which is impulsive and uncontrolled and leads to aggression. Suppose you are enraged about some senseless violence you read about in the paper. Here the act seems clearly hurtful and immoral. Nevertheless, your anger may not be adaptive if, as is usually the case, there is nothing you plan to do about it. If, in contrast, you choose to help the victims or begin a campaign to fight crime in some way, your anger might again be adaptive. Keeping these 2 criteria in mind, let me give you a series of methods you can use to reduce your anger in those situations where it is not in your best interest. Develop the desire. Anger can be the most difficult emotion to modify because when you get mad, you will be like a furious bulldog, and persuading you to stop sinking your teeth into the other person's leg can be extremely tough. You won't really want to rid yourself of those feelings because you will be consumed by the desire for revenge. After all, because anger is caused by what you perceive to be unfair, it is a moral emotion, and you will be extremely hesitant to let go of the righteous feeling. You will have the nearly irresistible urge to defend and justify your anger with religious zeal. Overcoming this will require an act of great willpower, so why bother? The first step, use the double column technique to make a list of the advantages and disadvantages of feeling angry and acting in a retaliatory manner. Consider both the short and long-term consequences of your anger. Then review the list and ask yourself which are greater, the costs or the benefits. This will help you determine if your resentment is really in your best self-interest. Since most of us ultimately want what's best for us, this can pave the way for a more peaceful and productive attitude. Here's how it works. Sue is a 31-year-old woman with 2 daughters from a previous marriage. Her husband John is a hard-working lawyer with 1 teenage daughter from his prior marriage. Because John's time is very limited, Sue often feels deprived and resentful. She told me she felt he wasn't giving her a fair shake in the marriage because he was not giving her enough of his time and attention. She listed the advantages and disadvantages of her irritability, and you can see for yourself in Figure 7.2 on the enhancement. She also made a list of the positive consequences that might result from eliminating her anger. 1. People will like me better. They will want to be near me. 2. I will be more predictable. 3. I will be in better control of my emotions. 4. I will be more relaxed. 5. I will be more comfortable with myself. 6. I will be viewed as a positive, non-judgmental, practical person. 7. I will behave more often as an adult than as a child who has to get what it wants. 8. I will influence people more effectively, and I'll get more of what I want through assertive, calm, rational negotiation than through tantrums and demands. And 9. My kids, husband, and parents will respect me more. As a result of this assessment, Sue told me she was convinced that the price of her anger substantially exceeded the benefits. It is crucial that you perform this same type of analysis as a first step in coping with your anger. After you list the advantages and disadvantages of your anger, give yourself the same test. Ask yourself, if the upsetting situation that provokes me doesn't change immediately, would I be willing to cope with it instead of getting angry? If you can answer yes, then you are clearly motivated to change. You will probably succeed in gaining greater inner peace and self-esteem, and you will increase your effectiveness in life. This choice is up to you. Cool those hot thoughts. Once you've decided to cool down, an invaluable method that can help you is to write down the various hot thoughts that are going through your mind when you are upset. Then substitute less upsetting, more objective, cool thoughts using the double column method as shown in Figure 7.3 on the enhancement. Listen for those hot thoughts with your third ear so as to tune in to the antagonistic statements that go through your head. Record this private dialogue without any censorship. I'm sure you'll notice all kinds of highly colorful language and vengeful fantasies. Write them all down. Then substitute cool thoughts that are more objective and less inflammatory. This will help you feel less aroused and overwhelmed. Sue used this technique to deal with the frustration she felt when John's daughter Sandy acted manipulative and wrapped John around her finger. Sue kept telling him to be more assertive with Sandy and less of a soft touch, but he often reacted negatively to her suggestions. He felt Sue was nagging and making demands to get her way. This made him want to spend even less time with her, which contributed to a vicious cycle. Sue wrote down the hot thoughts that made her feel jealous and guilty. See Figure 7.3. As she substituted cool thoughts, she felt better, and this served as an antidote to her urge to try to control John. Although she still felt he was wrong in letting Sandy manipulate him, she decided he had the right to be wrong. Consequently, Sue pushed John less and he began to feel less pressured. Their relationship improved and ripened in a climate of mutual freedom and respect. Simply talking back to her hot thoughts was, of course, not the only ingredient that led to a successful second marriage for Sue and John, but it was a necessary and gigantic first step without which both of them could have easily ended up stalemated again. You can also use the more elaborate chart, the daily record of dysfunctional thoughts, to deal with your anger, as found in Figure 7.4 on the enhanced portion of this audiobook. You can describe the provocative situation and assess how angry you feel before and after you do the exercise. Figure 7.4 shows how a young woman coped with her frustration when she was dealt with tersely by a prospective employer over the telephone. She reported that pinpointing her hot thoughts and putting the lie to them helped her nip an emotional explosion in the bud. This prevented the fretting and fuming that normally would have soured her entire day. She told me, "Before I did the exercise, I thought my enemy was the man on the other end of the phone. But I learned that I was treating myself 10 times worse than he was. Once I recognized this, it was relatively easy to substitute cooler thoughts, and I surprised myself by feeling a whole lot better right away." Imagining techniques. Those negative hot thoughts that go through your mind when you are angry represent the script of a private movie, usually X-rated, that you project onto your mind. Have you ever noticed the picture on the screen? The images, daydreams, and fantasies of revenge and violence can be quite colorful indeed. You may not be aware of these mental pictures unless you look for them. Let me illustrate. Suppose I ask you to visualize a red apple in a brown basket right now. You can do this with your eyes open or closed. There. Do you see it now? That's what I'm referring to. Most of us have these visual images all day long. They are a part of normal consciousness, the pictorial illustrations of our thoughts. For example, memories sometimes occur to us as mental pictures. Conjure up an image now of some vivid past event, your high school graduation, your first kiss. Do you still remember it? A long hike, etc. Do you see it now? These images can affect you strongly, and their influence can be positively or negatively arousing, just like erotic dreams or nightmares. The exhilarating effect of a positive image can be intense. For instance, on your way to an amusement park, you might have an image of that first dazzling descent down the roller coaster, and you may experience the excited rush in your belly. The daydream actually creates the pleasurable anticipation. Similarly, negative images play a powerful role in your level of emotional arousal. Visualize right now someone whom you've gotten good and mad at sometime in your life. What images come to mind? Do you imagine punching them in the nose or tossing them into a vat of boiling oil? These daydreams actually keep your anger alive long after the initial insult has occurred. Your sense of rage may eat away at you for hours, days, months, or even years after the irritating event has long since passed. Your fantasies help keep the pain alive. Every time you fantasize about the occurrence, you shoot new doses of arousal into your system. You become like a cow chewing on poisoned cud, and who is creating this anger? You are, because you chose to put those images in your mind. For all you know, the person you were mad at lives in Timbuktu, or maybe isn't even alive anymore, so he or she could hardly be the culprit. You are the director and producer of the film now, and what's worse, you're the only one in the audience. Who has to watch and experience all the arousal? You do. You're the one who's subjected to a continual clenching, a tightening of back muscles, and an outpouring of adrenal hormones into the bloodstream. You're the one whose blood pressure is going up. In a nutshell, you're making yourself hurt. Do you want to keep this up? If not, you will want to do something to reduce the anger-generating images that you are projecting onto your mind. One helpful technique is to transform them in a creative way so they become less upsetting. Humor represents one powerful tool you can use. For example, instead of imagining wringing the neck of the person you are furious with, fantasize that he is walking around in diapers in a crowded department store. Visualize all the details: the pot belly, the diaper pins, the hairy legs. Now what's happening to your anger? Is that a broad smile spreading across your face? A second method involves thought stoppage. As you notice the images crossing your mind each day, remind yourself that you have the right to turn the projector off. Think about something else. Find someone and engage him or her in conversation. Read a good book, bake bread, go jogging. When you don't reward the anger images with your arousal, they will recur less and less often. Instead of dwelling on them, think about an upcoming event that excites you or switch to an erotic fantasy. If the upsetting memory is persistent, engage in vigorous physical exercise, such as push-ups, rapid jogging, or swimming. These have the additional benefit of rechanneling your potentially hurtful arousal in a highly beneficial way. Rewrite the rules. You may frustrate and upset yourself needlessly because you have an unrealistic rule about personal relationships that causes you to be let down all the time. The key to Sue's anger was her belief she was entitled to John's love because of her rule: if I'm a good and faithful wife, I deserve to be loved. As a result of this innocent-sounding assumption, Sue experienced a constant sense of danger in her marriage because anytime John wasn't giving her an appropriate helping of love and attention, she would experience it as confirmation of her inadequacy. She would then manipulate and demand attention and respect in a constant battle to defend herself against a loss of self-esteem. Intimacy with him became like slipping slowly toward the edge of an icy cliff. No wonder she was desperately grabbing onto John. And no wonder she would explode when she sensed his indifference. Didn't he realize her life was at stake? In addition to the intense unpleasantness that her love rule created, it didn't work well in the long run. For a while, Sue's manipulations did, in fact, get her some of the attention she craved. After all, she could intimidate John with her emotional explosions. She could punish him with her icy withdrawal, and she could manipulate him by arousing his guilt. But the price Sue pays is that the love she receives isn't and can't be given freely and spontaneously. He will feel exhausted, trapped, and controlled. The resentment he's been storing up will press for release. When he stops buying into her belief that he has to give in to her demands, his desire for freedom will overpower him and he will explode. The destructive effects of what passes for love never cease to amaze me. If your relationships are characterized by this cyclic tension and tyranny, you may be better off rewriting the rules. If you adopt a more realistic attitude, you can end your frustration. It's much easier than trying to change the world. Sue decided to revise her love rule in the following way. If I behave in a positive manner toward John, he will respond in a loving way a good bit of the time. I can still respect myself and function effectively when he doesn't. This formulation of her expectations was more realistic and didn't put her moods and self-esteem at the mercy of her husband. The rules that get you into interpersonal difficulty often won't appear to be malignant. On the contrary, they often seem highly moral and humanistic. I recently treated a woman named Margaret who had the notion that marriages should be 50-50. Each partner should do for the other equally. She applied this rule to all human relationships. If I do nice things for people, they should reciprocate. So what's wrong with that? It certainly sounds reasonable and fair. It's a kind of a spin-off from the Golden Rule. Here's what's wrong with it. It's an undeniable fact that human relationships, including marriages, are rarely spontaneously reciprocal because people are different. Reciprocity is a transient and inherently unstable ideal that can only be approximated through continued effort. This involves mutual consensus, communication, compromise, and growth. It requires negotiation and hard work. Margaret's problem was that she didn't recognize this. She lived in a fairy tale world where reciprocity existed as an assumed reality. She went around always doing good things for her husband and others, and then waited for their reciprocity. Unfortunately, these unilateral contracts fell apart because other people usually weren't aware that she expected to be repaid. For example, a local charity organization advertised for a salaried assistant director to start in several months. Margaret was quite interested in this position and submitted her application. She then gave large amounts of her time doing volunteer work for the organization and assumed that the other employees would reciprocate by liking and respecting her, and that the director would reciprocate by giving her the job. In reality, the other employees did not respond to her warmly. Perhaps they sensed and resented her attempt to control them with her niceness and virtue. When the director chose another candidate for the position, she hit the roof and felt bitter and disillusioned because her reciprocity rule had been violated. Since her rule caused her so much trouble and disappointment, she opted to rewrite it and to view reciprocity not as a given, but as a goal she could work toward by pursuing her own self-interest. At the same time, she relinquished her demand that others read her mind and respond as she wanted. Paradoxically, as she learned to expect less, she got more. If you have a should or shouldn't rule that has been causing you disappointment and frustration, rewrite it in more realistic terms. A number of examples to help you do this are shown in Figure 7.5 on the enhancement. You will notice that the substitution of one word, "it would be nice if," in place of "should," can be a useful first step. Learn to expect craziness. As the anger in Sue's relationship with John cooled down, they became closer and more loving. However, John's daughter, Sandy, responded to his increased intimacy by even greater manipulations. She began to lie, borrowed money without returning it. She sneaked into Sue's bedroom, went through drawers, and stole Sue's personal items. She left the kitchen messy, etc. All these actions effectively got Sue's goat because she told herself, "Sandy shouldn't act so sneaky. She's crazy. It's unfair." Sue's sense of frustration was the product of two necessary ingredients. 1. Sandy's obnoxious behavior. 2. Sue's expectation that she should act in a more mature way. Since the evidence suggested that Sandy wasn't about to change, Sue had only one alternative. She could discard her unrealistic expectation that Sandy behave in an adult, ladylike fashion. She decided to write the following memo to herself entitled, "Why Sandy Should Act Obnoxiously." It is Sandy's nature to be manipulative because she believes that she's entitled to love and attention. She believes that getting love and attention is a matter of life and death. She thinks she needs to be the center of attention in order to survive. Therefore, she will see any lack of love as unfair and a great danger to her sense of self-esteem. Because she feels she has to manipulate in order to get attention, she should act in a manipulative way. Therefore, I can expect and predict that she will continue to act this way until she changes. Since it is unlikely that she will change in the near future, I can expect her to continue to behave this way for a period of time. Therefore, I will have no reason to feel frustrated or surprised, because she will be acting the way she should act. Furthermore, I want all humans, including Sandy, to act in a manner that they believe to be fair. Sandy feels she's entitled to more attention. Since her obnoxious behavior is based on her sense of entitlement, I can remind myself that what she does is fair from her point of view. Finally, I want my moods to be under my control, not hers. Do I want to make myself feel upset and angry at her fair, obnoxious behavior? No. Therefore, I can begin to change the way I react to her. 1. I can thank her for stealing, since this is what she should do. 2. I can laugh to myself about her manipulations, since they are childish. 3. I can choose not to be angry unless it is my decision to use the anger to accomplish a specific goal. 4. If I feel a loss of self-esteem due to Sandy's manipulations, I can ask myself, do I want to give a child such power over me? What is the desired effect of such a memorandum? Sandy's provocative actions are probably knowingly malicious. Sandy consciously targets Sue because of the resentment and helpless frustration she feels. When Sue gets upset, she paradoxically gives Sandy exactly what she wants. She can greatly reduce her frustration as she changes her expectations. Enlightened manipulation. You may fear that you will be a pushover if you change your expectations and give up your anger. You might sense that other people would take advantage of you. This apprehension reflects your sense of inadequacy as well as the fact that you probably have not been trained in more enlightened methods of going after what you want. You probably believe that if you didn't make demands on people, you'd end up empty-handed. So, what's the alternative? Well, as a starting point, let's review the work of Dr. Mark K. Goldstein, a psychologist who has done some brilliant and creative clinical research on the behavioral conditioning of husbands by wives. In his work with neglected and angry wives, he became aware of the self-defeating methods they used to get what they wanted from their husbands. He asked himself, what have we learned in the laboratory about the most effective scientific methods for influencing all living organisms, including bacteria, plants, and rats? Can we apply these principles to wayward and sometimes brutal husbands? The answer to these questions was straightforward. Reward the desired behavior instead of punishing the undesired behavior. Punishment causes aversion and resentment and brings about alienation and avoidance. Most of the deprived and abandoned wives he treated were misguidedly trying to punish their husbands into doing what they wanted. By switching them to a reward model in which the desired behavior got copious attention, he observed some dramatic turnabouts. The wives Dr. Goldstein treated were not unique. They were ensnarled in the ordinary marital conflicts that most of us confront. These women had a long history of giving their spouses attention either indiscriminately or, in some cases, primarily in response to undesirable behavior. A major shift had to occur in order for them to elicit the kind of response they desired from their husbands, but were not getting. By keeping meticulous scientific records of their interactions with their husbands, the women were able to achieve control over how they responded. Here's how it worked for one of Dr. Goldstein's patients. After years of fighting, wife X reported she lost her husband. He abandoned her and moved in with his girlfriend. His primary interactions with wife X had centered around abuse and indifference. It appeared on the surface as if he didn't care much about her. Nevertheless, he did call her occasionally, indicating he might have some interest in her. She had the choice of cultivating this attention or crushing it further by continued inappropriate responses. Wife X defined her goals. She would experiment to see if she could, in fact, get her husband back. The first milestone would be to determine if she could effectively increase his rate of contact with her. She measured meticulously the frequency and duration of his every telephone call and visit home, recording this information on a piece of graph paper taped to the refrigerator door. She carefully assessed the crucial relationship between her behavior, the stimulus, and the frequency of his contacts, the response. She initiated no contact with him at all on her own, but instead responded positively and affectionately to his calls. Her strategy was straightforward. Rather than noticing and reacting to all the things about him that she didn't like, she began to reinforce systematically those that she did like. The rewards she used were all the things that turned him on: praise, food, sex, affection, etc. She began by responding to his rare calls in an upbeat, positive, complimentary manner. She flattered and encouraged him. She avoided any criticism, argument, demands, or hostility, and found a way to agree with everything he said, using the disarming technique described in Chapter 7. Initially, she terminated all these calls after 5 to 10 minutes to ensure the likelihood the conversations would not deteriorate into an argument or become boring to him. This guaranteed that her feedback would be pleasant to him, and that his response to it would not be suppressed or eliminated. After she did this a few times, she noticed her husband began to call more and more frequently because the calls were positive, rewarding experiences for him. She noted this increased rate of telephoning on her graph paper just as a scientist observes and documents the actions of an experimental rat. As his phone calls increased, she began to feel encouraged, and some of her irritation and resentment melted away. One day he appeared at the house, and according to her plan, she announced, "I'm so happy you dropped by because I just happen to have a fresh, fancy imported Cuban cigar in the freezer for you. It's the expensive type you really like." She actually had a whole box of them waiting, so she was able to repeat this each time he visited, regardless of why or when he came. She noticed the frequency of his visits substantially increased. In a similar manner, she continued to shape his behavior using rewards rather than coercion. She realized how successful she had been when her husband decided to leave his girlfriend and asked if he could move back in with her. Am I saying that is the only way to relate and to influence people? No, that would be absurd. It's just a pleasant spice, not the whole banquet or even the main course. But it's a frequently overlooked delicacy that few appetites can resist. There's no guarantee it will work. Some situations may be irreversible, and you can't always get what you want. At any rate, try the upbeat reward system. You may be pleasantly surprised at the remarkable effectiveness of your secret strategy. In addition to motivating the people you care about to want to be around you, it will improve your mood because you learn to notice and focus on the positive things that others do rather than dwell on their negatives. Should reduction. Because many of the thoughts which generate your anger involve moralistic should statements, it will help you to master some should removal methods. One way is to make a list using the double column method of all the reasons why you believe the other person shouldn't have acted as he did. Then challenge these reasons until you can see why they are unrealistic and don't actually make good sense. Example: suppose the carpenter on your new house did a sloppy job on the kitchen cabinets. The doors are poorly aligned and don't close properly. You feel irate because you see this as unfair. After all, you paid full union wages, so you feel entitled to excellent workmanship from a top craftsman. You fume as you tell yourself, "The lazy bastard should take some pride in his work. What's the world coming to?" You list the reasons and rebuttals detailed in Figure 7.6 on the enhanced portion of this audiobook. The rationale for eliminating your should statement is simple. It's not true that you are entitled to get what you want just because you want it. You'll have to negotiate. Call the carpenter, complain, and insist the job be corrected. But don't double your trouble by making yourself excessively hot and bothered. The carpenter probably wasn't trying to hurt you, and your anger might simply polarize him and put him on the defensive. After all, half of all the carpenters and psychiatrists, secretaries, writers, and dentists, etc., throughout human history have been below average. Do you believe that? It's true by definition, because average is defined as the halfway point. It's ludicrous to fume and complain that this particular carpenter's average talent is unfair or that he should be other than he is. Negotiating strategies. At this point, you may be bristling because you're thinking, well, that's a fine kettle of fish. Dr. Burns seems to be telling me I can find happiness by believing that lazy, incompetent carpenters should do mediocre work. After all, it's their nature, the good doctor claims. What weak-spined hogwash! I'm not going to be stripped of my human dignity and let people walk all over me and get away with second-rate crappy work I'm paying a fortune for. Cool down. Nobody's asking you to let the carpenter pull the wool over your eyes. If you want to exert your influence in an effective way instead of moping angrily and creating inner turmoil, a calm, firm, assertive approach will usually be the most successful. Moralistic shoulding, in contrast, will simply aggravate you and polarize him and cause him to feel defensive and to counterattack. Remember, fighting is a form of intimacy. Do you really want to be so intimate with this carpenter? Wouldn't you prefer to get what you want instead? As you stop consuming your energy and anger, you can focus your efforts on getting what you want. The following negotiating principles can work effectively in such a situation. 1. Instead of telling him off, compliment him on what he did right. It's an undeniable fact of human nature that few people can resist flattery even if it's blatantly insincere. However, since you can find something good about him or his work, you can make your compliment honest. Then mention the problem with the cupboard doors tactfully and calmly explain why you want him to come back and correct the alignment. 2. Disarm him if he argues by finding a way to agree with him regardless of how absurd his statements are. This will shut him up and take the wind out of his sails. Then, immediately, 3. Clarify your point of view again, calmly and firmly. Repeat the above 3 techniques over and over in varying combinations, until the carpenter finally gives in or an acceptable compromise is reached. Use ultimatums and intimidating threats only as a last resort, and make sure you are ready and willing to follow through when you do. As a general principle, use diplomacy in expressing your dissatisfaction with his work. Avoid labeling him in an insulting way or implying he is bad, evil, malignant, etc. If you decide to tell him about your negative feelings, do so objectively without magnification or an excess of inflammatory language. For example, "I resent shoddy work when I feel you have the ability to do a good professional job," is far preferable to "You mother blank, your blank work is an outrage." In the following dialogue, I will identify each of these techniques. You. "I was pleased with how some of the work came out, and I'm hopeful I'll be able to tell other people I was happy with the whole job. The paneling was especially well done. I'm a little concerned about the kitchen cabinets, however." Compliment. Carpenter. "What seems to be the trouble?" "The doors aren't lined up and many of the handles are on crooked." "Well, that's about the best I can do on those kinds of cabinets. They're mass-produced and they just aren't made the best." "Well, that's true. They aren't as well made as a more expensive type might be." Disarming technique. "Nevertheless, they aren't acceptable this way, and I'd appreciate it if you'd do something to make them more presentable." Clarification. Tact. "You'll have to talk to the manufacturer or the builder. There's nothing I can do about it." "I can understand your frustration." Disarming technique. "But it's your responsibility to complete these cabinets to our satisfaction. They're simply not acceptable. They look shoddy and they don't close properly. I know it's an inconvenience, but my position is that the job can't be considered complete and the bill won't be paid until you've corrected it." Ultimatum. "I can see from your other work that you have the skill to make them look right in spite of the extra time it will take. That way we'll be completely satisfied with your work and we can give you a good recommendation." Compliment. Try these negotiating techniques when you are at a loggerheads with someone. I think you'll find they work more effectively than blowing your stack. And you'll feel better because you'll usually end up getting more of what you want. Accurate empathy. Empathy is the ultimate anger antidote. It's the highest form of magic described in this book, and its spectacular effects are firmly entrenched in reality. No trick mirrors are needed. Let's define the word. By empathy, I do not mean the capacity to feel the same way someone else feels. This is sympathy. Sympathy is highly touted, but is, in my opinion, somewhat overrated. By empathy, I do not mean acting in a tender, understanding manner. This is support. Support is also highly valued and overrated. So what is empathy? Empathy is the ability to comprehend with accuracy the precise thoughts and motivations of other people in such a way that they would say, "Yes, that is exactly where I'm coming from." When you have this extraordinary knowledge, you will understand and accept without anger why others act as they do even though their actions might not be to your liking. Remember, it is actually your thoughts that create your anger and not the other person's behavior. The amazing thing is that the moment you grasp why the other person is acting that way, this knowledge tends to put the lie to your anger-producing thoughts. You might ask, if it's so easy to eliminate anger through empathy, why do people get so damn mad at each other every day? The answer is that empathy is difficult to acquire. As humans, we are trapped in our own perceptions, and we react automatically to the meanings we attach to what people do. Getting inside the other person's skull requires hard work, and most people don't even know how to do this. Do you? You will learn how in the next few pages. Let's start with an example. A businessman recently sought help because of his frequent episodes of angry outbursts and abusive behavior. When his family or employees didn't do what he wanted, he'd bite their heads off. He usually succeeded in intimidating people, and he enjoyed dominating and humiliating them. But he sensed that his impulsive explosions ultimately caused problems for him because of his reputation as a sadistic hothead. He described a dinner party he attended where the waiter forgot to fill his wine glass. He felt a surge of rage due to his thought, "The waiter thinks I'm unimportant. Who the hell does he think he is anyway? I'd like to wring the mother blank's neck." I used the empathy method to demonstrate to him how illogical and unrealistic his angry thoughts were. I suggested that we do some role-playing. He was to play the waiter, and I would act the part of a friend. He was to try to answer my questions as truthfully as possible. The following dialogue evolved. David, playing the role of the waiter's friend. "I noticed that you didn't fill the wine glass of that businessman there." Patient, playing the role of waiter. "Oh, I see that I didn't fill his glass." "Why didn't you fill his glass? Do you think he is an unimportant person?" "Well, no, it wasn't that. I actually don't know much about him." "But didn't you decide that he was an unimportant person and refuse to give him any wine because of that?" "No, that isn't why I didn't give him any wine." "Then why didn't you give him wine?" "Well, I was daydreaming about my date for tonight. Furthermore, I was looking at that pretty girl across the table. I was distracted by her low-cut dress, and I just overlooked his wine glass." This role-playing episode created great relief for the patient because by placing himself in the waiter's shoes, he was able to see how unrealistic his interpretation had been. His cognitive distortion was jumping to conclusions, mind-reading. He automatically concluded the waiter was being unfair, which made him feel he had to retaliate to maintain his self-pride. Once he acquired some empathy, he was able to see that his righteous indignation was caused entirely and exclusively by his own distorted thoughts and not the waiter's actions. It is often extremely difficult for angry-prone individuals to accept this at first because they have a nearly irresistible urge to blame others and to retaliate. How about you? Does the idea that many of your angry thoughts are invalid seem abhorrent and unacceptable? The empathy technique can also be quite useful when the other person's actions appear more obviously and intentionally hurtful. A 28-year-old woman named Melissa sought counseling around the time she was separating from her husband, Howard. 5 years earlier, Melissa discovered that Howard was having an affair with Anne, an attractive secretary who worked in his building. The revelation was a heavy blow to Melissa, but to make matters even worse, Howard was hesitant to make a clean break with Anne, and so the affair dragged on for 8 additional months. The humiliation and rage Melissa felt during this period was a major factor that led to her ultimate decision to leave him. Her thoughts ran along these lines. 1, he had no right to act like that. 2, he was self-centered. 3, it was unfair. 4, he was a bad, rotten person. 5, I must have failed. In the course of a therapy session, I asked Melissa to play Howard's role, and then I cross-examined her to see if she could explain precisely why he had had the affair with Anne and acted as he did. She reported that as the role-playing evolved, she suddenly saw where Howard had been coming from, and at that moment, her anger toward him completely vanished. After the session, she wrote a description of the dramatic disappearance of the anger she had harbored for years. After Howard's affair with Anne presumably ended, he insisted on continuing to see her and was still very much bound up with her. This was painful to me. It made me feel that Howard really didn't respect me and considered himself more important than I was. I felt that if he really did love me, he wouldn't put me through this. How could he continue to see Anne when he knew how miserable it made me feel? I felt really angry at Howard and down on myself. When I tried the empathy approach and played the role of Howard, I saw the whole. I suddenly saw things differently. When I imagined I was Howard, I could see where he was coming from. Putting myself in his place, I saw the problem of loving Melissa, my wife, as well as Anne, my lover. It dawned on me that Howard was really trapped in a can't-win system created by his thoughts and feelings. He loved me, but was desperately attracted to Anne. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't stop seeing her. He felt very guilty and couldn't stop himself. He felt he would lose if he left Anne, and he would lose if he left me. He was unwilling and unable to come to terms with either form of loss, and it was his indecisiveness, rather than any inadequacy on my part, which caused him to be slow in making up his mind. The experience was a revelation for me. I really saw what had happened for the first time. I knew Howard had not done anything deliberately to hurt me, but had been incapable of doing anything other than what he did. I felt good being able to see and understand this. I told Howard when I spoke to him next. We both felt a lot better about this. I also got a really good feeling from the experience with the empathy technique. It was very exciting, more real than what I had seen before. The key to Melissa's anger was her fear of losing self-esteem. Although Howard had indeed acted in a genuinely negative manner, it was the meaning she attached to the experience that caused her sense of grief and rage. She assumed that as a good wife, she was entitled to a good marriage. This is the logic that got her into emotional trouble. Premise: if I am a good and adequate wife, my husband is bound to love me and be faithful to me. Observation: My husband is not acting in a loving, faithful way. Conclusion. Therefore, either I am not a good and adequate wife, or else Howard is a bad, immoral person because he is breaking my rule. Thus, Melissa's anger represented a feeble attempt to save the day because, within her system of assumptions, this was actually the only alternative to suffering a loss of self-esteem. The only problems with her solution were A. She wasn't really convinced he was no good, B. She didn't really want to write him off since she loved him, and C. Her chronic sour anger didn't feel good, it didn't look good, and it drove him farther away. Her premise that he would love her as long as she was good was a fairy tale she had never thought to question. The empathy method transformed her thinking in a highly beneficial way by allowing her to relinquish the grandiosity inherent in her premise. His misbehavior was caused by his distorted cognitions, not her inadequacy. Thus, he was responsible for the jam he was in, not she. This sudden insight struck her like a lightning bolt. The moment she saw the world through his eyes, her anger vanished. She became a much smaller person in the sense that she no longer saw herself as responsible for the actions of her husband and the people around her. But at the same time, she experienced a sudden increase in self-esteem. In the next session, I decided to put her new insight to the acid test. I confronted her with the negative thoughts that had originally upset her to see if she could answer them effectively. David. Howard could have stopped seeing her sooner. He made a fool out of you. Melissa. No, he couldn't stop because he was trapped. He felt a tremendous obsession, and he was attracted to Anne. But then he should have gone off with her and broken up with you so he could stop torturing you. That would have been the only decent thing to do. He felt he couldn't break it off with me either because he loved me and was committed to me and to our children. But that was unfair to keep you dangling so long. He didn't mean to be unfair. It just happened. It just happened? What Pollyanna nonsense. The fact is, he shouldn't have gotten into such a situation in the first place. But that's where he was at. Anne represented excitement, and he felt bored and overwhelmed by life at the time. Eventually, one day, he just couldn't resist her flirting anymore. He took one small step over the line in a moment of weakness, and then the affair was off and running. Well, you are less of a person because he wasn't faithful to you. This makes you inferior. It has nothing to do with being less of a person. I don't have to get what I want all the time to be worthwhile. But he never would have sought excitement elsewhere if you were an adequate wife. You're undesirable and unlovable. You're second-rate, and that's why your husband had an affair. The fact is, he ultimately chose me over Anne, but that doesn't make me any better than Anne, does it? Similarly, the fact that he chose to deal with his problems by escaping doesn't mean that I'm unlovable or less desirable. I could see that Melissa was clearly unruffled by my vigorous attempts to get her goat, and this proved she had transcended this painful period of her life. She traded in her anger for joy and self-esteem. Empathy was the key that freed her from being trapped in hostility, self-doubt, and despair. Putting it all together, cognitive rehearsal. When you get angry, you may feel you react too rapidly to be able to sit down and assess the situation objectively and apply the various techniques described in this chapter. This is one of the characteristics of anger. Unlike depression, which tends to be steady and chronic, anger is much more eruptive and episodic. By the time you are aware you are upset, you may already feel out of control. Cognitive rehearsal is an effective method for solving this problem and for synthesizing and using the tools you have learned thus far. This technique will help you learn to overcome your anger ahead of time without actually experiencing the situation. Then when the real thing happens, you'll be prepared to handle it. Begin by listing an anger hierarchy of the situations that most commonly trigger you off and rank these from +1, the least upsetting, to +10, the most infuriating, as shown in Figure 7.7 on the enhancement. The provocations should be ones that you'd like to handle more effectively because your anger is maladaptive and undesirable. Start with the first item on the hierarchy list that is the least upsetting to you, and fantasize as vividly as you can that you are in that situation. Then verbalize your hot thoughts and write them down. In the example given in Figure 7.7, you're feeling annoyed because you're telling yourself, the goddamn other blanking waiters don't know what the blank they're doing. Why don't the lazy bastards get off their butts and move? Who the hell do they think they are? Am I supposed to starve to death before they'll give me a menu and a glass of water? Next, fantasize flying off the handle, telling off the maitre d' and storming out and slamming the restaurant door. Now record how upset you feel between 0 and 100%. Then go through the same mental scenario, but substitute more appropriate, cool thoughts and fantasize that you feel relaxed and unperturbed. Imagine that you handle the situation tactfully, assertively, and effectively. For example, you might tell yourself, "The waiters don't seem to be noticing me. Perhaps they're busy and overlooked the fact that I haven't gotten a menu yet. No point in getting hot under the collar about this." Then instruct yourself to approach the head waiter and explain the situation assertively, following these principles. Point out tactfully that you've been waiting. If he explains they are busy, disarm him by agreeing with him. Compliment him on the good business they are doing and repeat your request for better service in a firm but friendly way. Finally, imagine that he responds by sending a waiter who apologizes and gives you top-notch VIP service. You feel good and enjoy the meal. Now practice going through this version of the scenario each night until you have mastered it and can fantasize handling the situation effectively and calmly in this manner. This cognitive rehearsal will enable you to program yourself to respond in a more assertive and relaxed way when the actual situation confronts you again. You might have one objection to this procedure. You may feel it is unrealistic to fantasize a positive outcome in the restaurant since there's no guarantee the staff will, in reality, respond in a friendly way and give you what you want. The answer to this objection is simple. There's no guarantee they'll respond abrasively either. But if you expect a negative response, you'll enhance the probability of getting one because your anger will have an enormous capacity to act as a self-fulfilling prophecy. In contrast, if you expect and fantasize a positive outcome and apply an upbeat approach, it will be much more likely to occur. You can, of course, also prepare for a negative outcome in a similar way using the cognitive rehearsal method. Imagine you do approach the waiter and he acts snotty and superior and gives you poor service. Now, record your hot thoughts, then substitute cool thoughts and develop a new coping strategy as you did before. You can continue to work your way up your hierarchy list in this way until you have learned to think, feel, and act more peacefully and effectively in the majority of the provocative situations you encounter. Your approach to these situations will have to be flexible, and different coping techniques may be required for the different types of provocations listed. Empathy might be the answer in one situation. Verbal assertiveness could be the key to another, and changing your expectations might be the most useful approach to a third. It will be crucial not to evaluate your progress in your anger reduction program in an all-or-nothing way because emotional growth takes some time, especially when it comes to anger. If you ordinarily react to a particular provocation with 99% anger and then find you become 70% upset next time, you could view this as a successful first try. Now keep working at it, using your cognitive rehearsal method, and see if you can reduce it to 50% and then to 30%. Eventually, you will make it vanish altogether, or at least you will have brought it down to an acceptable, irreducible minimum. Remember that the wisdom of friends and associates can be a potential gold mine you can utilize when you're stuck. They may see clearly in any area where you have a blind spot. Ask them how they think and behave in a particular situation that makes you feel frustrated, helpless, and enraged. What would they tell themselves? What would they actually do? You can learn a surprising amount rapidly if you're willing to ask. 10 things you should know about your anger. 1. The events of this world don't make you angry. Your hot thoughts create your anger, even when a genuinely negative event occurs. It is the meaning you attach to it that determines your emotional response. The idea that you are responsible for your anger is ultimately to your advantage because it gives you the opportunity to achieve control and make a free choice about how you want to feel. If it weren't for this, you would be helpless to control your emotions. They would be irreversibly bound up with every external event of this world, most of which are ultimately out of your control. 2. Most of the time your anger will not help you. It will immobilize you, and you will become frozen in your hostility to no productive purpose. You will feel better if you place your emphasis on the active search for creative solutions. What can you do to correct the difficulty or at least reduce the chance that you'll get burned in the same way in the future? This attitude will eliminate to a certain extent the helplessness and frustration that eat you up when you feel you can't deal with a situation effectively. If no solution is possible because the provocation is totally beyond your control, you will only make yourself miserable with your resentment. So why not get rid of it? It's difficult, if not impossible, to feel anger and joy simultaneously. If you think your angry feelings are especially precious and important, then think about one of the happiest moments of your life. Now ask yourself, how many minutes of that period of peace or jubilation would I be willing to trade in for feeling frustration and irritation instead? 3. The thoughts that generate anger more often than not will contain distortions. Correcting these distortions will reduce your anger. 4. Ultimately, your anger is caused by your belief that someone is acting unfairly or some event is unjust. The intensity of the anger will increase in proportion to the severity of the maliciousness perceived, and if the act is seen as intentional. 5. If you learn to see the world through other people's eyes, you will often be surprised to realize their actions are not unfair from their point of view. The unfairness in these cases turns out to be an illusion that exists only in your mind. If you are willing to let go of the unrealistic notion that your concepts of truth, justice, and fairness are shared by everyone, much of your resentment and frustration will vanish. 6. Other people usually do not feel they deserve your punishment. Therefore, your retaliation is unlikely to help you achieve any positive goals in your interactions with them. Your rage will often just cause further deterioration and polarization and will function as a self-fulfilling prophecy. Even if you temporarily get what you want, any short-term gains from such hostile manipulation will often be more than counterbalanced by a long-term resentment and retaliation from the people you are coercing. No one likes to be controlled or forced. This is why a positive reward system works better. 7. A great deal of your anger involves your defense against loss of self-esteem when people criticize you, disagree with you, or fail to behave as you want them to. Such anger is always inappropriate, because only your own negative distorted thoughts can cause you to lose self-esteem. When you blame the other guy for your feelings of worthlessness, you are always fooling yourself. 8. Frustration results from unmet expectations. Since the event that disappointed you was a part of reality, it was realistic. Thus, your frustration always results from your unrealistic expectation. You have the right to try to influence reality to bring it more in line with your expectations, but this is not always practical, especially when these expectations represent ideals that don't correspond to everyone else's concept of human nature. The simplest solution would be to change your expectations. For example, some unrealistic expectations that lead to frustration include A. If I want something, love, happiness, a promotion, etc., I deserve it. B. If I work hard at something, I should be successful. C. Other people should try to measure up to my standards and believe in my concept of fairness. D. I should be able to solve any problems quickly and easily. E. If I'm a good wife, my husband is bound to love me. F. People should think and act the way I do. G. If I'm nice to someone, they should reciprocate. 9. It is just childish pouting to insist you have the right to be angry. Of course you do. Anger is legally permitted in the United States. The crucial issue is it to your advantage to feel angry? Will you or the world really benefit from your rage? 10. You rarely need your anger in order to be human. It is not true that you will be an unfeeling robot without it. In fact, when you rid yourself of that sour irritability, you will feel greater zest, joy, peace, and productivity. You will experience liberation and enlightenment. Chapter 8. Ways of Defeating Guilt. No book on depression would be complete without a chapter on guilt. What is the function of guilt? Writers, spiritual leaders, psychologists, and philosophers have grappled forever with this question. What is the basis of guilt? Does it evolve from the concept of original sin, or from Oedipal incestuous fantasies and the other taboos that Freud postulated? Is it a realistic and helpful component of human experience? Or Is it a useless emotion that mankind would be better off without, as suggested by some recent pop psychology writers? When the mathematics of calculus was developed, scientists found they could readily solve complex problems of motion and acceleration that were extremely difficult to handle using older methods. The cognitive theory has similarly provided us with a kind of emotional calculus that makes certain thorny philosophical and psychological questions much easier to resolve. Let's see what we can learn from a cognitive approach. Guilt is the emotion you will experience when you have the following thoughts. 1. I have done something I shouldn't have, or I have failed to do something I should have, because my actions fall short of my moral standards and violate my concept of fairness. 2. This bad behavior shows that I'm a bad person, or that I have an evil streak, or a tainted character, or a rotten core, etc. This concept of the badness of self is central to guilt. In its absence, your hurtful action might lead to a healthy feeling of remorse, but not guilt. Remorse stems from the undistorted awareness that you have willfully and unnecessarily acted in a hurtful manner toward yourself or another person that violates your personal ethical standards. Remorse differs from guilt because there is no implication your transgression indicates you are inherently bad, evil, or immoral. To put it in a nutshell, remorse or regret are aimed at behavior, whereas guilt is targeted toward the self. If in addition to your guilt you feel depression, shame, or anxiety, you are probably making one of the following assumptions. 1. Because of my bad behavior, I am inferior or worthless. This interpretation leads to depression. 2. If others found out what I did, they would look down on me. This cognition leads to shame. 3. I'm in danger of retaliation or punishment. This thought provokes anxiety. The simplest way to assess whether the feelings created by such thoughts are useful or destructive is to determine if they contain any of the 10 cognitive distortions described in Chapter 3. To the extent that these thinking errors are present, your guilt, anxiety, depression, or shame certainly cannot be valid or realistic. I suspect you will find that a great many of your negative feelings are in fact based on such thinking errors. The first potential distortion when you are feeling guilty is your assumption you have done something wrong. This may or may not actually be the case. Is the behavior you condemn in yourself in reality so terrible, immoral, or wrong? Or are you magnifying things out of proportion? A charming medical technologist recently brought me a sealed envelope containing a piece of paper on which she had written something about herself which was so terrible she couldn't bear to say it out loud. As she trembling handed the envelope to me, she made me promise not to read it out loud or laugh at her. The message inside was, I pick my nose and eat it. The apprehension and horror on her face in contrast to the triviality of what she had written struck me as so funny, I lost all professional composure and burst into laughter. Fortunately, she too broke into a belly laugh and expressed a sense of relief. Am I claiming that you never behave badly? No. That position would be extreme and unrealistic. I am simply insisting that to the extent your perception of goofing up is unrealistically magnified, your anguish and self-persecution are inappropriate and unnecessary. A second key distortion that leads to guilt is when you label yourself a bad person because of what you did. This is actually the kind of superstitious, destructive thinking that led to the medieval witch hunts. You may have engaged in a bad, angry, hurtful action, but it is counterproductive to label yourself a bad or rotten person because your energy gets channeled into rumination and self-persecution instead of creative problem-solving strategies. Another common guilt-provoking distortion is personalization. You inappropriately assume responsibility for an event you did not cause. Suppose you offer a constructive criticism to your boyfriend, who reacts in a defensive and hurt manner. You may blame yourself for his emotional upset and arbitrarily conclude that your comment was inappropriate. In fact, his negative thoughts upset him, not your comment. Furthermore, these thoughts are probably distorted. He might be thinking that your criticism means he's no good and conclude that you don't respect him. Now, did you put that illogical thought into his head? Obviously not. He did it, so you can't assume responsibility for his reaction. Because cognitive therapy asserts that only your thoughts create your feelings, You might come to the nihilistic belief that you cannot hurt anybody no matter what you do, and hence you have license to do anything. After all, why not run out on your family, cheat on your wife, and screw your partner financially? If they're upset, it's their problem because it's their thoughts, right? Wrong. Here we come again to the importance of the concept of cognitive distortion. To the extent that a person's emotional upset is caused by his distorted thoughts, then you can say he is responsible for his suffering. If you blame yourself for that individual's pain, it is a personalization error. In contrast, if a person's suffering is caused by valid, undistorted thoughts, then the suffering is real and may in fact have an external cause. For example, you might kick me in the stomach and I could have the thoughts, "I've been kicked, it hurts." In this case, the responsibility for my pain rests with you, and your perception that you have hurt me is not distorted in any way. Your remorse and my discomfort are real and valid. Inappropriate should statements represent the final common pathway to your guilt. Irrational should statements imply you are expected to be perfect, all-knowing, or all-powerful. Perfectionistic shoulds include rules for living that defeat you by creating impossible expectations and rigidity. One example of this would be, "I should be happy at all times." The consequence of this rule is that you will feel like a failure every time you are upset. Since it is obviously unrealistic for any human being to achieve the goal of perpetual happiness, the rule is self-defeating and irresponsible. A should statement that is based on the premise you are all-knowing assumes you have all the knowledge in the universe, and that you can predict the future with absolute certainty. For example, you might think, "I shouldn't have gone to the beach this weekend because I was coming down with the flu. What a jerk I am. Now I'm so sick I'll be in bed for a week." Berating yourself this way is unrealistic because you didn't know for certain that going to the beach would make you so ill. If you had known this, you would have acted differently. Being human, you made a decision, and your hunch turned out to be wrong. Should statements based on the premise you are all-powerful assume that, like God, you are omnipotent and have the ability to control yourself and other people so as to achieve each and every goal. You miss your tennis serve and wince, exclaiming, "I shouldn't have missed that serve." Why shouldn't you? Is your tennis so superb that you can't possibly miss a serve? It is clear that these three categories of should statements create an inappropriate sense of guilt because they do not represent sensible moral standards. In addition to distortion, several other criteria can be helpful in distinguishing abnormal guilt from a healthy sense of remorse or regret. These include the intensity, duration, and consequences of your negative emotion. Let's use these criteria to evaluate the incapacitating guilt of a married 52-year-old grammar school teacher named Janice. Janice had been severely depressed for many years. Her problem was that she continually obsessed about 2 episodes of shoplifting that had occurred when she was 15. Although she had led a scrupulously honest life since that time, she could not shake the memory of those 2 incidents. Guilt-provoking thoughts constantly plagued her. "I'm a thief, I'm a liar, I'm no good, I'm a fake." The agony of her guilt was so enormous that every night she prayed that God would let her die in her sleep. Every morning when she woke up, still alive, she was bitterly disappointed and told herself, "I'm such a bad person, even God doesn't want me." In frustration, she finally loaded her husband's pistol, aimed it at her heart, and pulled the trigger. The gun misfired and did not go off. She had not cocked it properly. She felt the ultimate defeat. She couldn't even kill herself. She put the gun down and wept in despair. Janice's guilt is inappropriate not only because of the obvious distortions, but also because of the intensity, duration, and consequences of what she was feeling and telling herself. What she feels cannot be described as a healthy remorse or regret about the actual shoplifting, but an irresponsible degradation of her self-esteem that blinds her to living in the here and now, and is far out of proportion to any actual transgression. The consequences of her guilt created the ultimate irony. Her belief that she was a bad person caused her to attempt to murder herself, a most destructive and pointless act. The guilt cycle. Even if your guilt is unhealthy and based on distortion, once you begin to feel guilty, You may become trapped in an illusion that makes the guilt appear valid. Such illusions can be powerful and convincing. You reason, 1. I feel guilty and worthy of condemnation. This means I've been bad. 2. Since I'm bad, I deserve to suffer. Thus, your guilt convinces you of your badness and leads to further guilt. This cognitive emotional connection locks your thoughts and feelings into each other. You end up trapped in a circular system, which I call the guilt cycle. Emotional reasoning fuels this cycle. You automatically assume that because you're feeling guilty, you must have fallen short in some way and that you deserve to suffer. You reason, I feel bad, therefore I must be bad. This is irrational because your self-loathing does not necessarily prove that you did anything wrong. Your guilt just reflects the fact that you believe you behaved badly. This might be the case, but it often is not. For example, children are frequently punished inappropriately when parents are feeling tired and irritable and misinterpret their behavior. Under these conditions, the poor child's guilt obviously does not prove he or she did anything wrong. Your self-punishing behavior patterns intensify the guilt cycle. Your guilt-provoking thoughts lead to unproductive actions that reinforce your belief in your badness. For example, a guilt-prone neurologist was trying to prepare for her medical board certification examination. She had difficulty studying for the test and felt guilty about the fact that she wasn't studying. So she wasted time each night watching television while the following thoughts raced through her mind. I shouldn't be watching TV. I should be preparing for my boards. I'm lazy. I don't deserve to be a doctor. I'm too self-centered. I ought to be punished. These thoughts made her feel intensely guilty. She then reasoned, this guilt proves what a lazy no-good person I am. Thus, her self-punishing thoughts and her guilty feelings reinforced each other. Like many guilt-prone people, she had the idea that if she punished herself enough, she would eventually get moving. Unfortunately, quite the opposite was true. Her guilt simply drained her energy and reinforced her belief that she was lazy and inadequate. The only actions that resulted from her self-loathing were the nightly compulsive trips to the refrigerator to pig out on ice cream or peanut butter. The vicious cycle that she trapped herself in is shown on the enhancement in Figure 8.1. Her negative thoughts, feelings, and behaviors all interacted in the creation of the self-defeating, cruel illusion that she was bad and uncontrollable. The irresponsibility of guilt. If you have actually done something inappropriate or hurtful, does it follow that you deserve to suffer? If you feel the answer to this question is yes, then ask yourself, how long must I suffer? 1 day? A year? For the rest of my life? What sentence will you choose to impose on yourself? Are you willing to stop suffering and making yourself miserable when your sentence has expired? This would at least be a responsible way to punish yourself because it would be time-limited. But what is the point of abusing yourself with guilt in the first place? If you did make a mistake and act in a hurtful way, your guilt won't reverse your blunder in some magical manner. It won't speed your learning processes so as to reduce the chance you'll make the same mistake in the future. Other people won't love and respect you more because you were feeling guilty and putting yourself down in this manner. Nor will your guilt lead to productive living. So what's the point? Many people ask, but how can I behave morally and control my impulses if I don't feel guilt? This is the probation officer approach to living. Apparently, you view yourself as so willful and uncontrollable that you must constantly castigate yourself in order to keep from going wild. Certainly, if your behavior has a needlessly hurtful impact on others, a small amount of painful remorse will add to your awareness more effectively than a sterile recognition of your goof-up with no emotional arousal. But it certainly never helped anyone to view himself as a bad person. More often than not, the belief that you are bad contributes to the bad behavior. Change and learning occur most readily when you A. recognize that an error has occurred and B. develop a strategy for correcting the problem. An attitude of self-love and relaxation facilitates this, whereas guilt often interferes. For example, occasionally patients criticize me for making a sharp comment that rubs them the wrong way. This criticism usually only hurts my feelings and arouses my guilt if it contains a grain of truth. To the extent that I feel guilty and label myself as bad, I tend to react defensively. I have the urge to either deny or justify my error, or to counterattack because that feeling of being a bad person is so odious. This makes it much more difficult for me to admit and correct the error. If, in contrast, I do not harangue myself or experience any loss of self-respect, it is easy to admit my mistake. Then I can readily correct the problem and learn from it. The less guilt I have, the more effectively I can do this. Thus, what is called for when you do goof up is a process of recognition, learning, and change. Does guilt help you with any of these? I don't believe it does. Rather than facilitating your recognition of your error, guilt engages you in a cover-up operation. You want to close your ears to any criticism. You can't bear to be in the wrong because it feels so terrible. This is why guilt is counterproductive. You may protest, "How can I know I've done something wrong if I don't feel guilty? Wouldn't I just indulge in a blind rampage of uncontrolled, destructive selfishness if it weren't for my guilt?" Anything is possible, but I honestly doubt this would happen. You can replace your guilt with a more enlightened basis for moral behavior: empathy. Empathy is the ability to visualize the consequences, good and bad, of your behavior. Empathy is the capacity to conceptualize the impact of what you do on yourself and on the other person, and to feel appropriate and genuine sorrow and regret without labeling yourself as inherently bad. Empathy gives you the necessary mental and emotional climate to guide your behavior in a moral and self-enhancing manner in the absence of the whip of guilt. Using these criteria, you can now readily determine whether your feelings represent a normal and healthy sense of remorse or a self-defeating, distorted sense of guilt. Ask yourself, 1. Did I consciously and willfully do something bad, unfair, or needlessly hurtful that I shouldn't have? Or am I irrationally expecting myself to be perfect, all-knowing, or all-powerful? 2. Am I labeling myself a bad or tainted person because of this action? Do my thoughts contain other cognitive distortions, such as magnification, overgeneralization, etc.? 3. Am I feeling a realistic regret or remorse, which results from an empathetic awareness of the negative impact of my action? Are the intensity and duration of my painful emotional response appropriate to what I actually did? 4. Am I learning from my error and developing a strategy for change? Or am I moping and ruminating non-productively or even punishing myself in a destructive manner? Now let's review some methods that will allow you to rid yourself of inappropriate, guilty feelings and maximize your self-respect. 1. Daily record of dysfunctional thoughts. In earlier chapters, you were introduced to a daily record of dysfunctional thoughts for overcoming low self-esteem and inadequacy. This method works handsomely for a variety of unwanted emotions, including guilt. Record the activating event that leads to your guilt in the column labeled Situation. You may write, "I spoke sharply to an associate," or, "Instead of contributing $10, I threw my alumni fundraising appeal in the wastebasket." Then tune in to that tyrannical loudspeaker in your head and identify the accusations that create your guilt. Finally, identify the distortions and write down more objective thoughts. This leads to relief. An example of this is demonstrated in Figure 8.2 as shown on the enhanced portion of this audiobook. Shirley was a high-strung young woman who decided to move to New York to pursue her acting career. After she and her mother had spent a long and tiring day looking for apartments, they took a train back to Philadelphia. After boarding, they discovered they had mistakenly taken a train without food service or a lounge car. Shirley's mother began to complain about the lack of cocktail service, and Shirley felt flooded with guilt and self-criticism. As she recorded and talked back to her guilt-provoking thoughts, she felt substantial relief. She told me that by overcoming her guilt, she avoided the temper tantrum she would normally have thrown in such a frustrating situation. See Figure 8.2 from the enhanced portion of the audiobook. 2. Should removal techniques. Here are some methods for reducing all those irrational should statements you've been hitting yourself with. The first is to ask yourself, who says I should? Where is it written that I should? The point of this is to make you aware that you are being critical of yourself unnecessarily. Since you are ultimately making your own rules, once you decide that a rule is not useful, you can revise it or get rid of it. Suppose you are telling yourself that you should be able to make your spouse happy all the time. If your experience teaches you that this is neither realistic nor helpful, you can rewrite the rule to make it more valid. You might say, I can make my spouse happy some of the time, but I certainly can't at all times. Ultimately, happiness is up to him or her, and I'm not perfect any more than he or she is. Therefore, I will not anticipate that what I do will always be appreciated. In deciding about the usefulness of a particular rule, it can be helpful to ask yourself, what are the advantages and disadvantages of having that rule for myself? How will it help me believe I should always be able to make my spouse happy? And what will the price be for believing this? You can assess the costs and benefits using the double column method shown on the enhancement in Figure 8.3. Another simple but effective way to rid yourself of should statements involves substituting other words for should using the double column technique. The terms, it would be nice if, or I wish I could, work well and often sound more realistic and less upsetting. For example, instead of saying, I should be able to make my wife happy, you could substitute, it would be nice if I could make my wife happy now because she seems upset. I can ask what she's upset about and see if there might be a way I could help. Or instead of, I shouldn't have eaten the ice cream, you can say, it would have been better if I hadn't eaten the ice cream, but it's not the end of the world that I did. Another anti-should method involves showing yourself that a should statement doesn't fit reality. For example, when you say, I shouldn't have done X, you assume 1, it is a fact that you shouldn't have, and 2, it is going to help you to say this. The reality method reveals, to your surprise, that the truth is usually just the opposite. A, in point of fact, you should have done what you did, and B, it is going to hurt you to say you shouldn't have. Incredulous? Let me demonstrate. Assume you've been trying to diet and you ate some ice cream. So you have the thought, I shouldn't have eaten this ice cream. In our dialogue, I want you to argue that it's really true that you shouldn't have eaten the ice cream, and I will try to put the lie to your arguments. The following is modeled after an actual conversation, which I hope you find as delightful and helpful as I did. David, I understand you're on a diet and you ate some ice cream. I believe you should have eaten the ice cream. You, oh no, that's impossible. I shouldn't have eaten it because I'm on a diet. You see, I'm trying to lose weight. Well, I believe you should have eaten the ice cream. Burns, are you dense? I shouldn't have because I'm trying to lose weight. That's what I'm trying to tell you. How can I lose weight if I'm eating ice cream? But in point of fact, you did eat it. Yeah, that's the problem. I shouldn't have done that. Now do you see the light? And apparently you're claiming that things should have been different than they were. But things were the way they were, and things usually are the way they are, for a good reason. Why do you think you did what you did? What's the reason you ate the ice cream? Well, I was upset and I was nervous, and I'm basically a pig. Okay, you were upset and you were nervous. Have you had a pattern in your life of eating when you've been upset and nervous? Yeah, right. I've never had any self-control. So, wouldn't it be natural to expect, then, that last week when you were nervous you would do what you have habitually done? Yeah. So, wouldn't it be sensible, therefore, to conclude that you should have done that because you had a very long-standing habit of doing it? I feel like you're telling me that I should just keep eating ice cream and end up like a fat pig or something. Most of my clients aren't as difficult as you. At any rate, I'm not telling you to act like a pig, and I'm not recommending you continue this bad habit of eating when you're upset. What I'm saying is that you're giving yourself 2 problems for the price of 1. One is that you did in fact break your diet. If you're going to lose weight, this will slow you down. And the second problem is that you're being hard on yourself about having done that. The second headache you don't need. So you're saying that because I have a habit of eating when I'm nervous, it's predictable that until I learn some methods for changing the habit, I'll continue to do it? I wish I'd said it that well myself. Therefore, I should have eaten the ice cream because I haven't changed the habit yet. As long as the habit continues, I will and should keep overeating when I'm nervous. I see what you mean. I feel a whole lot better, doctor, except for one thing. How can I learn to stop doing this? How can I develop some strategies for modifying my behavior in a more productive way? You can motivate yourself with a whip or a carrot. When you tell yourself, I should do this or I shouldn't do that all day long, you get bogged down with a shouldy approach to life. And you already know what you end up with. Emotional constipation. If you'd rather get things moving instead, I suggest you try to motivate yourself through rewards rather than punishment. You might find that these work more effectively. In my case, I use the Dots and Donuts diet. Mason Dots, a gum candy, and glazed donuts are two of my favorite sweets. I found that the most difficult time to control my eating was in the evening when I was studying or watching TV. I'd have an urge to eat ice cream, so I told myself that if I controlled this urge, I could reward myself with a big fresh glazed donut in the morning and a box of Mason Dots in the evening. Then I'd concentrate on how good they'd taste, and this helped me forget the ice cream. Incidentally, I also had the rule that if I did goof up and eat the ice cream, I could still have the dots and the donut as a reward for trying, or as a commiseration for slipping back. Either way, it helped me, and I lost over 50 pounds this way. I also made up the following syllogism. A. Human beings on diets goof up from time to time. B. I'm a human being. C. Therefore, I should goof up from time to time. This helped me greatly too, and it enabled me to binge on weekends and feel good about it. I usually lost more during the week than I gained on weekends, so overall I lost weight and enjoyed myself. Every time I goofed up in my diet, I didn't allow myself to criticize the lapse or feel guilty. I began to think about it as the binge on whatever you want, whenever you want to, without guilt and enjoy it diet. And it was so much fun, it was a mild disappointment when I finally achieved my aimed-for weight. I actually lost over 10 more pounds at that point because the diet was so enjoyable. I believe that the proper attitude and feelings are the key. With them you can move mountains, even mountains of flesh. The major thing that holds you back when you're trying to change a bad habit like eating, smoking, or drinking too much is your belief you are out of control. The cause of this lack of control is those should statements. They defeat you. Suppose, for example, you're trying to avoid eating ice cream. There you are watching TV saying, "Oh, I really should study and I shouldn't eat any ice cream." Now ask yourself, how do I feel when I say these things to myself? I think you know the answer. You feel guilty and nervous. Then what do? You go and eat. That is the point. The reason you're eating is that you're telling yourself you shouldn't. Then you try to bury your guilt and anxiety under more piles of food. Another simple should removal technique involves your wrist counter. Once you become convinced that the shoulds are not to your advantage, you can count them. Every time you make a should statement, click the counter. If you do this, be sure to set up a reward system based on the daily total. The more shoulds you spot this way, the greater the reward you deserve. Over a period of several weeks, your daily total of should statements will begin to go down, and you'll notice you're feeling less guilty. Another should removal technique zeroes in on the fact that you don't really trust yourself. You may believe that without all these should statements, you would just turn wild and go on a rampage of destruction, or murder, or even ice cream eating. A way to evaluate this is to ask yourself if there was any period in your life when you were particularly happy and felt reasonably fulfilled, productive, and under control. Think it over for a moment before you read on, and make sure you have a mental picture of this time. Now ask yourself, during that period in my life, was I whipping myself with a lot of should statements? I believe your answer will be no. Now tell me, were you doing all these wild, terrible things then? I think you'll realize you were should-free and under control. This is proof that you can lead a productive, happy life without all those shoulds. You can test this hypothesis with an experiment in the next couple of weeks. Try reducing your should statements using these various techniques, and then see what happens to your mood and self-control. I think you'll be pleased. Another method that you can fall back on is the obsessional filibuster technique described in Chapter 4. Schedule 2 minutes, 3 times a day, to recite all your should statements and self-persecutions out loud. I should have gone to the market before it closed, and I shouldn't have picked my nose at the country club, and I'm such a rotten bum, etc. Just rattle off all the most abusive self-criticisms you can think of. It might be especially helpful to write them down or dictate them into a tape recorder. Then read them later out loud or listen to the tape. I think this will help you see how ludicrous these statements are. Try to limit your shoulds to these scheduled periods so you won't be bothered by them at other times. Another technique to combat should statements involves getting in touch with the limits of your knowledge. When I was growing up, I often heard people say, "Learn to accept your limits, and you'll become a happier person." But no one ever bothered to explain what this meant or how to go about doing it. Furthermore, it always sounded like a bit of a put-down, as if they were saying, "Learn what a second-rate dud you actually are." In reality, it's not as bad as all that. Suppose you frequently look into the past and mope about your mistakes. For example, as you review the financial section of the paper, you tell yourself, "I shouldn't have bought that stock, it's gone down 2 points." As a way out of this trap, ask yourself, now, at the time I bought the stock, did I know it was going to go down in value? I suspect you'll say no. Now ask, if I'd known it was going down, would I have bought it? Again, you'll answer no. So, what you're really saying is that if you'd known this at the time, you'd have acted differently. To do this, you would have to be able to predict the future with absolute certainty. Can you predict the future with absolute certainty? Again, your answer must be no. You have 2 options. You can either decide to accept yourself as an imperfect human being with limited knowledge and realize that you will at times make mistakes, or you can hate yourself for it. Another effective way to combat shoulds is to ask, why should I? Then you can challenge the evidence you come up with so as to expose the faulty logic. In this way, you can reduce your should statement to the level of absurdity. Suppose, for example, you hire someone to do some work for you. It could be lawn work, or a painting job, or anything. When he submits his bill, it seems higher than you understood it would be, but he gives you some fast talk, so you give in and end up paying his price. You feel taken advantage of. You begin to berate yourself for not acting more firmly. Let's do some role-playing, and you can pretend that you're the poor sucker who paid too much. You. Yesterday, I should have told that guy that his bill was too high. David. You should have told him that he gave you a lower estimate? Yeah, I should have been more assertive. Why should you have? I agree that it would have been to your advantage to speak up for yourself. You can work on developing your assertive skills so that in the future you'll do better in situations like that. But the point is, why should you have been more effective yesterday? Well, because I'm always letting people take advantage of me. Okay, let's think about your line of reasoning. Because I'm always letting people take advantage of me, I should have been more assertive yesterday. Now, what is the rational response to this? Is there anything about your statement that seems a little bit illogical? Is there anything fishy about your reasoning? Let me think. Well, in the first place, it's not exactly true that I'm always letting people take advantage of me. That would be an overgeneralization. I sometimes do get my way. In fact, I can be quite demanding at times. Furthermore, if it were true that I was always getting taken advantage of in certain situations, then it would follow that I should have behaved exactly as I did, since this is my habit. Until I've mastered some new ways to deal with people, I'll probably continue to have this problem. Great. I couldn't have put it better. I see you've been absorbing what I've been telling you about should statements. I hope all my readers are as smart and attentive as you are. Are there any other reasons you think you should have behaved differently? Well, let me see. How about, I should have been more assertive because I wouldn't have had to pay more than I owed? Okay, now what's the rational response to that? What is illogical about that argument? Well, since I'm human, I won't always do the right thing. Exactly. In fact, the following syllogism may help you. First premise, all human beings make mistakes, like sometimes paying too much. Do you agree with me so far? Yes. And what are you? A human being. And what follows? I should make mistakes. Right. That should be enough should removal techniques for you. Oops, I just did it myself. Let me say, it would be nice if you found those methods helpful. I think you'll find that by reducing this mental tyranny, you'll feel better because you won't be berating yourself. Instead of feeling guilty, you can use your energy to make necessary changes and enhance your self-control and productivity. 3. Learn to stick to your guns. One of the big disadvantages of being guilt-prone is that others can and will use this guilt to manipulate you. If you feel obligated to please everyone, your family and friends will be able to coerce you effectively into doing many things that may not be in your best self-interest. To cite a trivial example, how many social invitations have you half-heartedly accepted so as not to hurt someone's feelings? In this case, the price you pay for saying yes when you really would have preferred to say no is not great. You only end up wasting one evening. And there is a payoff. You will avoid feeling guilty. And you can fantasize that you are an especially nice person. Furthermore, if you try to decline the invitation, the disappointed host may say, "But we are expecting you. Do you mean you are going to let the old gang down? Oh, come on." And then what would you say? How would you feel? Your obsession with pleasing others becomes more tragic when your decisions become so dominated by guilt that you end up trapped and miserable. The irony is that more often than not, the consequences of letting someone manipulate you with guilt end up being destructive, not only to you, but to the other person. Although your guilt-motivated actions are often based on your idealism, the inevitable effects of giving in turn out to be quite the opposite. For example, Margaret was a happily married 27-year-old woman whose obese brother, a gambler, tended to take advantage of her in a variety of ways. He borrowed money when he ran short and often forgot to repay it. When he was in town, often for several months at a time, he assumed it was his right to eat dinner with her family every night, to drink up the liquor, and to use her new car whenever he wanted. She rationalized giving in to his demands by saying, "If I asked him for a favor or needed his help, he'd do the same for me. After all, a loving brother and sister should help each other out. And besides, if I tried to say no to him, he'd explode, and I might lose him. Then I'd feel like I did something wrong." At the same time, she was able to see the negative consequences of continually giving in. 1, she was supporting his dependent, self-defeating lifestyle and gambling addiction. 2, she felt trapped and taken advantage of. 3, the basis of the relationship was not love, but blackmail. She was constantly having to say yes to his demands to avoid the tyranny of his temper and her own sense of guilt. Margaret and I did some role-playing so she could learn to say no and stick to her guns in a tactful but firm manner. I played Margaret's role and she pretended to be her brother. Brother, played by Margaret. "Are you using the car tonight?" Margaret, played by me. "I'm not planning to now." "Do you mind if I borrow it later?" "I'd prefer that you don't." "Why not? You're not going to use it. It'll just be sitting there." "Do you feel I'm obliged to loan it to you?" "Well, I'd do the same for you if I had a car and you needed it." "I'm glad you feel that way. Although I'm not planning to use the car, I'd like to have it available in case I decide to go somewhere later on." "But you're not planning to use it. Haven't we been brought up to help each other?" "Yes, we have. Do you think that means I always have to say yes to you?" "We both do a great deal for each other. You have made a lot of use of my car, and from now on, I'd feel more comfortable if you'd begin to arrange your own transportation." "I'm just planning to use it for an hour, so I get it back in case you need it. It's very important, and it's only a half-mile away, so I won't wear your car out. Don't worry." "It sounds like it is something important to you. Perhaps you can arrange some other transportation. Could you walk that distance?" "Oh, that's fine. If that's how you feel, don't come to me for any favors." "It sounds like you're pretty mad because I'm not doing what you want. Do you feel I'm always obliged to say yes?" "You and your philosophy. Shove it. I refuse to listen to any more of this hogwash," begins to storm off. "Let's not talk about it any further then. Maybe in a couple of days you'll feel more like talking about it. I think we do need to talk things over." After this dialogue, we reversed roles so that Margaret could practice being more assertive. When I played her brother's role, I gave her as tough a time as I could, and she learned how to handle me. This practice boosted her courage. She felt it was helpful to keep certain principles in mind when standing up to her brother's manipulations. These were, 1. She could remind him it was her right not to say yes to all his demands. 2. She could find a grain of truth in his arguments, the disarming technique, so as to take the wind out of his sails. But she could then come back to her position that love did not mean always giving in. 3. She was to adopt a strong, decisive, and uncompromising position as tactfully as possible. 4. She was not to buy into his role as a weak, inadequate little boy who couldn't stand on his own feet. 5. She was not to respond to his anger by getting angry herself, because this would reinforce his belief he was a victim who was being unjustly deprived by a cruel, selfish witch. 6. She had to risk the possibility he would temporarily withdraw and thwart her by refusing to talk to her or to consider her point of view. When he did this, she was to let him storm off, but she could let him know there were some things she wanted to talk over with him later on when he was more in the mood to communicate. When Margaret did confront him, she found he was not nearly as tough a customer as she imagined. He actually seemed relieved and began to act more adult when she put some limits on the relationship. If you choose to apply this technique, you will have to be determined to stick to your guns because the other guy, or gal, may try to bluff you into believing that you're mortally wounding them by not giving in to their requests. Remember that the hurt you inflict in the long run by not following your best self-interest is usually far greater. Practicing ahead of time is the key to success. A friend will usually be happy to role-play with you and provide some useful feedback. If such a person is not available to you, or you feel too shy to ask, write out an imaginary dialogue of the type illustrated. This will go a long way to firing up the appropriate circuits in your brain, so you'll have the necessary courage and skill to say no diplomatically but forcefully, and to make it stick when the time actually comes. 4. Anti-whiner technique. This is one of the most surprising, delightfully effective methods in this book. It works like a charm in situations where someone, usually a loved one, makes you feel frustrated, guilty, and helpless through whining, complaining, and nagging. The typical pattern works like this. The whiner complains to you about something or someone. You feel the sincere desire to be helpful, so you make a suggestion. The person immediately squashes your suggestion and complains again. You feel tense and inadequate, so you try harder and make another suggestion. You get the same response. Anytime you try to break loose from the conversation, the other person implies he or she is being abandoned, and you are flooded with guilt. Shiba lived with her mother while she completed graduate school. Shiba loved her mother, but found her constant harangues about her divorce, the lack of money, etc., so intolerable she sought treatment. I taught her the anti-whiner method at the first session, as follows. Regardless of what her mother said, Shiba was to find some way to agree, the disarming technique, and then instead of offering advice, she was to say something genuinely complimentary. Shiba initially found this approach astonishing and rather bizarre, because it differed radically from her usual approach. In the following dialogue, I asked Shiba to play the role of mother while I played her role, so I could demonstrate this technique. Shiba, as her mother. Do you know that during the divorce proceedings it came out that your dad sold his share in the business, and I was the last person to know about it? David, as Shiba. That's absolutely correct. You didn't hear about it until the divorce proceedings. You really deserve better. I don't know what we're going to do for money. How am I going to put your brothers through college? That is a problem. We are short on money. It was just like your father to pull something like this. His head isn't screwed on straight. He never was too good at budgeting. You've always been much better at that. He's a louse. Here we are on the verge of poverty. What if I get sick? We'll end up in the poorhouse. You're right. It's no fun at all to live in the poorhouse. I agree with you completely. Shiba reported that in her role as mother, she found it was no fun to complain because I kept agreeing with her. We did a role reversal so she could master the technique. In fact, it is your urge to help complainers that maintains the monotonous interaction. Paradoxically, when you agree with their pessimistic whining, they quickly run out of steam. Perhaps an explanation will make this seem less puzzling. When people whine and complain, they are usually feeling irritated, overwhelmed, and insecure. When you try to help them, this sounds to them like criticism because it implies they aren't handling things properly. In contrast, when you agree with them and add a compliment, they feel endorsed, and then they usually relax and quiet down. 5. Murray-Moner method. A useful modification of this technique was proposed by Sterling Murray, a brilliant British medical student who studied with our group in Philadelphia and sat in with me during therapy sessions during the summer of 1979. He worked with a chronically severely depressed 52-year-old sculptor named Harriet with a heart of gold. Harriet's problem was her friends would often bend her ear with gossip and personal problems. She found these problems upsetting because of her excessive capacity for empathy. Because she wouldn't know how to help her friends, she felt trapped and resentful until she learned the Murray-Moner method. Sterling simply instructed her to find a way to agree with what the person was saying, and then to distract the moaner by finding something positive in the complaint and commenting on it. Here are several examples. 1. Moaner. Oh, what in the world can I ever do about my daughter? I'm afraid she's been smoking pot again. Response. There sure is a lot of pot going around these days. Is your daughter still doing that outstanding artwork? I heard she recently got an important award. My boss didn't give me my raise, and my last raise was nearly a year ago. I've been here for 20 years, and I think I deserve better. You certainly do have seniority here, and you've made tremendous contributions. Tell me, what was it like when you first started working 20 years ago? I'll bet things were a lot different then. My husband never seems to have enough time at home. Every night he's out with that darn bowling league. Weren't you also doing some bowling recently? I heard you got some pretty high scores yourself. Harriet mastered the Murray-Moner method quickly and reported a dramatic change in her mood and outlook because it gave her a simple, effective way to handle a problem that had been very real and overwhelming. When she returned for the next session, her depression, which had crippled her for over a decade, had lifted and was entirely gone. She was bubbling and joyous and heaped well-deserved praise on Sterling's head. If you have a similar problem with your mother, mother-in-law, or friends, try Sterling's method. Like Harriet, you'll soon be smiling. 6. Developing perspective. One of the commonest distortions that leads to a sense of guilt is personalization, the misguided notion that you are ultimately responsible for other people's feelings and actions, or for naturally occurring events. An obvious example would be your sense of guilt when it rained unexpectedly on the day of a large picnic you had organized to honor the retiring president of your club. In this case, you could probably shake your absurd reaction off without a great deal of effort because you clearly cannot control the weather. Guilt becomes much more difficult to overcome when someone suffers substantial pain and discomfort and insists it results from their personal interaction with you. In such cases, it can be helpful to clarify the extent to which you can realistically assume responsibility. Where does your responsibility end and the other person's begin? The technical name for this is disattribution, but you might call it putting things into perspective. Here's how it works. Jed was a mildly depressed college student whose twin brother Ted was so seriously depressed he dropped out of school and began to live like a recluse with his parents. Jed felt guilty about his brother's depression. Why? Jed told me he had always been more outgoing and hard-working than his brother. Consequently, from early childhood, he always made better grades and had more friends than Ted. Jed reasoned that the social and academic success he enjoyed caused his brother to feel inferior and left out. Consequently, Jed concluded that he was the cause of Ted's depression. He then carried this line of reasoning to its illogical extreme and hypothesized that by feeling depressed himself, he might help Ted stop feeling depressed and inferior through some type of reverse or perverse psychology. When he went home for the holidays, Jed avoided the usual social activities, minimized his academic success, and emphasized how blue he was feeling. Jed made sure he gave his brother the loud and clear message that he too was down and out. Jed took his plan so seriously that he was quite hesitant to apply the mood control techniques I was trying to teach him. In fact, he was downright resistant at first, because he felt guilty about getting better and feared his recovery might have a devastating impact on Ted. Like most personalization errors, Jed's painful illusion that he was at fault for his brother's depression contained enough half-truths to sound persuasive. After all, his brother probably had felt inferior and inadequate since early childhood, and undoubtedly did harbor some jealous resentment of Jed's success and happiness. But the crucial questions were, did it follow that Jed caused his brother's depression? And could Jed effectively reverse the situation by making himself miserable? In order to help him assess his role in a more objective way, I suggested Jed use the triple column technique, which you can see outlined in Figure 8.4 on the enhanced portion of this audiobook. As a result of the exercise, he was able to see that his guilty thoughts were self-defeating and illogical. He reasoned that Ted's depression and sense of inferiority were ultimately caused by Ted's distorted thinking, and not by his own happiness or success. For Jed to try to correct this by making himself miserable was as illogical as trying to put out a fire with gasoline. As Jed grasped this, his guilt and depression rapidly lifted, and he was soon back to normal functioning. Part 3. Realistic Depressions. Chapter 9. Sadness is not depression. Dr. Burns, you seem to be claiming that distorted thinking is the only cause of depression. But what if my problems are real? This is one of the most frequent questions I encounter during lectures and workshops on cognitive therapy. Many patients raise it at the start of treatment and list a number of realistic problems which they are convinced cause realistic depressions. The most common are bankruptcy or poverty, old age, some people also view infancy, childhood, adolescence, young adulthood, and midlife as periods of inevitable crisis, permanent physical disability, terminal illness, the tragic loss of a loved one. I'm sure you could add to the list. However, none of the above can lead to a realistic depression. There is, in fact, no such thing. The real question here is how to draw the line between desirable and undesirable negative feelings. What is the difference between healthy sadness and depression? The distinction is simple. Sadness is a normal emotion created by realistic perceptions that describe a negative event involving loss or disappointment in an undistorted way. Depression is an illness that always results from thoughts that are distorted in some way. For example, when a loved one dies, you validly think, "I lost him or her and I will miss the companionship and love we shared." The feelings such a thought creates are tender, realistic, and desirable. Your emotions will enhance your humanity and add depth to the meaning of life. In this way, you gain from your loss. In contrast, you might tell yourself, "I'll never again be happy because he or she died. It's unfair." These thoughts will trigger in you feelings of self-pity and hopelessness. Because these emotions are based entirely on distortion, they will defeat you. Either depression or sadness can develop after a loss or a failure in your efforts to reach a goal of great personal importance. Sadness comes, however, without distortion. It involves a flow of feeling and therefore has a time limit. It never involves a lessening of your self-esteem. Depression is frozen. It tends to persist or recur indefinitely and always involves loss of self-esteem. When a depression clearly appears after an obvious stress, such as ill health, the death of a loved one, or a business reversal, it is sometimes called a reactive depression. At times, it can be more difficult to identify the stressful event that triggered the episode. Those depressions are often called endogenous because the symptoms seem to be generated entirely out of thin air. In both cases, however, the cause of the depression is identical, your distorted negative thoughts. It has no adaptive or positive function whatsoever and represents one of the worst forms of suffering. Its only redeeming value is the growth you experience when you recover from it. My point is this: when a genuinely negative event occurs, your emotions will be created exclusively by your thoughts and perceptions. Your feelings will result from the meaning you attach to what happens. A substantial portion of your suffering will be due to the distortions in your thoughts. When you eliminate these distortions, you will find that coping with the real problem will become less painful. Let's see how this works. One clearly realistic problem involves serious illness, such as a malignancy. It is unfortunate that the family and friends of the afflicted person are often so convinced that it is normal for the patient to feel depressed, they fail to inquire about the cause of the depression, which more often than not turns out to be completely reversible. In fact, some of the easiest depressions to resolve are those found in people facing probable death. Do you know why? These courageous individuals are often supercopers who haven't made misery their lifestyle. They are usually willing to help themselves in any way they can. This attitude rarely fails to transform apparently irreversible and real difficulties into opportunities for personal growth. This is why I find the concept of realistic depressions so personally abhorrent. The attitude that depression is necessary strikes me as destructive, inhuman, and victimizing. Let's get down to some specifics, and you can judge for yourself. Loss of life. Naomi was in her mid-40s when she received a report from her doctor that a spot had appeared on her chest X-ray. She was a firm believer that going to doctors was a way of asking for trouble, so she procrastinated many months in checking this report out. When she did, her worst suspicions were validated. A painful needle biopsy confirmed the presence of malignant cells, and subsequent lung removal indicated that a spread of the cancer had already occurred. This news hit Naomi and her family like a hand grenade. As the months wore on, she became increasingly despondent over her weakened state. Why? It was not so much the physical discomfort from the disease process or the chemotherapy, although these were genuinely uncomfortable, but the fact that she was sufficiently weak that she had to give up the daily activities that had meant a great deal to her sense of identity and pride. She could no longer work around the house. Now her husband had to do most of the chores, and she had to give up her 2 part-time jobs, one of which was volunteer reading for the blind. You might insist, Naomi's problems are real. Her misery is not caused by distortion, it's caused by the situation. But was her depression so inevitable? I asked Naomi why her lack of activity was so upsetting. I explained the concept of automatic thoughts, and she wrote down the following negative cognitions. 1. I'm not contributing to society. 2. I'm not accomplishing in my own personal realm. 3. I'm not able to participate in active fun. And 4. I am a drain and drag on my husband. The emotions associated with these thoughts were anger, sadness, frustration, and guilt. When I saw what she had written down, my heart leaped for joy. These thoughts were no different from the thoughts of physically healthy depressed patients I see every day in my practice. Naomi's depression was not caused by her malignancy, but the malignant attitude that caused her to measure her sense of worth by the amount she produced. Because she had always equated her personal worth with her achievements, the cancer meant, "You're over the hill, you're ready for the refuse heap." This gave me a way to intervene. I suggested that she make a graph of her personal worth, from the moment of birth to the moment of death. You can see it outlined in Figure 9.1 on the enhancement. She saw her worth as a constant, estimating it at 85% on an imaginary scale from 0 to 100%. I also asked her to estimate her productivity over the same period on a similar scale. She drew a curve with low productivity in infancy, increasing to a maximum plateau in adulthood, and finally decreasing again later in life. See Figure 9.1. So far, so good. Then 2 things suddenly dawned on her. First, while her illness had reduced her productivity, she still contributed to herself and her family in numerous, small but nevertheless important and precious ways. Only all-or-nothing thinking could make her think her contributions were a 0. Second, and much more important, she realized her personal worth was constant and steady. It was a given that was unrelated to her achievements. This meant that her human worth did not have to be earned, and she was every bit as precious in her weakened state. A smile spread across her face, and her depression melted in that moment. It was a real pleasure for me to witness and participate in this small miracle. It did not eliminate the tumor, but it did restore her missing self-esteem, and that made all the difference in the way she felt. Naomi was not a patient, but someone I spoke with while vacationing in my home state of California during the winter of 1976. I received a letter from her soon, after which I share with you here. David, an incredibly belated but really important P.S. to my last letter to you. To wit, the simple little graphs you did of productivity as opposed to self-worth or self-esteem or whatever we shall call it, it has been especially sustaining to me, a plus which I dose out liberally. It really turned me into a psychologist without having to go for my Ph.D. I find that it works with lots of things that badger and bother people. I've tried these ideas out on some of my friends. Stephanie is treated like a piece of furniture by a chit of a secretary 1/3 her age. Sue is put down constantly by her 14-year-old twins. Becky's husband has just walked out. Ilga is being made to feel like an interloper by her boyfriend's 17-year-old son, etc. To them all I say, yes, but your personal worth is a constant, and all the garbage the world heaps on you doesn't touch it. Of course, in many cases I realize it's an oversimplification and cannot be an anodyne for all things, but boy is it helpful and useful. Again, thank you, sir. As ever, Naomi. She died in pain but with dignity 6 months later. Loss of limb. Physical handicaps represent a second category of problems felt to be realistic. The afflicted individual or the family members automatically assume that the limitations imposed by old age or by a physical disability, such as an amputation or blindness, necessarily imply a decreased capacity for happiness. Friends tend to offer understanding and sympathy, thinking this represents a humane and realistic response. The case can be quite the opposite, however. The emotional suffering may be caused by twisted thinking rather than by a twisted body. In such a situation, a sympathetic response can have the undesirable effect of reinforcing self-pity as well as feeding into the attitude that the handicapped individual is doomed to less joy and satisfaction than others. In contrast, when the afflicted individual or family members learn to correct the distortions in their thinking, a full and gratifying emotional life can frequently result. For example, Fran is a 35-year-old mother of 2 who began to experience symptoms of depression around the time her husband's right leg became irreversibly paralyzed because of a spinal injury. For 6 years, she sought relief from her intensifying sense of despair and received a variety of treatments in and out of hospitals, including antidepressant drugs as well as electric shock therapy. Nothing helped. She was in a severe depression when she came to me, and she felt her problems were insoluble. In tears, she described the frustration she experienced in trying to cope with her husband's decreased mobility. Every time I see other couples doing things we can't do, tears come to my eyes. I look at couples taking walks, jumping in the swimming pool or the ocean, riding bikes together, and it just hurts. Things like that would be pretty tough for me and John to do. They take it for granted just like we used to. Now it would be so good and wonderful if we could do it. But you know and I know and John knows we can't. At first I too had the feeling Fran's problem was realistic. After all, they couldn't do many things that most of us can do. And the same could be said of old people, as well as those who are blind or deaf or have had a limb amputated. In fact, when you think of it, we all have limitations. So perhaps we should all be miserable? As I puzzled over this, Fran's distortion suddenly came to my mind. Do you know what it is? Look at the list on page 42 right now and see if you can pick it out. That's right, the distortion that led to Fran's needless misery was the mental filter. Fran was picking out and dwelling on each and every activity that was unavailable to her. At the same time, the many things she and John could or might do together did not enter her conscious mind. No wonder she felt life was empty and dreary. The solution turned out to be surprisingly simple. I proposed the following to Fran. Suppose at home between sessions you were to make a list of all the things that you and John can do together. Rather than focus on things that you and John can't do, learn to focus on the ones you can do. I, for example, would love to go to the moon, but I don't happen to be an astronaut, so it's not likely I'll ever get the opportunity. Now, if I focused on the fact that in my profession and at my age it is extremely unlikely I could ever get to the moon, I could make myself very upset. On the other hand, there are many things I can do, and if I focus on these, then I won't feel disappointed. Now, what would be some things you and John can do as a couple? Fran: well, we enjoy each other's company still. We go out to dinner and we're buddies. David: okay, what else? We go for rides together, we play cards, movies, bingo. He's teaching me how to drive. You see, in less than 30 seconds, you've already listed 6 things you can do together. Suppose I gave you between now and next session to continue the list. How many items do you think you could come up with? Quite a lot of them. I could come up with things we've never thought of. Maybe something unusual like skydiving. Right. You might even come up with some more adventurous ideas. Keep in mind that you and John might in fact be able to do many things you are assuming you can't do. For example, you told me you can't go to the beach. You mentioned how much you'd like to go swimming. Could you go to a beach that's a little more secluded so you wouldn't have to feel quite so self-conscious? If I were on a beach and you and John were there, his physical disability wouldn't make one darn bit of difference to me. In fact, I recently visited a fine beach on the north shore of Lake Tahoe in California with my wife and her family. As we were swimming, we suddenly happened upon a cove that had a nude beach, and here were all these young people with no clothes on. Of course, I didn't actually look at any of them, I want you to understand, but in spite of this, I did happen to notice that one young man had his right leg missing from the knee down, and he was there having fun with the rest of them. So I'm not absolutely convinced that just because someone is crippled or missing a limb, they can't go to the beach and have fun. What do you think? Some people might scoff at the idea that such a difficult and real problem could be so easily resolved, or that an intractable depression like Fran's could turn around in response to such a simple intervention. She did in fact report a complete disappearance of her uncomfortable feelings and said she felt the best she had in years at the end of the session. In order to maintain such improvement, she will obviously need to make a consistent effort to change her thinking patterns over a period of time so she can overcome her bad habit of spinning an intricate mental web and getting trapped in it. Loss of job. Most people find the threat of a career reversal or the loss of livelihood a potentially incapacitating emotional blow because of the widespread assumption in Western culture that individual worth and one's capacity for happiness are directly linked with professional success. Given this value system, it seems obvious and realistic to anticipate that emotional depression would be inevitably linked with financial loss, career failure, or bankruptcy. If this is how you feel, I think you would be interested in knowing Hal. Hal is a personable 45-year-old father of 3 who worked for 17 years with his wife's father in a successful merchandising firm. 3 years before he was referred to me for treatment, Hal and his father-in-law had a series of disputes about the management of the firm. Hal resigned in a moment of anger, thus giving up his interests in the company. For the next 3 years, he bounced around from job to job, but had difficulty finding satisfactory employment. He didn't seem to be able to succeed at anything, and began to view himself as a failure. His wife started working full-time to make ends meet, and this added to Hal's sense of humiliation because he had always prided himself on being the breadwinner. As the months and years rolled on, his financial situation worsened, and he experienced increasing depression as his self-esteem bottomed out. When I first met Hal, he had been attempting to work for 3 months as a trainee in commercial real estate sales. He had rented several buildings but had not yet finalized a sale. Because he was working on a strict commission basis, his income during this break-in period was quite low. He was plagued by depression and procrastination. He would at times stay at home in bed all day, thinking to himself, "What's the use? I'm just a loser. There's no point in going to work. It's less painful to stay in bed." Hal volunteered to permit the psychiatric residents in our training program at the University of Pennsylvania to observe one of our psychotherapy sessions through a one-way mirror. During this session, Hal described a conversation in the locker room of his club. A well-to-do friend had informed Hal of his interest in the purchase of a particular building. You might think he would have jumped for joy on learning this, since the commission from such a sale would have given his career, confidence, and bank account a much-needed boost. Instead of pursuing the contact, Hal procrastinated several weeks. Why? Because of his thought, it's too complicated to sell a commercial property. I've never done this before. Anyway, he'll probably back out at the last minute. That would mean I wouldn't make it in this business. It would mean I was a failure. Afterward, I reviewed the session with the residents. I wanted to know what they thought about Hal's pessimistic, self-defeating attitudes. They felt that Hal did in fact have a good aptitude for sales work and that he was being unrealistically hard on himself. I used this as ammunition during the next session. Hal admitted that he was more critical of himself than he would ever be toward anyone else. For example, if one of his associates lost a big sale, he'd simply say, "It's not the end of the world, keep plugging." But if it happened to him, he'd say, "I'm a loser." Essentially, Hal admitted he was operating on a double standard, tolerant and supportive toward other people, but harsh, critical, and punitive toward himself. You may have the same tendency. Hal initially defended his double standard by arguing it would be helpful to him. Hal: Well, first of all, the responsibility and interest that I have in the other person is not the same as the responsibility that I have for myself. David: Okay, tell me more. Hal: If they don't succeed, it's not going to be bread off my table or create any negative feelings within my family unit. So the only reason I'm interested in them is because it's nice to have everybody succeed, but they're... Wait. You're interested in them because it's nice to have them succeed? Yeah, I said. The standard you apply to them is one that you think would help them succeed. Right. And is the standard you apply to yourself the one that will help you succeed? How do you feel when you say, one missed sale means I'm a failure? Discouraged. Is this helpful? Well, it hasn't produced positive results, so apparently it's not helpful. And is it realistic to say, one missed sale and I'm a failure? Not really. So why are you using this all-or-nothing standard on yourself? Why would you apply helpful and realistic standards to these other people who you don't care so much about and self-defeating, hurtful standards to yourself who you do care something about? Hal was beginning to grasp that it wasn't helping him to live by a double standard. He judged himself by harsh rules that he would never apply to anyone else. He initially defended this tendency, as many demanding perfectionists will, by claiming it would help him in some way to be so much harder on himself than on others. However, he then quickly owned up to the fact that his personal standards were actually unrealistic and self-defeating, because if he did try to sell the building and didn't succeed, he would view it as a catastrophe. His bad habit of all-or-nothing thinking was the key to the fear that paralyzed him and kept him from trying. Consequently, he spent most of his time in bed, moping. Hal asked for some specific guidelines concerning things he might do to rid himself of his perfectionistic double standards so that he could judge all individuals, including himself, by one objective set of standards. I proposed that as a first step, Hal might use the automatic thought, rational response technique. For example, if he were sitting at home procrastinating about work, he might be thinking, if I don't go to work early and stay all day and get caught up on all my work, there's no point at even trying. I might as well lie in bed. After writing this down, he would substitute a rational response. This is just all-or-nothing thinking, and it's baloney. Even going to work for a half day could be an important step and might make me feel better. Hal agreed to write down a number of upsetting thoughts before the next therapy session at those times he felt worthless and down on himself. Take a look at Hal's homework assignment in Figure 9.2 on the enhanced portion of this audiobook. 2 days later, he received a layoff notice from his employer, and he came to the next session highly convinced his self-critical thoughts were absolutely valid and realistic. He'd been unable to come up with a single rational response. The notice implied that his failure to show up at work necessitated his release from his job. During the session, we discussed how he could learn to talk back to his critical voice. David: Okay, now let's see if we can write down some answers to your negative thoughts in the rational response column. Can you think of any answer based on what we talked about last session? Consider your statement, I am inadequate. Would this in any way result from your all-or-nothing thinking and perfectionistic standards? The answer might be clearer to you if we do a role reversal. It's sometimes easier to speak objectively about someone else. Suppose I came to you with your story and told you that I was employed by my wife's father. 3 years ago we had a fight. I felt I was being taken advantage of. I walked out. I've kind of been feeling blue ever since that time, and I've been tossing around from job to job. Now I've been fired from a job that was purely on a commission basis, and that's really a double defeat for me. In the first place, they didn't pay me anything, and then in the second place, they didn't even figure I was worth that much, so they fired me. I've concluded that I'm inadequate, an inadequate human being. What would you say to me? Well, assuming that you'd gotten up to that point, say the first 40 years or more of your life, you obviously were doing something. Okay, write that down in the rational response column. Make a list of all the good, adequate things you did for the first 40 years of your life. You've earned money, you've raised children who were successful, etc., etc. Okay, I can write down that I've had some success. We've had a good home, we've reared 3 outstanding children, people admire and respect me, and I have involved myself in community activities. Okay, now those are all the things you've done. How do you reconcile this with your belief that you are inadequate? Well, I could have done more. Great. I was certain you'd figure out a clever way to disqualify your good points. Now write that down as another negative thought. I could have done more. Beautiful. Okay, I've written it down as number 5. Okay, now what's the answer to that one? Long silence. What is it? What's the distortion in that thought? You're a tricky bugger. What is the answer? At least I did more than most people. Right, and what percent do you believe that? That I believe 100%. Great. Put it down in the rational response column. Now, let's go back to this. I could have done more. Suppose you were Howard Hughes, sitting up in his tower with all those millions and billions. What could you say to yourself to make yourself unhappy? Well, I'm trying to think. Just read what you wrote down on the paper. Oh, I could have done more. You can always say that, can't you? Yeah. And that's why a lot of people who have won fame and fortune are unhappy. It's just an example of perfectionistic standards. You can go on and on and on, and no matter how much achievement you experience, you can always say, I could have done more. This is an arbitrary way of punishing yourself. Do you agree or not? Well, yeah, I can see that. It takes more than one element, really, to be happy, because if it was money, then every millionaire and billionaire would be euphoric. But there are more circumstances that involve being happy or satisfied with yourself than making money. That's not the drive that paralyzes me. I've never had a drive to go after money. What were your drives? Did you have a drive to raise a family? That was very important to me, very important, and I participated in the rearing of the children. And what would you do in raising your children? Well, I would work with them, teach them, play with them. And how did they come out? I think they're great. Now, you were writing down, I'm inadequate, I'm a failure. How can you reconcile this with the fact that your aim was to raise 3 children and you did it? Again, I guess I wasn't taking that into account. So how can you call yourself a failure? I have not functioned as a wage earner, as an effective moneymaker for several years. Is it realistic to call yourself a failure based on that? Here's a man who has had a depression for 3 years and he finds it difficult to go to work, and now it's realistic to call him a failure? People with depressions are failures? Well, if I knew more of what caused depression, I would be better able to make a value judgment. Well, we're not going to know the ultimate cause of depression for some time yet, but our understanding is that the immediate cause of depression is punitive, hurtful statements that you hit yourself with. Why this happens more to some people than others, we don't know. The biochemical and genetic influences have not yet been worked out. Your upbringing undoubtedly contributed, and we can deal with that in another session if you like. Since there is no final proof yet of the ultimate cause of depression, can't we think of that in terms of a failure in itself? I mean, we don't know where it's coming from. It must be something wrong with me that caused it, some way that I have failed myself that causes the depression. What evidence do you have for that? I don't. It's just a possibility. Okay, but to make an assumption as punishing as that, anything is a possibility. But there is no evidence for that. When patients get over depressions, then they become just as productive as they ever were. Seems to me that if their problem was that they were failures, when they got over the depression, they would still be failures. I've had college professors and corporate presidents who have come to me. They were just sitting and staring at the wall, but it was because of their depression. When they got over the depression, they started giving conferences and managing their businesses like before. So how can you possibly say that depression is due to the fact that they are failures? Seems to me that it's more the other way around, that the failure is due to the depression. I can't answer that. It's arbitrary to say that you are a failure. You have had a depression, and people with depression don't do as much as when they are undepressed. Then I'm a successful depressive. Right. And part of being a successful depressive means to get better. So I hope that's what we're doing now. Imagine that you had pneumonia for the past 6 months. You wouldn't have earned any dough. You could also say, this makes me a failure. Would that be realistic? I don't see how I could claim that, because I certainly wouldn't have willfully created the pneumonia. Okay, can you apply the same logic to your depression? Yeah, I can see it. I don't honestly feel that my depression was willfully induced either. Of course it wasn't. Did you want to bring this on? Oh boy, no. Did you consciously do anything to bring it on? Not that I know of. And if we knew what was causing depression, then we could put the finger someplace. Since we don't know, isn't it silly to blame Hal for his own depression? What we do know is that depressed people get this negative view of themselves, and they feel and behave in accord with this negative vision of everything. You didn't bring that on purposely or choose to be incapacitated. And when you get over that vision, and when you have switched back to a non-depressed way of looking at things, you are going to be just as productive, or more so, than you've ever been. If you're typical of other patients that I've worked with, you see what I mean? Yeah, I can see. It was a relief for Hal to realize that although he had been financially unsuccessful for several years, it was nonsensical to label himself as a failure. This negative self-image and his sense of paralysis resulted from his all-or-nothing thinking. His sense of worthlessness was based on his tendency to focus only on the negatives in his life, the mental filter, and to overlook the many areas where he had experienced success, discounting the positive. He was able to see that he was aggravating himself unnecessarily by saying, I could have done more, and he realized that financial value is not the same as human worth. Finally, Hal was able to admit that the symptoms he was experiencing, lethargy and procrastination, were simply manifestations of a temporary disease process and not indications of his true self. It was absurd for him to think his depression was just punishment for some personal inadequacy, any more than pneumonia would be. At the end of the session, the Beck Depression Inventory test indicated that Hal had experienced a 50% improvement. In the weeks that followed, he continued to help himself, using the double-column technique. As he trained himself to talk back to his upsetting thoughts, he was able to reduce the distortions in his harsh way of evaluating himself, and his mood continued to improve. Hal left the real estate business and opened a paperback bookstore. He was able to break even, but in spite of considerable personal effort, he was unable to show enough profit to justify continuing beyond the first year's trial period. Thus, the marks of external success had not changed appreciably during this time. In spite of this, Hal managed to avoid significant depression and maintained his self-esteem. The day he decided to throw in the towel on the bookstore, he was still below the 0 point financially, but his self-respect did not suffer. He wrote the following brief essay, which he decided to read each morning while he was looking for a new job. Why am I not worthless? As long as I have something to contribute to the well-being of myself and others, I am not worthless. As long as what I do can have a positive effect, I am not worthless. As long as my being alive makes a difference to even one person, I am not worthless. And this one person can be me if necessary. If giving love, understanding, companionship, encouragement, sociability, counsel, solace means anything, I am not worthless. If I can respect my opinions, my intelligence, I am not worthless. If others also respect me, that is a bonus. If I have self-respect and dignity, I am not worthless. If helping to contribute to the livelihood of my employees' families is a plus, I am not worthless. If I do my best to help my customers and vendors through my productivity and creativity, I am not worthless. If my presence in this milieu does make a difference to others, I am not worthless. I am not worthless. I am eminently worthwhile. Loss of a loved one. One of the most severely depressed patients I treated early in my career was Kay, a 31-year-old pediatrician whose younger brother had committed suicide in a grisly way outside her apartment 6 weeks earlier. What was particularly painful for Kay was that she held herself responsible for his suicide, and the arguments she proposed in support of this point of view were quite convincing. Kay felt she was confronted by an excruciating problem that was entirely realistic and insoluble. She felt that she too deserved to die and was actively suicidal at the time of referral. A frequent problem that plagues the family and friends of an individual who successfully commits suicide is the sense of guilt. There is a tendency to torture yourself with such thoughts as, "Why didn't I prevent this? Why was I so stupid?" Even psychotherapists and counselors are not immune to such reactions and may castigate themselves. "It's really my fault. If only I had talked to him differently in that last session. Why didn't I pin him down on whether or not he was suicidal? I should have intervened more forcefully. I murdered him." What adds to the tragedy and irony is that in the vast majority of instances, the suicide occurs because of the victim's distorted belief that he has some insoluble problem which, viewed from a more objective perspective, would seem much less overwhelming and certainly not worth suicide. Kay's self-criticism was all the more intense because she felt that she had gotten a better break in life than her brother, and so she had gone out of her way to try to compensate for this by providing emotional and financial support for him during his long bout with depression. She arranged for his psychotherapy, helped pay for it, and even got him an apartment near hers so that he could call her whenever he was very down. Her brother was a physiology student in Philadelphia. On the day of his suicide, he called Kay to ask about the effects of carbon monoxide on the blood for a talk he was to give in class. Because Kay is a blood specialist, she thought the question was innocent and gave him the information without thinking. She didn't talk to him very long because she was preparing a major lecture to deliver the following morning at the hospital where she worked. He used her information to make his fourth and final attempt outside her apartment window while she was preparing her lecture. Kay held herself responsible for his death. She was understandably miserable, given the tragic situation she confronted. During the first few therapy sessions, she outlined why she blamed herself and why she was convinced that she would be better off dead. "I had assumed the responsibility for my brother's life. I failed, so I feel I am responsible for his death. It proves that I did not adequately support him as I should have. I should have known that he was in an acute situation, and I failed to intervene. In retrospect, it's obvious that he was getting suicidal again. He had had 3 prior serious suicide attempts. If I had just asked him when he called me, I could have saved his life. I was angry with him on many occasions during the month before he died, and in all honesty, he could be a burden and a frustration at times. At one time, I remember feeling annoyed and saying to myself that perhaps he would be better off dead. I feel terrible guilt for this. Maybe I wanted him to die. I know that I let him down, and so I feel that I deserve to die." Kay was convinced that her guilt and agony were appropriate and valid. Being a highly moral person with a strict Catholic upbringing, she felt that punishment and suffering were expected of her. I knew there was something fishy about her line of reasoning, but I couldn't quite penetrate her illogic for several sessions, because she was bright and persuasive and made a convincing case against herself. I almost began to buy her belief that her emotional pain was realistic. Then, the key that I hoped might free her from her mental prison suddenly dawned on me. The error she was making was number 10 discussed in Chapter 3. personalization. At the 5th therapy session, I used this insight to challenge the misconceptions in Kay's point of view. First of all, I emphasized that if she were responsible for her brother's death, she would have had to be the cause of it. Since the cause of suicide is not known, even by experts, there was no reason to conclude that she was the cause. I told her that if we had to guess the cause of his suicide, it would be his erroneous conviction that he was hopeless and worthless, and that his life was not worth living. Since she did not control his thinking, she could not be responsible for the illogical assumptions that caused him to end his life. They were his errors, not hers. Thus, in assuming responsibility for his mood and actions, she was doing so for something that was not within her domain of control. The most that anyone could or would expect of her was to try to be a helping agent, as she had been within the limits of her ability. I emphasized that it was unfortunate she did not have the knowledge necessary to prevent his death. If it had dawned on her that he was about to make a suicide attempt, she would have intervened in whatever manner possible. However, since she did not have this knowledge, it was not possible for her to intervene. Therefore, in blaming herself for his death, she was illogically assuming that she could predict the future with absolute certainty, and that she had all the knowledge in the universe at her disposal. Since both these expectations were highly unrealistic, there was no reason for her to despise herself. I pointed out that even professional therapists are not infallible in their knowledge of human nature, and are frequently fooled by suicidal patients in spite of their presumed expertise. For all these reasons, it was a major error to hold herself responsible for his behavior, because she was not ultimately in control of him. I emphasized that she was responsible for her own life and well-being. At this point, it dawned on her that she was acting irresponsibly, not because she let him down, but because she was allowing herself to become depressed and was contemplating her own suicide. The responsible thing to do was to refuse to feel any guilt and to end the depression, and then to pursue a life of happiness and satisfaction. This would be acting in a responsible manner. This discussion was followed by a rapid improvement in her mood. Kay attributed this to a profound change in her attitude. She realized we had exposed the misconceptions that made her want to kill herself. She then elected to remain in therapy for a period of time in order to work on enhancing the quality of her own life, and to dispel the chronic sense of oppression that had plagued her for many years prior to her brother's suicide. Sadness without suffering. The question then arises, what is the nature of healthy sadness when it is not at all contaminated by distortion? Or to put it another way, does sadness really need to involve suffering? While I cannot claim to know the definitive answer to this question, I would like to share an experience which occurred when I was an insecure medical student, and I was on my clinical rounds on the urology service in the hospital at Stanford University Medical Center in California. I was assigned to an elderly man who recently had had a tumor successfully removed from his kidney. The staff anticipated his rapid discharge from the hospital, but his liver function suddenly began to deteriorate, and it was discovered that the tumor had metastasized to his liver. This sad complication was untreatable, and his health began to fail rapidly over several days. As his liver function worsened, he slowly began to get groggier, slipping toward an unconscious state. His wife, aware of the seriousness of the situation, came and sat by his side night and day for over 48 hours. When she was tired, her head would fall on his bed, but she never left his side. At times, she would stroke his head and tell him, "You're my man, and I love you." Because he was placed on the critical list, the members of his large family, including children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, began to arrive at the hospital from various parts of California. In the evening, the resident in charge asked me to stay with the patient and attend the case. As I entered the room, I realized that he was slipping into a coma. There were 8 or 10 relatives there, some of them very old and others very young. Although they were vaguely aware of the seriousness of his condition, they had not been informed of just how grave the imminent situation was. One of his sons, sensing the old gentleman was nearing the end, asked me if I would be willing to remove the catheter, which was draining his bladder. I realized the removal of the catheter would indicate to the family that he was dying, so I went to ask the nursing staff if this would be appropriate to do. The nursing staff told me that it would because he was indeed dying. After they showed me how to remove a catheter, I went back to the patient and did this while the family waited. Once I was done, they realized that a certain support had been removed, and the son said, "Thank you. I know it was uncomfortable for him, and he would have appreciated this." Then the son turned to me as if to confirm the meaning of the sign and asked, "Doctor, what is his condition? What can we expect?" I felt a sudden surge of grief. I had felt close to this gentle, courteous man because he reminded me of my own grandfather, and I realized that tears were running down my cheeks. I had to make a decision either to stand there and let the family see my tears as I spoke with them, or to leave and try to hide my feelings. I chose to stay, and said with considerable emotion, "He is a beautiful man. He can still hear you, although he is nearly in a coma, and it is time to be close to him and say goodbye to him tonight." I then left the room and wept. The family members also cried and sat on the bed while they talked to him and said goodbye. Within the next hour, his coma deepened until he lost consciousness and died. Although his death was profoundly sad for the family and for me, there was a tenderness and a beauty to the experience that I will never forget. The sense of loss and the weeping reminded me, you can love, you can care. This made the grief an elevating experience that was entirely devoid of pain or suffering for me. Since then, I have had a number of experiences that brought me to tears in this same way. For me, the grief represents an elevation, an experience of the highest magnitude. Because I was a medical student, I was concerned that my behavior might be seen as inappropriate by the staff. The chairman of the department later took me aside and informed me that the patient's family had asked him to extend their appreciation to me for being available to them and for helping make the occasion of his passing intimate and beautiful. He told me that he too had always felt strongly toward this particular individual, and showed me a painting of a horse the elderly man had done which was hanging on his wall. The episode involved a letting go, a feeling of closure and a sense of goodbye. This was in no way frightening or terrible, but in fact it was peaceful and warm and added a sense of richness to my experience of life.